Recently, a game genre long in existence has surged in popularity among young players. Ether World, released a decade ago. Originally a dating simulation aimed at female players, it unexpectedly drew a larger male audience. Its unique character system lets players choose roles from powerful, easy mode characters to utterly useless ones. Among them, the infamous trash tier character, known for extreme difficulty and poor traits, is Beck Uziel. One dedicated player has mastered this character for 10 years, Beck Uziel himself. In the real world, he cracked his knuckles, voice brimming with excitement. "Let's dive in," he said, grinning at his computer screen, fingers dancing confidently across the keyboard as the ultimate player. That afternoon, golden sunlight bathed the neighborhood, but the room was silent. Beck Uziel sipped a coffee, his sharp eyes catching something on the screen, a flood of angry forum posts in the Ether World website. "This game is garbage. I can't log in," he read. Muttering, he wondered, new forum posts? An update? More bewildered comments appeared. "What's this stupid game? A giant dragon appeared and wiped my data. What's a dark demon dragon? My character's dead, and I can't log in. My character got deleted." Skimming through, Beck Uziel's eyes showed surprise. "A final boss in a dating sim? I thought the game ended when you romanced a character." A post caught his attention. "This boss is unbeatable. The Dark Demon Dragon has 99% magic resistance, 0 cooldown, constant attacks, magic absorption, and some weird conversion ability. How do I kill this? It's a bug." Beck Uziel shouted, "Wait, this guy's a top-ranked player." Instead of panic, he felt intrigued, setting his cup down. A final boss? Staring at the screen, he leaned on one hand, thinking a monster nullifying magic in a magic-based world? That's a serious bug. As players panicked over deleted characters, a dragon radiating malice appeared on his screen. He couldn't dismiss the comments anymore. "It's real," he muttered. "The Dark Demon Dragon, the final boss." Simultaneously, 13th Moon of the Black Knight members emerged. His fingers flew across the keyboard and mouse. The deeper you explore Ether World, the more you uncover about the dark demonic humus, aiming to let an alternate world's Persona Gate conquer this one. When they succeeded, this dragon appeared. Stroking his chin, he stared at the interface, suspicious. Persona Gate controls 90% of the land. I focused on PvP, not the storyline, but now it's spiraling. Is this okay? His expression grew serious. "I can't avoid fighting it. I'll try." Scanning for information, a notification popped up. "You are about to battle the Dark Demon Dragon." Clicking yes, he pressed his lips together, face intense, fingers clicking rapidly. "I'll unleash every skill I've honed for 10 years. On screen, his character, Beck Uziel, stood tall like a warrior, wielding a gleaming light blade. Facing him was the massive Dark Demon Dragon, its black scales razor-sharp, eyes glowing with eerie light, exuding dominance and terror. The battle began, tension thick. Immersed, Beck Uziel felt one with his character, the only one in the game unable to use magic, despite its universal availability. Even skilled players avoided him due to his frail physique. He sighed. He can use only one spell. The dragon opened its jaws, gathering ominous energy, then unleashed a devastating magic blast to obliterate him. Caught off guard, his eyes widened, but a confident smile spread. Ready to face it, he leapt, gripping his sword, and slashed the dragon's neck with a blink strike. Landing, he stayed alert, but something felt wrong. His expression darkened. His attack didn't work as expected. Analyzing, he noted, blink teleports randomly within 3 to 10 meters. With 10 years experience, I learned its direction is random. Misjudged the landing, and I die from impact. Deep in focus, he thought, the cooldown and mana cost are absurd. After use, he's immobilized for 2 seconds, an easy target. Most players avoid it, but I've mastered it. He smirked. I control its direction and distance, negating the penalty. His character's details clarified. Beck Uziel, signature skill. Blink, status, mana deficiency. Frowning, he thought, no mana gauge, so blink doesn't consume mana. It's just movement, nothing more. Excited, he tapped keys, thinking, that's why I love this character. Everything relies on my skill. Leaping high, he slashed the dragon critically, realizing I played a non-magic character for 10 years. The dragon retaliated with a powerful attack, but he raised his sword, blocking the energy. The fierce battle continued. After a grueling fight, with honed skill and perseverance, the dragon fell at his feet, motionless. A notification appeared. You defeated the final boss, 13th moon of the Black Knight. In the real world, Beck Uziel sat stunned, muttering, I killed it. It sank in. I was fully equipped with ancient relics, but my character's still trash. His fingers moved to share his achievement, but red notifications flooded the screen. Incorrect ending. 90% of Ether World annihilated. His face paled. What? Another message appeared. You came closest to the true ending. Stunned, he read a final blood-red notification. Please complete the true ending. Panic surged, and he shouted, staring as his body was pulled into another dimension. He vanished, awakening in a white void, then in an unfamiliar, run-down house. Dizziness hit as he groaned, pressing his forehead, muttering, what happened? Trembling, he scanned the room, heart racing. Where am I? Spotting a cracked mirror, he approached cautiously. His reflection, unmistakably Beck Uziel, froze him. His mind spiraled. This is me. A screen materialized. Episode 1, Escape the Chase. Disbelief hit. Standing, he realized this was Beck Uziel's opening mission. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out an admission letter to Stella Academy, his throat tightening. This is the game's storyline. His face darkened, hiding helplessness, but one thought solidified. I'm Beck Uziel in Ether World. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the voice urging him to reach the true ending. With years of experience, he realized the game has no true ending, only multiple ones. His mind raced, and a chilling thought hit. No one's reached the true ending in 10 years. Instinct screamed something was wrong. Moving to the window, he recalled the game's opening. Peeking through a gap, he saw cloaked figures in a blizzard, hunting him. They shouted, where's that son of a bitch? His breath hitched, pressing against the wall. Damn, they're here. The leader froze, sensing him, and shouted, there's a hut. Search it. Footsteps neared. Beck Uziel's mind raced, 10 years experience surging. I can't stay. I can't fight them head on. A system notification appeared. You can now use Blink. Disbelieving, he read, Blink, 0-tier magic, 9-meter range, 3-second cooldown. Is it telling me to use Blink now? Footsteps grew louder, dread gripping him. They're here. Heat surged, panic rendering him speechless. No time left. He had to risk it. The leader shouted, there he is. They charged like beasts. Don't let him escape. His heart pounded, but he stayed calm, recalling the tutorial. Escape pursuers using Blake. A wide path opened ahead. They wore enchanted boots, faster than him. Blink was his only chance. With 10 years experience, Blink was muscle memory, but miscalculating distance meant death. The leader swung a massive blade, roaring, I'll send you to hell. Frozen briefly, Beck Uziel activated Blink, vanishing before the blade struck. Reappearing meters away, unharmed, he grinned, I pulled it off. The mercenaries stood stunned. Was that Blink? Is he a mage? The leader raged, he's immobilized for 2 seconds. Attack! But Beck Uziel kept running, baffling them. Why can he move? Dashing into the forest, he thought, I need terrain advantage. Blink's control was key. 99% of players failed this tutorial, unable to master Blink. Fortune favored the bold. He teleported again, landing perfectly. His opponent exclaimed, blinking like that? He's insane. The leader ordered, mages, attack from a distance. Purple light engulfed the area as magic arrows fired. Beck Uziel recalled, Phase 2, dodge magic arrows. A notification appeared. Magic leakage syndrome activates sixth sense and cognitive acceleration. Blue streaks rushed toward him. Moving continuously, he evaded, but a dangerously fast arrow made his heart pound. Blinking, he barely avoided a fatal strike. an explosion leaving a crater. Regaining composure, he ran, thinking that was close. The storyline's final part loomed. Crossing an abyss with Blink. Panting, he faced a bottomless cliff. Even with wings, crossing was near impossible for someone as weak as him. But he'd learned from game mistakes. I must control Blink distance precisely. Cancel the spell 0.1 seconds after activation, or I die. 20 floating rocks scattered across the abyss. Easier said than done, he thought, clenching his fists. Who designed this? He'd formulated a strategy. As a veteran, I can do it. But the abyss posed a dilemma. Enemies caught up, shouting, "There he is!" Only 100 meters away. His 3-second cooldown wasn't enough. Relaxing, he decided, kill them all. Under the snowy sky, by the abyss, he crouched behind a rock, thinking, this is insane. I've never fought in reality. Glancing at the mercenaries, he realized the game doesn't allow attacking pursuers, but this is real. No rules. Gripping his dagger, he stepped forward. The leader roared, "Capture him!" They charged, sneering, "He thinks he can take us?" Beck Uzio calculated, 8.7 meters. Blinking, he stabbed an enemy's stomach. Blood gushed as the man vanished. His resolve hardened. I feel the blood, but no guilt. Without hesitation, he slashed the enemy's neck, then pushed the body down. The leader raged as he saw his men fall. Don't let him escape. Beck Uzio ran, thinking, one down, but the next attacks won't be easy. The mercenaries blocked his path, casting magic. A blaze erupted toward him. Spotting a tree on a rock, he lunged, blinking as an explosion split the ground. The leader, thinking him dead, smirked, but found an empty crater. Beck Uzio, dagger ready, closed in. Blink preserves momentum, he realized. Stabbing another mercenary, he struck again, leaving few enemies. Two left, he thought, locking onto them. The leader, shocked, demanded, "Who are you?" Beck Uzio's eyes were cold. My reaction time beats pro gamers, but only in games. Lunging, he aimed to end it fast. The leader grinned. I know your style, Blink and daggers. Protect my head, and you're done. Casting Ice Wave, he thought got him, but Beck Uzio targeted another, eliminating him. The leader froze, stunned. A moment ago, you were running. Beck Uzio smirked. Thanks for helping me improve. The leader roared, don't mistake my patience for mercy. Raising his sword, he vowed to kill. Beck Uzio lunged, dual-wielding, anticipating a counterattack. He threw a spear. The leader expected a frontal defense, but Beck Uzio vanished, stabbing him in the heart. The leader realized too late. He planned a direct attack. The battle ended, concluding episode 1. Escape your pursuers is over. A system notification flashed. You've earned bonus experience and rewards for being the only one advancing the Constellation Project storyline. Slumped against a rocky wall, Beck Uzio, battered and wounded, breathed heavily. His trembling hands reached for his dagger, but he froze, staring at the blood on them. His mind blanked. This isn't a dream, he thought. Collapsing, images of his first Blink, battle, and kill flooded his mind. Trapped in silence, his thoughts weighed heavily. I killed to survive. Brushing off dirt and blood, he stood. I need to get out of here. Pausing, he turned back, muttering wait. Frowning, he stared at the corpses, then decided to search them. This might be wrong, but I need to be practical. I have no money. Finding a bag of gold coins, his heart leapt. This is about 2 million won, better than nothing. But joy faded as he faced a cliff covered in icy snow, a bottomless abyss below. Dragging his tired feet, he stood at the edge of life and death. I must cross this. A distant voice called. Is anyone there? Across the abyss, a group shouted toward him. Beck Uzio narrowed his eyes. The tutorial mages. Raising his hand, he yelled, I'm here. A voice replied, no bridge nearby. Can you cross alone? Beck Uzio responds, yes, I'm on my way. One mage turned to his group. He says, let's wait since he said he would cross. Another mage questioned, crossing this cliff requires at least a third-class knight. Can he do it? The first hesitated, I'm not sure. Suddenly, they gasped as Beck Uzio leapt across floating rocks with precise Blink. One murmured, What movement technique is that? A jump spell? Another corrected, that's blink. The mage watched silently, fixated on his movements. Another mage, skeptical, said, blink shouldn't allow such precise control. His jaw dropped, spotting figures trailing Beck Uziel. Who are they? Are they with him? On the far side, surviving mercenary mages prepared spell. A projectile shot toward Beck Uziel. The group shouted, watch out. Cursing, he teleported, narrowly avoiding death. He recognized the attackers, those mercenaries. This is bad, he thought, finding stable footing. Blink needs 3 seconds to recharge. Dodging every spell is impossible. Scanning for another rock, he froze as a hidden mage launched a sneak attack. His senses kicked in, dodging just in time, losing a few hairs. The rock beneath shattered from the spell's force. Falling, he thought, I'm done. Twisting midair, he scanned desperately. The rocks were too far, but he released his power, gambling on a safe landing. Centimeters from a ledge, he teleported, grabbing it with wounded hands. I'm alive, he thought, but a fiery surge roared upward, too fast to escape. Accepting a 99% chance of death, he braced. A blue flash obliterated the dark magic, leaving emerald-like stones. Clinging to the rock, Beck Uziel wondered, what magic is this? An ice spear with lightning, perfectly aimed without wasting mana? Who could do this? The mages below looked at the mage who saved Beck Uziel, who had cast the spell, saving him. The mercenaries, shocked and fearful, fled. Beck Uziel sighed, looks like I'm alive. Crossing the solid ground, he approached the mage, saying, thanks for saving me. She replied coldly, I didn't do it for gratitude. Don't bother. Scratching his head, he thought, her voice is captivating but so distant. Despite her demeanor, he stayed indifferent. Whatever. Recalling the storyline, he noted the mages were bandits orchestrated by the Dark Demon cult. Now safe in mage territory, the cult wouldn't pursue him. Excitement flickered as a notification appeared. Episode 2. Enrollment at Stella Academy. He muttered, sounds easy, but froze at Stella Academy. His face paled, vision blurring. School at my age? Under the night sky, the carriage carrying the mages rolled on. The coachman guided silently through the darkness. Exhaustion overtook Beck Uziel, and he drifted into sleep. Childhood memories surged. Young Beck Uziel, a small boy with big eyes, tugged at his mother's clothes. I'll become a mage when I grow up, he said. His frail mother smiled, I believe you can. Clutching an old magic tome his parents saved for, he studied diligently, determined not to disappoint them. His mother tucked him in when he fell asleep studying. But life was cruel. His dreams shattered when his mother, panicked, called for a doctor, holding him tightly. The physician's word struck, your son has mana leakage syndrome. Fearful, young Beck Uziel denied it. No way. Past and present blurred, merging with his game character. Why are these memories so vivid? Was the sobbing child him, waking with a throbbing headache? He muttered, morning already? A mage across from him said, you're awake. I was about to wake you. We'll reach Lazoica, Arcanium's satellite city, soon. The carriage stopped for a break. Stepping out, Beck Uziel stretched, but felt Izel's gaze. When their eyes met, she turned away. He chuckled, cold as ever. Reassured, he thought, this timeline feels modern, not medieval. With 15 years of gaming, he knew safe cities had trains, airships, and transportation gates. I'm heading to Lazoica for an airship to Arcanium, where the story begins in Arcanium, the city of magic. Stella Academy, among Arcanium's 5 prestigious academies, gathers geniuses and nobles. How did I get in? Summoning his system panel, he checked. Mana leakage syndrome, level 1. Strength plus 0.3%. Agility plus 0.5%. Sensitivity plus 10%. Sixth sense consumes mental energy, detects mana within 12 meters, and triggers detection acceleration in danger. He sighed, relieved. Sixth sense and acceleration saved me. This curse prevents mana accumulation but enhances detection, slowing time during threats. He also looks up to his stats. Strength 1 star, 59%. Agility 1 star, 81%. Endurance 0 star, 97%. Sensitivity 1 star, 97%. Stamina 1 star, 51%. Mind power 1 star, 43%. Skill Blink level 0. Trait Mana leakage syndrome level 1. Not bad, he thought. His sensory perception, influenced by his player traits, wasn't high, but the star system capped at 9 stars, unattained by anyone. At my peak, I hit 8 stars in perception and resilience. He tapped the panel. I'll invest in perception for 6th sense and reaction speed. Endurance and flexibility can improve elsewhere. The real issue is mana leakage syndrome. I must upgrade it to a natural physical constitution at Stella to survive and prevent the apocalypse. Sighing, he thought, I want to go. A notification appeared. You missed several notifications. Surprised, he thought, I've never seen this. Before checking, someone called, hey, let's go. He replied, okay, I'm coming, boarding the vehicle, deciding to check later. Unseen, the mage who saved him watched him silently. The airship took off for Arcanium. The captain announced, we're departing for Arcanium. Take your seats. A purple-haired noble sneered at Beck Uziel, whispering loudly, look at that country bumpkin, lost on his first airship ride. Why does Stella let these folk in? Beck Uziel heard but stayed silent. Kids are the same everywhere. The noble, frustrated by his indifference, turned red, shouting, you side? Stop right there. The crowd's attention shifted, whispering about Princess Hong being a Dalibit, her platinum pink hair and crimson eyes commanding presence. Ignoring murmurs, she brushed past the noble, who stammered, confidence crumbling. Approaching Beck Uziel, she left the noble stunned. He observed, so this is Hong being the villainess. Always clashing with the protagonist. Her fate is sealed. Death, bullying, or expulsion. Male players loved her beauty. His stomach growled. Forget it, I need food. At the dining area, he saw extravagant dishes with high prices, muttering, are you kidding? He left, complaining, everything's overpriced. I'll eat in Arcanium. The captain announced, landing in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Proceed to the first floor. Beck Uziel smiled, it's about to begin. This is my reality now. Let's do this. Leaning against the wall, deep in thought, he sighed, good thing I've handled everything. Feeling uneasy, he wondered, can I survive Stella? Thinking of those who didn't survive, he gazed out the window, wishing for help. Then he remembered, I haven't checked that notification. The system panel appeared. Constellation Project offers a downgraded game item, a downgraded skills, and an EXP points. Resting his chin, he thought, at least the system's fair. Which to choose? Hesitating between returning light and praise of the Flash, the system replied, these items are too high rank and will be severely downgraded. He asked about Hyperspace Blink. The system said, it's an upgraded blink, unobtainable, but you can enhance blink slightly. He froze. Downgraded? The system added, insufficient narrative energy prevents full materialization. Frowning, he asked, what's narrative energy? It replied, the force driving the story. Uncover hidden stories to build it. He nodded. So with no overpowered items because I'm a newbie? Silence followed. He asked Bulbul glasses. After a pause, the system confirmed, item verified. Obtainable. He said, I'll take it. A flash produced plain glasses. Examining them, he thought, never thought I'd need these. The Bulbul glasses stored his game knowledge, vital in a world where past information wasn't accessible. Putting them on, the lenses lit up, Bulbul glasses. Description, records, every detail seen. Feature, crested archive, sealed, requires intelligence to unlock. Using intelligence, he opened it, revealing alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Nodding, he thought good enough. Blending into the crowd, he realized he couldn't discuss the system openly. The glasses restored half his game abilities. Closing the folder, he walked until a voice called, is that Acel? A girl stood amid whispers. The trader's daughter? How dare she show here? Get her out. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the glasses. Acel, fake heroine, ice lightning mage, drinks pickle juice before pizza. Malf Duchy's eldest daughter, family ruined by her father's death. Ilux, fake heroine. This world, based on a novel Don't Love for the Princess, made Acel the protagonist, overcoming Hong Bian's schemes to end with a male lead. Her revenge plot was erased, replaced by protection for male characters, a criticized ending. In the game, Flame, a reincarnated novel fan, replaced Acel as the heroine. Acel became a fake heroine, doomed to die. Pondering, he removed the glasses, muttering, "Not my concern." Glancing at Izel's retreating figure, he felt familiarity but dismissed it. Focus on getting ready. At Stella Academy, students gathered in the courtyard. The headmaster spoke, "Dark demonic humans, mages turned monsters from another world, invade via persona gates, unleashing dungeons to conquer our world. Mages must protect it." Students whispered, boring speech. So dull. He continued, "Next, the pledge ceremony for the top 4 students and a new representative." The top freshmen stepped up, key characters. Beck Uziel thought, their protagonist material. His eyes locked on Ma Yuzion, red-eyed, drawing whispers as the top scorer. How could someone be so talented and good-looking? He realized, this is Ma Yuzion, a divine prodigy with a mana index of 9, mastering all elements. He thought, I must keep my Yuzion with the protagonist to avoid the worst endings. Glancing at the short-haired girl beside him, he thought, that's Flame. Her actions decide everything. An outsider like me, teaming up could work, but if she sees me as an enemy, it's trouble. I know more. She read the novel, I played the game. Despite my minor role, the hero's purification power harms those nearby. My job is to support from afar. The headmaster concluded, entrance ceremony over. Applause erupted, and a notification appeared. Episode 2, Enrollment at Stella Academy, completed. Sunlight filled Stella's halls as students took their seats. Beck Uziel sighed, it's been years since university, and I'm a high schooler again. Examining a pocket watch. He smirked, this is an advantage. The stand-up, proof of Stella enrollment, granted privileges beyond a magical warrior certification. Chuckling, he pocketed it. Can't wait to use this. The classroom door opened. A professor entered with test papers, voice stern. Take your seats. Assessment test begins. Clear all but permitted materials. Glasses must be checked. Beck Uziel folded his arms. A test already? Stella's curriculum was brutal, sorting students into F, A, or S classes. Looking at the paper, he froze. What are these questions? Insanely hard, unlike the entrance exam. Most main characters were S class, but he, the lowest of 1,141 students, thought, I'm accepted. Can I submit a blank? Would they expel me, or place me in F class? Noticing my Yuziong, already done, looking bored, he stared, stunned. He's finished? My Yuziong's paper was complete. Sighing, he thought, no wonder he's bored. My Yuziong's genius made life easy, but his personality hinged on female characters, swaying him toward good or darkness. The dark demonic humans would want him. Glancing at my Yuziong's expressionless face, he thought, his family's his issue. On his own paper, he sighed, I'm nothing compared. Then, an idea, bulbul glasses. He'd use them to study. Pulling them out, he thought, nothing to lose. As he put them on, the professor appeared, voice sharp, what's that? Glasses must be checked. Panicking, he thought he said that. The professor inspected them. If he detects magic, I'm done. A notification sounded. Lost bulbul glasses function. Restore? He thought no. Finding no mana, the professor returned them. Ask permission next time. Nervously chuckling, yes sir. He exhaled, that was close. Activating the glasses, answers appeared. Copying them, he thought, I'll escape F class, maybe hit A class. But the professor called, time's up. Papers floated home. Panicking, Beck Uziel thought, I only did 3 questions. The professor's expression darkened at his answers. Muttering, I thought I'd escape F class, he removed the glasses. The professor then demanded, give me those glasses. Confused, he asked why. The professor muttered, this can't be. Ordering a student, get Dr. Gran. In another room, they reviewed the test. Dr. Grahan said, suspicious answers, but no magic trace. He didn't cheat. Patting Beck Uziel, he said, fascinating case. Guide him well. Lee Hanwall and apologized to the student. I misunderstood, Professor Lee Hanwall says. Beck Uziel replied calmly, it's okay, sir. Mistakes happen. He thought, lucky I turned off the glasses. Morning at Stella was peaceful. In Lee Hanwall's office, he and Dr. Grahan reviewed tests. Lee Hanwall read a correct answer, his expression serious. A voice interrupted, oh, Professor Lee Hanwall. Professor Ed L. Tyman approached with a warm smile. Are these the entrance exam papers for this year's students? Lee Hanwall nodded. Yes. Excited, she continued. I heard we have an exceptional batch of talents this year. He looked up. Indeed. There's Hong Bian from the prestigious fire magic family, Princess of Adalabit, the Kingdom of Flames. Jeremy Scalvin, chosen as the Scalvin Empire's crown prince at age 12 for his magical prowess, defeating all royal siblings. And from Full Moon Tower, the heir of the Magic Tower Master, Hei Wonrie. Edel smiled. I heard crafting the test was tough due to so many students from renowned magic families. It'll be challenging. Lee Hanwall replied, I'm glad you're excited. Returning to the papers, he reflected on Edel's words. This year's ranking exam introduced new questions, the first 3 designed to be nearly impossible for average students. They tested adaptability, recognizing unsolvable problems, and moving on, in creative problem solving for novel scenarios. Lee Hanwall mused, the era of rote magic learning is over. Now it's about competition, creativity, and quick judgment. Over 1,000 of the 1,141 students left these questions blank, and of the 100 who tried, few answered correctly. Frowning, he noted only 3 students aced all 3. Ma Yuziang, a national genius with an unclear background. Flame, a commoner admitted with headmaster recommendations, nearly Ma Yuziang's equal. And Beck Uziel, the lowest scoring entrant. Lee Hanwall pondered. Ma Yuziang and Flame are prodigies, but Beck Uziel? How did he solve those hidden questions while failing the rest? Ed L. Curious asked, why so focused on the scores? He replied, one student's results seem illogical. Ed L. shrugged. Sometimes, intuition trumps formulas. Lee Hanwall looked at her. A prodigy, perhaps. She smiled. Could be a fluke. Turning away, she left. Lee Hanwall exhaled, eyeing Beck Uziel's file with a note. Admitted by special recommendation for exceptional blink control. His lips curved slightly. A combat magic specialist with advanced blink. We'll see if he's truly special. Students gathered, buzzing with excitement and nerves. I heard rankings are out today. I'm so nervous, one said. My mom said if I don't make class, say, don't come home, another added. Nearby, Beck Uziel sighed, frustrated. In the game, I'd check rankings with a click. Now I have to do it myself. Students crowded the ranking lists. Someone spotted him. Is that Beck Uziel? He scored 0 on the magic assessment. How's he even here? Whispers spread. Is Stella's standard slipping? Ignoring them, he stepped forward to check. Whatever, let them talk. I'll see my class and go. Expecting failure, he scanned class E and F lists. My name's not here. Panic struck. Did I get expelled for only answering 3 questions? Voices rose elsewhere. Why is he here? It's a mistake. Students at the Class S list sounded outraged. Even Uslek, ranked 29 from the Chechbelin Marquis family, made Class A. Even Kyle, perfect theory score, ranked 17th, is in Class A. So why him? Frowning, Beck Uziel glanced over, then froze at the Class S list. His name was there. What? Why am I in Class S? This is insane. I'll meet the main characters too often. That'll shorten my life. I need to switch classes. Determined to stay invisible, he hurried away, not noticing the girl watching him, lips parting as if to speak. In a dimly lit room, a sharp slap echoed. Hong Bian, struck by her mother, Professor Hong Yil, a fire magic expert. Hong Yil's face twisted with fury. 3 questions wrong? Even Aisel, the fallen Malf Duchy's daughter, got 2 right. You're worse than an insect. Fix it. Her voice sharpened. Understand? Bien, Hollow replied. Yes, mother. Hong Yil smirked coldly. You won't follow my path. Banished, reduced to this pathetic professor role. You won't disgrace the kingdom. Crouching, she lifted Bian's face. Your only purpose is to outshine your sister. A cruel smile spread. You understand, don't you? Bian, despair, muttered, I understand. After Hong Yil left, tears fell. I've done everything as taught, but these spells, formulas I was never taught. Why does she torment me? In lecture hall S, freshmen chattered excitedly. Beck Uziel slumped, head in hands. I'm in a class full of weirdos. Whispers caught his ear. How'd he get here? Our parents protested about his class S placement. They said he met qualifications, but that's no explanation. He chuckled tiredly. Already an outcast. If trained since childhood, I'm just dropped in. Of course they're upset, but rankings are reassessed each exam. Even Class S students can drop. A thought hit. A student later joined Class S. I'll find him later. Scanning hall, he thought, these game characters are real now. In years, most will be world famous, but 5 will betray the magical world. His eyes landed on Mai Yuzian. He's one, then on flame. If she stops that, it's best. Professor Lee Hanwall entered. Take your seats. Beck Yuziel looked up, surprised. I'm Professor Lee Hanwall, Class S instructor, he said sternly. Students whispered. The legendary professor who hunted 4-digit dark mages? A 7th class magic warrior. He silenced them. You're all talented, including a very unique student as well. This academy trains combat mages. You'll undergo 3 years of intense education. I don't expect you to keep up instantly, but show your best. His voice grew heavy. Questions? None raised hands. He nodded. Good. Let's begin. The door swung open. Hong Bian entered, a red mark on her cheek. Beck Yuziel frowned. Hong Bian, the rule follower, late? She spoke briefly with the professor. Curious, he activated his glasses. Hong Bian Adalabit, villainous, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, burns herself, drinks espresso, cruel mother, certain death. Inevitable, villainous fate. He removed the glasses. I'd help, but I can't in my state. Lee Hamwall said, take your seat. Beck Uziel sank into thought. I must keep my distance. Hong Bian sat beside him, staring intently. Tensing, he exhaled. What's happening? Things are already changing. At the podium, Lee Hanwall announced, before today's lesson, we'll hold the staff inheritance ceremony for classes S and A. Beck Uziel mumbled, inheritance ceremony? Troublesome, but exciting. Stella's 2 major events were the familiar contract ceremony and the staff succession ceremony. Like the premier academy that Stella Academy is, the staff succession ceremony it holds is just as special. At the ceremony, Lee Hanwall surveyed the students. Everyone present, staffs range from low to high tier. Choose wisely. Replacements are tedious. Beck Uziel thought, although he says that, we don't choose, the staff choose us. They resonate only with those they acknowledge. Which should I pick? Before I grab an F-rank wand, but in Class S, I need to think. Staffs split into short wands for knights, for casting quick spells, and staffs for bishops, delivering powerful, slow strikes. Students chattered, what will you choose? In Class S, he'll resonate easily, right? Ignoring them, he thought, let them talk. A voice called Beck Uziel. Startled, he turned. Who are you? The student smirked. I'm Uslek. Frowning, Beck Uziel said, all right. So, Uslek asked, which staff you picking? Shrugging, Beck Uziel replied, one at random. Uslek sneered. Pick one suiting a commoner. Don't trouble the professors. Surprised, Beck Uziel passed him. You too. Don't stir trouble. Uslek's face reddened. You bastard. Wanna fight? Annoyed, Beck Uziel activated his glasses. Uslek, son of Marquis, Chechbalin, Jeremy's subordinate, Class B bully. Disappointed, he thought, that's it? Nothing special. Uslek pointed at his staff. That's mine. Watch closely. Beck Uziel recognized it. Edmary Edamarai, mid to high tier, rare for students. Lee Hanwall instructed, stand by your chosen staff. Hong Bian, Jeremy, and others picked theirs. A bright light flared beside Beck Uziel. Students gasped. That's Hayden Mikatin, a mid-tier staff. Prince Galvin got one too. Lights illuminated as Hong Bian. She chose mid-tier staff, Swabiter Lehaven. So many mid-tier staffs? Usually only certified mages get those. Uslek gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll get one too. Storming off, he grabbed a staff, confident. Watch, I'll show Class S talent. Lightning crackled, but he collapsed, injured. Students murmured, he's hurt. Beck Uziel thought, a high-tier staff was too much. Yeah, it would be better for you to give up because… Ma Yuziang approached, arrogant with striking red eyes. Beck Uziel muttered, the owner of that staff has already been decided. Ma Yuziang stands in front of Ed Murray, Edamai Rai, and grabs it. Hey, dazzling light spread. Beck Uziel gasped. Ma Yuziang smirked, satisfied. The crowd was stunned. A first year claimed a high artifact. Impossible. Beck Uziel sighed. No surprise. Ma Yuziang's talent shines now. Noticing Ma Yuziang's smirk, he thought, is he crazy? His thoughts shifted to Flame, who claimed Terry Vaughn, a similar staff. If she did, Ma Yuziang's interest would unlock the Ma Yuziang route. If not, another route triggers. I need Flame to align Ma Yuziang with us. Spotting her, he focused on Terry Vaughn. Come on, Flame, take it. Her choice could secure a good ending. But she passed it. Stunned, he thought, what? Doesn't she know? Clenching his fists, he muttered, if she picks a useless staff, the route's ruined. A golden light radiated from him. I'll push Terry Vaughn to her. Blinking behind her, he smiled as she flinched. Hey, which staff you picking? Flame raised an eyebrow. Why do you care? Making an excuse, he said, you seem lost. I want to help. Indifferent, she replied. None of your business. Bye. Caught off guard, he called, wait. Her coldness puzzled him. She's supposed to be friendly. Why is she distant? Determined, he persisted. I think a staff suits you perfectly. Pointing to Terry Vaughn, he smiled. Think you can claim it? Flame glanced at it, murmuring. Before he could react, Terry Vaughn flew into his hands. Blinking in shock, he stammered. Why is it with me? Flame was meant to claim it. Panicking, he turned to her. Her cold smile chilled him. I'm doomed. After class, students headed to dorms. Flame, carrying books, overheard chatter. 2 students claimed high-tier staffs. Only 5 ever did before. One used just blink magic in the evaluation. How? My parents said blink is useless. Flame listened silently. In the self-study hall, sunlight faded. Sighing, she thought, finally peace. The staff news dominated talk. Recalling Beck Uziel claiming Terry Vaughn, she was shocked. No one should resonate with it so easily. Gritting her teeth, she thought, was he flaunting it? Shaking her head, she dismissed it. Why care? Classmates called. Flame, studying again? Smiling, she teased. Think I'm a nerd, kids? A blonde chuckled. You always study. Flame denied it. A brunette asked, why call us kids? We're the same age. Hesitating, Flame said, habit. I grew up treated as an adult. Smiling outwardly, she thought, in a novel, I can't act like a kid. A red-haired girl, Jackie, said, studying alone again? Flame recalled Jackie's similar style. No, heading to a supplementary meeting. Waving goodbye, she mused, girls this age are tough. Bumping into someone, she rubbed her head. Flame, it was Hey One Riang. You okay? She nodded. I'm fine. Unconvinced, he asked, you look pale. Something wrong? Surprised he cared, she shook her head. Nothing. You go to Class S training. He nodded. Can't slack. They chatted lightly until he stared intently, smiling, brushing her hair. See you. Stunned, she thought nothing special. Spotting Jackie staring, Flame hesitated, but Jackie ran off. Brushing off, she reached the classroom. At the supplementary meeting for grade improvement, Flame noted mostly Class S students. Kyle, from Class A, led the session, looking flustered. He's been somewhere, she thought, taking her seat. Seeing Ma Yuziang, she realized, not a coincidence. Her gaze shifted to Beck Uziel, focused on the 3 hellish questions. He knew answering them secured Class S, Clutching her fist, she thought, if he knew everything and acted on it, he's dangerous. Kyle began. We'll discuss the ranking test's tough section, the 3 hellish questions. The room quieted. Noticing my Yuziong and others, Kyle smiled awkwardly, cursing inwardly. Why are they here? I wanted to boost my reputation. Seeing Baek Yuziel's serious look, he smirked. Rumor says he scored lowest. I'll show I'm better. Holding a textbook, Kyle wrote on the board. This trick question lures wrong answers. Students took notes. Why Yuziong asked Baek Yuziel, think he's right? Baffled, Baek Yuziel thought, what? I don't even understand these questions. Not wanting to lie, he said, no, I don't know. His loud voice made Kyle freeze. Murmurs spread. Kyle's wrong. Kyle's eyes widened, fury rising. Crushing shock, he sneered. You say I'm wrong? Solve it yourself, then. Baek Yuziel paled, stunned. What's happening? My Yuziong, grinning, whispered, you got this. Sign, he thought, he's doing this on purpose. Stepping to the podium, he wrote as Flame and Hongbin watched. The questions were riddles, not complex math. Picturing one, mage cast a spell, dear earth shed tears, and there was double the amount of dirt as before. Why would that be? He smirked. If dirt cries, it's in a state of decomposure. These are ridiculous, but a big deal to them. Seeing Kyle's wrong method yield a correct answer, he thought, lucky, but he'll fail to his similar questions. Facing Kyle, he spoke boldly. I can't teach you the exact solution, Kyle, but I can point out your mistake, Baek Yuziel said. Kyle's eyes widened. This question specifies earth, but what if it involved water or wind? Would your method still apply? Stunned, Kyle stammered, I'd use a different approach. Baek Yuziel pressed on. So, you'd need multiple methods for the same question type? Kyle stiffened, jaw tightening, teeth clenched. Relentless, Baek Yuziel continued. You got the answer by pure luck. That's not what the question setter intended. Kyle faltered, exposed, struggling for words. That's... His confidence crumbled, and after a hesitant pause, he muttered, You're right. Baek Yuziel felt a pang of guilt. Did I go too far? To ease the tension, he said calmly. Anyway, here's the right approach. He began explaining the correct method. Kyle quickly grabbed his notebook, scribbling notes, as did the students behind him, listening intently. Flame, watching from her seat, was stunned. How is this possible? Everyone's taking notes on what he's saying. Even Acel and Hongbin, who should have been debating, sat absorbed in his explanation. Flame's unease lingered. Is this really okay? As the sky darkened, Baek Yuziel and other about to leave, my Yuziong waved cheerfully at Baek Yuziel. See you tomorrow. My Yuziong grinned, his smile radiant like a blooming flower, then walked away. Baek Yuziel sighed, waving half-heartedly. But once my Yuziong was gone, he buried his face in his hands. Ugh, damn it. I don't want to get tangled with someone like my Yuziong tomorrow. No, ever again. I'm done for. Frustrated, he stared at his empty hands, muttering, maybe it's because of the Harry Vaughn. How'd I catch my Yuziong's attention? Why does he keep approaching me? Besides Flame, there weren't any instances of characters using it. His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed Hongbin at the classroom entrance, standing motionless, as if waiting. Isn't that Hongbin? Is she waiting for someone? Dismissing the thought, he kept walking. Not my business. I should head home. Her voice stopped him. Baek Yuziel. He froze. She approached, expression neutral. I want to ask you something, she said coolly. Stunned, he hesitated. Hongbin wants to talk to me? What is it? He replied. Crossing her arms, she asked. Why didn't you explain how to solve it earlier? Speechless, he thought, it's not that I didn't. It's that I couldn't. How do you explain a nonsensical riddle? Assuming she misunderstood, he rubbed his neck. There was nothing to explain. She stayed silent, then said, unimpressed, you just didn't want to share in front of everyone, right? Stammered. He protested. No, that's not it. Before he could finish, she made an offer. Let's make a deal. I'll pay you to explain everything in your head until I understand. His face darkened, twisting into an awkward grimace. Under the library's dim lights, Baek Yuziel and Hongbin sat at a table littered with papers. He picked up 3 sheets, confused. Why pay just to hear about the 3 hellish questions? She replied simply, I have my reasons. Just explain. Sighing, he muttered, yes, yes, my lady. Skimming the questions, he said, you only got 3 wrong, yet you're asking someone who failed everything else. Doesn't that embarrass you? Unfazed, she said, not at all. I'd only be ashamed of not understanding how to solve them. Her certainty was unshakable. Studying her, he thought, model student type, huh? Curious, he asked, why me? You're a princess with plenty of friends. Why not ask them? She hesitated, then analyzed. Out of 1,141 students, only 3 answered all 3 hellish questions correctly, including you. His eyes widened. What? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Those trick questions weren't meant to be solved, but you, Flame, and my Yuziong did. It made me curious. Her words sent a chill down his spine. Hold on, he stammered, standing and pointing at the papers. These are just tricks, unsolvable. Calmly, she said, exactly. Didn't you realize that while answering? Sinking back into his chair, he cursed inwardly. No wonder I'm in class S. Then it hit him. That's why Flame held me back. Meeting her gaze, he felt lost. I don't know this world's specifics. I didn't know those were trick questions. But Flame, a book transmigrator, knew the novel's setting, including those questions. Because an extra not in the novel, appeared, she had to accept my existence. That explains her behavior. Noticing his shifting emotions, Hongbin asked, what's wrong? Exhausted, he said, nothing. Furrowing his brows, he reminded her, don't forget, you promised a request if I helped. She nodded. I know. Leaning forward, he stated, turn my magic staff into a sword. Startled, she blinked. A sword? Shrugging, he said, blacksmiths in your kingdom can do it easily. Surprised, she said, only low-ranking mercenaries use those. Why does a mage need one? Nonchalantly, he replied, it suits my taste. Internally, he thought, no way I'm admitting that I have syndrome. Impatient, he asked, can you do it or not? After a pause, she relented, of course it's easy. Relieved, he pointed to a test paper line. All right, I'll explain this first. My method is to change perspectives. Puzzled, she glanced down. Change perspectives? He nodded. He knew her weakness, over-reliance on magic theory, treating magic like textbook lessons. In her 2nd year, she'd realized this after a humiliating defeat by Flame. Sitting across her, he thought, I can't reveal too much, but I can guide her. Leaning closer, he asked, ever heard of nonsensical quiz by chance? Misinterpreting slightly, she muttered, I think so. Maintaining composure, he said, here's an example. What's between one knee and another knee? She hesitated, then answered the back of the knee. He shook his head. Wrong. The answer is an in. Confused, she said, what? What? Chuckling, he explained, I asked what's between a knee and a knee. Get. She sat silently, processing, then glared sharply. Alarmed, he raised his hands. All right, don't look at me like that. Relax and rethink it. These questions use unfamiliar formulas. You need pure creativity, not memorization. She froze, then said calmly, I still don't have the answer I want. Smiling, he said, learning techniques is important, but for a mage, especially you, imagination is key. Magic evolves from small changes. Pointing out her flaw, he added, you think too rigidly. Calmly, he continued, you might outshine me in analysis, but you lack a mage's most vital trait, creativity. She trembles, a dark aura radiating. Sweat trickled down Beckyelsiel. Her expression is terrifying. Grinning awkwardly, he said, you get what I'm Ellen, right? It's complex. Calming slightly, she replied, of course. Forcing a grin, he thought, I have no idea what I'm saying. Cheerfully, he said, glad you understand. Let's start. Why did the man say to the horse while putting him to bed? Hesitant, she repeated. Why did the man say to the horse while putting him to bed? Unable to answer, she said, I don't know. Grinning, he said, it's past your bedtime. She frowned. Before she could question, he asked, why doesn't a bed work hard? Frowning, she said, I don't know. He answered, It's always lying down on the job. Unimpressed, she blinked. Another riddle followed. What happens if rock, paper, and scissors enter a race? Monotone, she said, I don't know. Cheerfully, he explained. The rock rolls away. But paper and scissors were stationary. Get it? Because they're stationary. Her body trembled. Hesitating, he thought, oh, I pushed too far. Her brows furrowed, lips pressed, suppressing frustration. Bracing, he asked, what does a cloud say to the ocean when raindrops fall? Silence. Anxiously, he thought, please answer. Softly, she said, I'm getting a bit emotional. Stunned, he grinned. That's right. Beaming, her smile lit up. Pausing, he thought, her first smile, in game and real life. Chuckling, he said, as expected of a princess, your creativity's exceptional. Blushing, she huffed, enough. Next question. Chuckling at her reaction, he continued with another riddle. Night fell over the academy. Most students had left. Exhausted, Baek Yuziel trudged out, dark circles under his eyes. 3 hours of meaningless riddles with Hongbian, he muttered. She took it all seriously. Reflecting, he thought, a brilliant, quiet mage. A prodigy but rigid, exploiting that feels a bit guilty. Determined, he thought, I need Terry Vaughn as a sword to achieve more. Looking at the glowing houses, he muttered, enough thinking. I need a book for my classes. Arriving at a deserted street, he glanced around. Is it here? Spotting an old, cracked building, he grinned. There it is. Inside, cobwebs covered shelves. This place is ancient, he said, nodding to the bookstore owner. He muttered, this bookstore whose owner has a perverted of acting like he's asleep while watching his customers. In this his nameless bookstore holds Mila's records, a top Stella scholar from 15 years ago. Hidden here, in the game, a notification would offer study this subject. In reality, he needed the book. A basic textbook sufficed, but quality affected stat boosts. Reflecting, he thought, I used to buy from fancy stores, but valuable books are in places like this. Scanning shelves, he whispered, Mila's magic engineering notes will guarantee a perfect score. Spotting a small book, he reached for it, brushing another hand. Surprised, he saw Acel holding another book, looking confused. Do you know me? She asked. Honestly, he said, you're famous. Didn't you know? Recognizing him, she said, you were from the supplementary class. Baek Yuziel, right? Taken aback, he thought. She doesn't remember the ceremony? She mentioned she enjoyed his debate, adding, I was disappointed you didn't explain everything. Recalling she couldn't solve it either, he watched her leave, saying, nice meeting you. Picking up the book, he sighed, relieved. Thank heavens she didn't take it. Watching her browse, he saw her sigh an expensive book's price, returning it. This bookstore has old books for students who can't afford new ones, like me. A fallen noble with no support, her father likely killed by dark mages. Pitying her, he thought, a princess hesitating over a book's cost. In a novel, her tragic fate saw her die before flame, a single spark ruining her life. The most unfortunate character. Noticing his gaze, she looked confused. At the counter, he placed his books. I'll pay for these, he said brightly. The shopkeeper chuckled. This whole pile? You're stronger than you look, kid. Feeling Izel's gaze, he smiled. She lowered her head, uncomfortable. What's wrong? He asked. Hesitating, she said, your books look interesting. Forcing a smile, he thought, is she insulting me? Scanning titles, he asked, like what? She replied, all of them. Why advanced sealing magic? Intently, she added, sealing theory is ancient, needing specific artifacts. It's rarely used today. Casually, he said, that's why I chose it. Smirking, he added, everyone thinks like you, so I'll score higher. Walking away, he thought, few study sealing theory, so it's quick and high scoring. Confident, he mused, I'll pass this semester easily. Acel watched him, confused. Morning sunlight bathed the academy. Acel walked the hallway, thinking about her nihility lecture, an easy scoring subject. This should be fine, she reassured herself. But the classroom was packed, students chatting lively. You're taking nihility too? I heard it's an easy high score. Top students had enrolled, knowing its value. Sighing, she thought, too many competitors. I'll focus on other subjects. After the lecture, students filed out. Acel thought, this is troubling. If so many people are in all the classes I signed up for, it'll be hard to get a scholarship. Suddenly here, stomach growl hungry. Blushing, she gripped her book, eyeing her meal ticket. She thought since there are only 60 for the semester, let's eat some bread today. Passing a classroom, she saw Beck Uziel through the door, glasses on, focused. Stunned, she thought, what's he doing here? A lecture with few students, likely low performers. This subject might get cut, she realized. If I join, I could boost my grades easily and focus on others for scholarship. Determined, she watched him. Did he know this was an easy score? Is he calculating every move? Shaking her head, she walked away. Just a coincidence. In the classroom, Professor Layden lectured on magic's origins. The founding mage, Mage in White, spread magic to humans and races. He described Mage in White teaching elves with nature magic, dwarves with matter magic for forging, and humans with elemental magic before ascending to heaven. Beck Uziel scribbled notes, groaning, how am I going to pull through this for 3 years? In the game, I'd skip this. But this lecture might hold true ending clues. Noticing Acel beside him, he thought, I don't remember any main characters taking this class. Dismissing it, he focused. Layden explained, mages learn from other races but sought more. The founding mage left the 12 divine moons and vanished. Professor Layden asked the class if anyone knows anything about the 12 divine moons. Acel answered, they're the guardians maintaining continental balance, scattered 1,000 years ago. Layden nodded. Each has unique powers. The 6th moon of the red summer wielded a red flame, and it is said that those flames never died out. Jokingly, he said, if you go into the deep sea of Alamanca, you can still see the red flames. So if any of you are curious, you can go take a look. Beck Uziel groaned. Enter the Levian's coast. A great whirlpool that appeared in the middle of the ocean has been frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. Professor Layden added each of the divine moons has an individual powers, but it is said that a miracle would occur if they were all gathered together. A student asked, what miracle? Layden replied, no one knows. They've slumbered for 1,000 years. Beck Uziel agreed, recalling he met 5 moons in the game. I gathered more information than anyone. If I'm right, they're tied to the true ending, if no one has managed to reach the true ending in the last 10 years. The answer must lie in the contents that no one has managed to reach. I guess I have no other choice if I want to witness the true ending. I'll just have to do it all over again. Elsewhere, Flame struck a training dummy. Professor Yale observed, strength isn't everything. No matter how strong your attack is, if you can't hit the enemy, then it's useless. Students fired spells, but one explosion left a dummy unscathed. Yale said coldly, how terrible. Chiai Hongbian. Later, exhausted on a bench, Hongbian thought, a disappointed mother again. Rubbing her hands, she felt suffocated. A voice called, Princess. Arzwang stood before her, smiling brightly. You okay? They sat in silence. Arzwang said, your magic's incredible. Confused, Hongbian asked, what? Arzwang continued, we share fire magic but yours is stronger. What? Flatly, Hongbian said, I can't even hit targets. Arzwang smiled. Your magic's amazing, so cool. I've heard of you since I was little. Hongbian recalled Arzwang, a rumored fire magic prodigy. Comparing, she thought, she's nothing to my magic. Darkly, she said, your aim's impressive. Arzwang, uncomfortable, said, with training, I couldn't match you. Standing arrogantly, Hongbian declared, enough talking with trash. You were somewhat helpful though. Walking away, she left Arzwang with an unreadable expression, her warmth gone. In a quiet room, Hongbian entered, sighing. Her guard, Ye Tarin, greeted, welcome back, princess. Tea and ginseng sweets are ready. She thanked her. He reported, your staff modification is so good. They said a top-grade magic sword will be made. Casually eating candy, she said, is that so? Ye Tarin added cautiously, something strange. The staff drains its owner's mana. Freezing, she asked, was it always like that? A demonic weapon, she said. Not exactly. It resonates with nature energy. Dismissing it, she said, impossible. A weapon can't drain mana and resonate nature's mana. Doubting, she asked, why is it middle-high class? Composed, he explained, it greatly enhances mana, making it high class, but mana drain lowers it to middle-high class. Shocked, she stood, waving her hand. A high-tier weapon? How can a student wield it? Ye Taryn admitted. I find it curious. Uneasy, she muttered. I knew it wasn't for just anyone. Only someone with immense mana, or none, can wield it. Dismissing it, she said, that commoner will figure it out. Lifting her teacup, she paused. He sure is unique. Days into the semester, Beck Uziel listened attentively in mana guidance class. Professor Carlium, hair worn by years, said, attack magic needs precision, making this course mandatory. Asel listened intently nearby. Carlium continued, dueling matches will use mana guidance for precise aiming. Drawing a wheel-like diagram, he wrote a problem. From 760 meters north, Cha Su runs south at 12.6 meters per second. What's the trajectory and sight range to hit Cha Su with water magic? Silence fell. Students whispered. Water's hardest to calculate. How do non-water mages answer? Is he making it tough on purpose? Bored, Beck Uziel yawned, instantly regretting it. Carlium's sharp eyes locked on him. Beck Uziel saw this. Stiffening, he thought, damn it. Forcing a smile, he said, yes, sir. After solving it, he set the chalk down. Done. Carlium's eyes widened at the flawless solution. Impressive. So quick and accurate. Is your attribute water? Beck Uziel smiled until his eyes nearly closed, waving his hand in dismissal. No, it's not. The professor nodded and allowed him to return to his seat. All right, we'll continue the lesson. In the next class, Asel, who had been watching in silence, pressed her lips together not long after the class ended, and students gradually left the room. Just as Beck Uziel was about to leave, a familiar voice called out, excuse me. He turned around. How he saw Beck Uziel turned to face Asel, recognizing her clearly this time. He hesitated before asking, what is it? Asel didn't respond immediately, her gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Her mind buzzed with thoughts. Observing him, she became certain, despite his low grades, he's undeniably intelligent, perhaps rivaling the top students. She recalled how he effortlessly solved a complex problem, casually saying, I'm done. At the time, she'd widened her eyes in disbelief. That problem was at least university level, maybe even professor level. Watching him confidently discuss with the professor, her mind spun with theories. Stella Academy attracts the best, but who is Beck Uziel? His plain appearance and average scores made him easy to dismiss initially, but now she was convinced he strategically chose his courses. Furrowing her brows, she asked urgently, what's your next class? Determined, she thought, I need to know. Surprised, Beck Uziel blinked. Why do you ask? Teasingly, he smirked. Do you like me or something? Asel recoiled, appalled. What? That's disgusting. Raising an eyebrow, he smirked. I'm the one who should be creeped out. A brief silence followed. Regretting his childish retort, he scolded himself inwardly. I'm an adult. What am I doing? Sighing, he rubbed his neck, closing his eyes briefly. Anyway, why do you care? Frankly, she said, I analyze your enrolled classes. They're all courses for easy high grades. He froze. Without hesitation, she pressed, so, I'll be direct. Where'd you learn that strategy? It's vital for me. Panicking internally, he thought, what's she getting at? Outwardly, he waved a hand with a forced smile. Ha, learned? It's probably a coincidence. Sensing danger in the conversation, he sought an escape. Turning to the door, he said casually, if that's all, I'm off. Izel's eyes widened. Wait, she called, but he kept walking. Hesitating, her lips parted as if to speak, then closed. Clenching her fists, she ran after him. Please wait. Surprised, he stopped and turned. Hurrying closer, she stammered. Just a second. Frowning, he said, what the hell? Why follow me? Learn from someone else. There are plenty of smart people. Or copy my courses. You've analyzed them, right? Panting, she explained, Divine Moon Studies gives an automatic A+, so it doesn't count. But if I take your other courses, it might lower your grades. Her eyes brimmed with nervous anticipation, awaiting his response. Feeling pity, he thought, if she misses a scholarship, she'll suffer most. Yet she's worried about my grades. A protagonist, indeed. Observing her, he sighed. She looked up, blinking adorably, for help. Can you suggest a class for high scores? Coldly, he replied. Think that expression will sway me? Touching her face, she acted more delicate. That's weird. Usually when I look at my face, it takes my stress away. Gloomy and confused, he asked, seriously, giggling, her eyes curved cheerfully. Kidding. I knew you'd react this way, so I have prepared compensation. Surprised, he sighed inwardly. Why do they love compensation? Where do they get this? Leaning in, she asked, do you the Seven Tower ghost story? Freezing, he eyed her suspiciously. I do. Thrilled, she said. Really? Only few know it. Calming herself, she explained. It's a vanished tower, with barriers blocking its former site. Interrupting, he said wait. Exhausted, he closed his eyes, frustrated. This is trouble. If Flame influences the protagonist via novel events, Acel likely knows too. She might meet the protagonist faithfully, sharing this only with them, not a side character like me. Turning, he walked away leisurely. Scary story, huh? Not interested. Izel's eyes widened. Walking down the hallway, he added, not that scary. Afraid of ghosts at your age. Before she could reply, he said, fine, I'll tell you for free. Cautious, she probed. You weren't going to tell me, were you? Sighing, he said, yeah, I changed my mind. Her face lit with anticipation. Thinking if she's sincere, that's enough, he said. By the way, this isn't about grades, but it's useful. Take Meditation Journey into the Abyss for your liberal arts elective. Puzzled, she recalled. Meditation? A meditation class? Divine Moon Studies and meditating? Are you in cultivation? Dismissing it. Not at all. My mentor is a bishop like yours, and through meditation, she was able to greatly raise her magic power. Astonished, she said, really? He nodded, thinking, nobody knows yet, but meditation's crucial for Bishop's destructive power. He concluded, accuracy comes from formulas, but mana's source is the mind. To Acel, he said, I don't tell many, but since you're cute, I'll make an exception. Helplessly, she replied, you called me ugly earlier. Smiling gently, she said, thanks. It won't help grades, but I'll sign up. Seeing her take his advice, he said, suit yourself. Smiling brightly, she walked away. Watching her, he sighed, how will this change the future? A grim scene flashed in his mind. Even if meditation helps, Acel faces tragedy. If it aids her, good. Praying silently, he looked at his hands, confused. Wait, I'm a mage too. Why haven't I trained? In the game Beck Uziel trained strictly. Awakens magic revelation delay physique, and grows immensely. Descending the stairs, he thought, in the game, experience came with a button. Now it's manual. No challenges or monster hunts, so no experience. Smiling softly, he thought, I should be grateful to Acel. In his spacious Class S dorm, he recalled the dormitory system was supposed to be like a little extra content in the game where you can decorate your room for fun. But for him, it's basically his only home since his village had burnt down. Dorms were equal in size, but roommates varied by class. Sighing, he entered meditation. Numbers aren't everything. I must adapt to this body. Recalling his game prodigy status as a sword master with infinite mana flow, he thought, nobody paid attention to him, so no one knew. But Beck Uziel is a genius sword master who is the only one in this world to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I'll follow that path one more time. Meditating, golden mana enveloped him. Breath controls mana. Increasing it per breath will build it. Mana spread faintly. Skills improve with use, not just experience. The clock ticked to 4 a.m. as the sun rose. Awakening, he observed the shimmering mana, feeling its faint sensation from mana leakage syndrome. A notification appeared. Skill mana leakage syndrome leveled up. Skill blink leveled up. Ecstatic, he clenched his fists. Yes, one step closer to my goal. Determination gleamed in his eyes. I'll find a true ending no matter what. The scene shifted to a lush green field where first-year students gathered. Soft grass cushioned their steps, a breeze carrying nature's scent. Flame thought, this meadow and wind feel real, yet magical. Stella's Dome is a pocket dimension set up on the Academy campus. It also allows you to freely manipulate the size of the place as well as its features. All sport events and other types of events, as well as dungeons, gates, and monster training, are all held here for that reason. Flame scanned the crowd, quickly counting 141 students. Recalling the novel, she noted 50 in classes A1 and A2, and 41 in Class S. But the novel listed only 39 for Class S. Deep in thought, she realized, including me, that's 40. Who's the extra? Beck Uziel. Where'd he come from? She remembered in the novel there were a total of 1,140 first years, and with her addition, it became 1,141. So, Beck Uziel exists in the novel too. Struggling to stay calm, concern flickered across her delicate features. I'll figure out step by step. It's fine. I can do this. Clenching her fists, she reassured herself. I'm the only one who knows the novel's details. Taking a deep breath, she joined the other students as class began. A voice caught her attention. Young Master Jeremy, finished registering for your classes? Jeremy Scalvin smiled brightly. Of course, another student said, we signed up for soft magic research because you did. Jeremy's smile glowed. Really? Let's help each other out. Flame listened, her expression blank, glancing at the flatterers around him. She recalled Jeremy, the golden-haired prince with an ever-present smile, whose unrequited love for Acel turned him into a villain after repeated rejections. Assessing him, she thought, he seems kind, but every move is calculated. I must keep my distance. Jeremy noticed her, flashing a warm smile and waving. She returned the gesture, inwardly wary. He's handsome, no wonder he's popular, but he's the most suspicious person here. Turning away, she focused on her reality. I must prepare for the future. Jeremy watched her leave, a faint smile on his lips, recalling her name. She's Flame, isn't she? As students gathered, Professor Lee Hanwall stepped forward, voice firm. Attention, everyone. Standing tall, he continued. We'll start with a training session to assess your skills, so I can tailor instruction. I'm your instructor, and you'll follow my orders. His stern gaze swept the crowd. Professors here can adjust your scores. Fall below the threshold, and you're expelled. He explained the training. A dungeon simulation with traps and monsters to evaluate individual abilities. It's a point system. 4 points for a level 1 monster, 8 for a level 2. This point stick grants 20 points. He held up a stick, which vanished. Top 5 students get priority shopping privileges. 0 points mean lower grades. Flame listened intently. If you're scared or prefer teamwork, form groups, but points split evenly among members. Before vanishing, he added, defeat another student, and you take their points. Good luck. The ground trembled violently. Students gasped. What's happening? Massive tree branches burst from the earth. Flame's eyes narrowed. These branches are everywhere, like the Jack and the Beanstalk dungeon map. A vast forest of intertwining trees formed, overwhelming the students. Frozen, they hesitated to act. Some rushed to form teams, but Flame stayed still, gripping her weapon tightly. Time to move. A voice called Flame. Turning, she saw Jackie smiling. Going alone? A few students waved behind her. Hesitating, Flame calculated. Teaming up has benefits, but solo means more points. Politely, she said, sorry, I want to go alone this time. Jackie's eyes narrowed, her grin teasing. Oh, splitting points, huh? Flame nodded. Yeah. Inwardly, she thought, that sounded sarcastic. To keep peace, she added, let's team up next time. Jackie turned, saying sure. Watching Jackie join her friends, Flame wondered, am I overthinking, or is she mimicking me? Jackie told her group, Flame's going solo. One shrugged. Her choice. Flame dismissed it. Probably nothing. It'll pass. An hour later, Flame stood exhausted, a defeated green monster in pieces at her feet. So tired. Surrounding her were remains of low-level monsters. When will this end? Sensing a disturbance, she murmured, "Huh." A large tree's branches lunged at her. Reacting, she cast a spell to block. The branches retreated, burrowing back into the ground. Not just monsters, plants attacked too. As expected of Stella, even simulations are intense. Calculating, she noted, an hour of hunting, 18 points. Not bad, but someone could catch up with 1-point stick. Urgently, she moved. In the distance, a shadowy figure stood against the sunlight, hazy and unclear. Tensing, she murmured, "Who? Is it a monster?" "No, it's human. How does a student have such stealth?" Steadying herself, she thought, "I can hide too with fusion with nature." Pressed against a tree, she recalled her skills: binding, destruction, defense, healing. An ambush is best. Observing, she gasped. Beck Uziel. He was scanning the area, alone. So he's solo too. She recalled students trying to team with him, all rejected. What's his plan? Noticing a point stick in his hand, her eyes widened. He already has one. This is my chance. I'll test him. Activating light resonance, her weapon glowed. At 15 meters, he can't defend in time. Raising her weapon, she fired light bullet, a golden projectile slicing toward him. Sensing danger, Uziel turned, then vanished just before impact. Flame's eyes widened. What? Uziel was gone. Gripping her weapon, she thought, how did he dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? From Uziel's perspective, as the attack neared, he activated Blink, vanishing and reappearing elsewhere. Exasperated, he thought, seriously, is she trying to kill me? Why light bullet? Thank God my mana leakage syndrome leveled up, or I'd be dead. Analyzing, he thought, 2 blinks left. Using terrain, I could handle her, but avoiding her is best. Blinking repeatedly, he reached a safe distance. This should be far enough. My goal is 5th place, no risks. He recalled the 5th place reward, etheric roots, boosting stamina and strength. Walking leisurely, he thought, the top 4 spots go to the main characters. They need 3 more point sticks. A mocking voice interrupted. Look who we have here. A group blocked his path, led by a student sneering, Beck Uziel from Class S. Uziel's mind raced. Across from him, separated by ancient tree roots, was Raiden, a popular student and one of Jeremy's lackeys. Noticing 3-point sticks in Raiden's hand, Uziel thought, he got those from his group? Not alone. An underling muttered, he's a fraud. Got into Class S by cheating. Raiden smirked contemptuously. A loser like you in Class S? Just for 3 dumb questions? Stella standards are slipping. Uziel scoffed, rolling his eyes. Same old rant. Be more creative. Raiden shouted, hey Beck Uziel, hand over your point stick. Mockingly, Uziel replied, not interested. Raiden sneered, resisting. Think you can fight us with that mid-tier staff? You can't even use magic properly. Unfazed, Uziel calculated. With low-level blink, fighting a major family like Raiden's is tough unless I have 3 blinks. Then an idea struck. The point stick and dungeon terrain. Lifting the stick slightly, he said calmly here. Raiden grinned smugly. That's more like it. But Uziel dashed forward, appearing before Raiden. Startled, Raiden gasped, huh? Uziel's dangerous smile flashed. Raiden activated a protective barrier, but Uziel's strike shattered it instantly. Raiden trembled, stunned. This commoner. Retreating, Raiden swung his arm to widen the distance, roaring, you bastard. Before he could finish, Uziel vanished. Raiden's eyes widened. Where'd he go? A mocking voice whispered behind. Oh dear. Uziel held 2-point stick, smirking. Thanks. Raiden shouted, give those back. No. Examining his spoils, he thought, these sticks are effective. In the game, they were bugged, durable against student magic, with strong offensive power for physical attacks like mine. Raiden hesitated, wary. He can't charge recklessly. Turning to his group, Raiden yelled, what are you standing for? Get him. The dungeon shook violently, giant trees shifting. Raiden, panic-stricken, scanned around. What's happening? Regaining composure, he ordered. Regroup. Prepare magic. Don't lose him. Uziel, waiting for this, used the chaos to maneuver behind them, escaping with terrain and skills. An underling shouted, "He's running." Energy burst shot toward him. "Where you going, bastard?" Uziel glanced back, smirking. Better than expected. Whoosh! He vanished before the barrage hit. Enraged, the group shouted. Damn it, he blinked again. Golden afterimages of his techniques scattered, confusing them. Where'd he go? He's too fast. Moving swiftly, Uziel thought, with my PvP experience, the terrain's easy. Raiden, agitated, yelled, "Just land one hit." An underling, scared, reported, "Raiden, the dungeon." Raiden barked, "Calm down. He's nearby. Attack when it stabilizes." Uziel appeared before Raiden, striking like a beast, shattering his barrier. Raiden stumbled, colliding with a casting underling. The startled mage yelped, his spells spiraling out of control. "Magic rebound," he screamed. Lightning bolts reversed, hitting the group. Cries of agony erupted as they clutched their heads. Unfazed, Uziel moved to a mound, looking down at Raiden's fallen crew. "It's over." Raiden, battered and humiliated, glared, seething. Uziel smirked, holding 3 scoring rods. "I'll take these. If I get a girlfriend, maybe I'll give her one." Raiden, sprawled, looked up in shock. Raiden's face contorted in disbelief. "You!" he shouted, leaping to his feet like a child throwing a tantrum. "Give it back." Uziel chuckled softly. "I'll even the last one," he thought, feeling generous. "That was fun, but I'm out," he said, vanishing into thin air. Raiden shook with rage, fists clenched tightly. "You damn bastard," he roared. Nearby, hidden behind a tree, a silent observer watched the entire scene unfold. Uziel strolled along, humming cheerfully, swinging his hard-earned point staffs. "Jackpot," he said gleefully, reflecting on the fight. "In a normal battle, I've been wiped out, but dungeons are different. That's the wisdom of experience, kids." Suddenly, he stopped, his expression shifting to unease. Something's off. A strange chill ran down his spine. From behind, a blazing heat surged toward him. A roaring fire spell, swirling like a furious tornado, hurtled his way. Too late to react, he gritted his teeth. "This is insane." Flames crashed into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Just before the fire engulfed him, Uziel activated Blink, dodging at the last second. His calm shattered, goosebumps rising on his arms. From a distance, he stared at the smoldering forest. That was too close. Wondering who cast such a devastating spell, he saw a shadow emerge from the smoke. Hongbin, radiating arrogance, gripped her staff and challenged, "Hey, commoner, why didn't you take another stick from him?" Caught off guard, Uziel thought, "Why is she here?" Scratching his head, he replied casually, "You're mistaken. I didn't choose not to take one. I couldn't." He added, "But what's it to you?" They locked eyes in silence. Then, realization hit, and his expression darkened. "Wait, don't tell me." Pointing at her, he shouted, "You planned to take everything, didn't you? If I grabbed them, you'd have snatched them all." Irritated, he continued, "I taught you before. How can you do that to me?" Placing a hand on her chest, Hongbin replied proudly, "I'm of royal blood." "Oh." Smirking, she taunted, "Now you know, come at me." Her attitude unnerved him. Pointing her staff, she declared, "As a noble, I'd never stoop to stealing from a commoner. I'll defeat you fairly and take them with honor." Uziel nearly collapsed from frustration. This noble pride. Does she think bullying the weak is righteous? Awkwardly, she said, "I saw you toy with them, even refusing to use magic properly." Earlier, Hongbin had wandered the forest alone, muttering, "I need to hurry, or mother will scold me." Voices drew her attention. She stopped, spotting Raiden and his group searching. Uziel ran off. "Where's that brat?" A shadow sped past, Uziel, sprinting, gasping. She thought, "He's Jeremy's ally, isn't he?" Hesitating, she considered attacking but realized facing 6 opponents was tough. Gripping her staff, she decided, "I'll wait until they're worn out." Then, she saw Uziel wielding a point stick, using Blink to counter Raiden's group. Her eyes widened. What? He's only using blink, no other spells, yet shattering their barriers with just a stick. From her hiding spot, she scoffed. He's lacking compared to me, but toying with him like that, he's talented. Biting her lip, she returned to the present, gripping her staff. Fine, I'll burn him to ashes. Chanting, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Uziel tensed, blinking to safety, but another massive fireball followed, scorching everything. Using 2 consecutive blinks, he evaded. Hong Bian, unfazed, had tracked him closely, her expression unreadable. Exhaling in relief, Uziel thought, that was Hong Bian. Good thing I trained my instincts. But her precision puzzled her. He avoided it with 2 blinks? How? She spoke. You're not using your staff either. Confused, he said. What? He pressed. You took my baton staff, remember? For modifications. Calmly, she added, everyone got a basic staff at enrollment. Uziel froze, recalling he'd stashed his away on day 1. Oh right, he stammered, thinking, I forgot about it since I never used it. Seeing his reaction, she scoffed, still messing with people. Huh? I give my all, yet you treat it like a game. Her eyes blazed. Even an idiot would know. You better take me seriously. Shivering, he protested. I'm always serious. I just can't use magic. Before he could finish, she warned, if you don't. A sea of flames erupted behind her. Ready to go all out, she thought, I'll really kill you today. The flames surged. Uziel's composure broke, dodging wildly. Facing another massive fireball, he dove to the ground. As he rose, another wave approached. Cursing, he thought, even if I blink, the range is too big. A crackling sound turned his head. Charred trees. An idea struck. Blinking to the burned area, he escaped the flames. Crouched behind a rock, he sighed, too close. Looking at Hong Bian amidst the flames, he thought, approaching her will trigger an explosion. Recalling past fire sorcerer battles, he noted, her levels beyond my expectations. As she spotted him, she attacked again. Embers rained like a storm. An idea flashed. Gripping his scoring rods, he charged into the flames, eyes sharp, analyzing their trajectory. Deflecting her embers, Hong Bian gasped, impossible. He's blocking magic with a weapon? Uziel's senses sharpened. This isn't a game, it's my body moving in real time. He felt mana vividly, like touching it. Hong Bian froze, stunned. This terrain favors my fire magic. How? Gritting her teeth, she thought, I'll blast him with a stronger spell. Chanting, she cast as Uziel took cover. I can't just defend. I need to break her barrier. Spotting her casting, he thought, now's my chance. Blinking through the flames, he appeared before her. Her eyes widened. Clutching her teeth, she cast Inferno Crush, risking self-damage. Uziel, taken aback, analyzed. Her flames detonate within 2 meters. Grinning slyly, he leapt back just in time. Her eyes widened. Up was Sib. Uziel lunged, striking her barrier with his rod. Crack spread. She gasped, this power's unreal. The barrier shattered, and she collapsed, disbelief. Crouching, Uziel smiled gently. Up one. Unwilling to accept defeat, she asked, who are you? Standing, he dusted off, replying casually, just an ordinary student. Doesn't matter now. Glancing back, he said, no need to hide. Come out. Flame, surprised, stepped from behind a tree. I wasn't making a sound. How'd you know? Chuckling, he said, intuition. Inwardly, he thought, mana leakage sensing. Her suspicion deepened. Intuition, huh? Seriously, she asked, how'd you break a magic shield with a stick? Caught off guard, he blurted, intuition. Realizing it sounded absurd, he panicked. A bug like this shouldn't exist here. I can't tell the truth. Scrambling, he said, it was tough. Flame shot back, tough? Swinging a stick breaks a barrier? Knights will be obsolete. Speechless, he conceded, she's right. Narrowing her eyes, she said, since entering this academy, something's fell off. Seriously, she asked, who are you really? He fell silent, even Hong Bian, looking confused. Sighing inwardly, he thought, not even a month, and it's come to this. Should I reveal my identity? Too risky. Flame doesn't trust me. It could backfire. Dodging, he said, I'm not a villain. Surprised, she asked, What do you mean? Hesitating, he said, I want to help you. Stunned, she said, help me. Deciding, he said, time's up. I'd explain, but no time. See you. Turning to leave, Hong Bian hurled her scoring rods at his head. Thud. Ow. Clutching his head, he turned, confused. If you have something to say it. Smirking, she said, thought you'd catch them. You'd have our magic, but not this. Rubbing his head, he thought, my mana sensing has limits. That hurt. Groaning, he explained, my intuition relies on mental energy. It's depleted, so I've got a headache. Why throw them? Nonchalantly, she said, you won. Take them. Looking at the scattered rods, he thought, pride. If I take them, my score skyrockets, but they're useless to me. Picking up one, he grinned, I'll take this. Keep the rest. Bidding farewell, he said, I'm off. Walking away, he thought, I'm so kind, merciful to defeated foes. So cool. Flame watched, disdainful. Is he nuts? Hong Bian remarked, probably just a commoner. His head's off. Staring at his retreating figure, Hong Bian wondered about his true identity. In a monitoring room, instructors observed the competition on multiple screens. A voice beside Professor Lee Hanwal remarked, the first-year Class S students are exceptional this year. Watching them is worth the time. Another agreed. Indeed, quite interesting. In my youth I was far better. The speakers were Elder Telix, a magic council of elders, and Jarina Aeon, a blue mage tower board of directors. Lee Hanwal, surprised by their presence, thought, why are such high-profile figures here for a student field test? They must be scouting talent. Other professors are likely watching too. An image on the screen drew attention. Hei Wenriang facing Mai Yuziang in a dungeon. Hei Wenriang aimed his staff, magic surging, but Mai Yuziang dodged, a magical circle forming behind him. Spectators gasped, triple activation. A third-rank power, jump, activate, in succession. That's possible at the age of 17? Li Hanwal thought. Normally, magicians need to be 25 for Tier 3. Mastering 3 elements proves innate talent. A monstrous growl interrupted. Li Hanwal's eyes widened. A hidden boss. A massive bird appeared mid-battle, screeching and sending magical energy toward both students. Before they could react, a blur subdued the bird. Isao Moon landed atop it, saying casually, oh, you two were fighting? Sorry for interrupting. Li Hanwal noted, hidden monsters are rare and tough. Yet she defeated it alone. Someone muttered, the traitor Moss daughter. A shame her talents overshadowed by her father's crime. Elder Telix spotted Hong Bian on another screen, fighting an unfamiliar opponent. Frowning, he leaned in. Wait, that's... Blink. Disbelief struck. Blink, a spell scholars failed to master. Everyone failed and either died or became crippled, and they ended up giving up. It's a spell that is absolutely impossible to control. Yet this student used it effortlessly. Who is this boy? Professor Li Hanwal answered proudly, Beck Uziel, a unique student using Blink as his specialty. Jarina Aeon questioned, Blink as a specialty? Elder Telix added, why only Blink? If he used proper magic, the fight would have ended. A voice in distance responded, he's fighting seriously. The doors opened, and Eltman Eltwin entered, his innocent face and piercing eyes commanding attention. He said, he's been serious from the start. Now you noticed? Smirking, he watched Uziel, musing, interesting. His fighting reminds me of the chivalry that once existed in the old generations. Silence fell. Elder Telix asked, you mean the chivalry that disappeared along with the cold weapons? A student as young as that. Li Hanwal elaborated, I see. Chivalry. By chivalry, he is talking about the knight's mentality of those who still use swords within a world that uses magic. The existence of the heroes who have existed since ago to protect the world against evil. They were said to have always fought evil with a single sword. Elder Telix mutters, for magic to exist but still fight with a sword, it's something that's not realistically possible. But right now, that student is actually using the point stick as a sword. And if that's what that Eltman Eltwin is feeling, the headmaster of Stella Academy, which is called the best magic academy in the world, a 9th rank master mage, and one of the only 10 great sages in the continent, Eltman Eltwin. If that great sage thinks that, in the Class S training area, the dungeon test had ended. He Wonriang practiced magic, striking dummies. Exhausted, he gasped, "Damn, I'm out of mana." Frustration grew. Of 141 students, 39 were eliminated. Acel ranked first for defeating the bird, while he placed second. Leaving, he muttered, "My Yuziong ranked 6th. Recalling a hidden monster interrupting his duel, he blamed Acel, grinding his teeth. From our first meeting, I sensed it. Despite his indifference, Yuziong's professionalism is unmatched. In the test, He Wonriang set magic formations, calculating Yuziong's moves, yet Yuziong neutralized them effortlessly. My Yuziong's image pressured him. Can I ever defeat him? Is this talent gap insurmountable? His willpower urged, no time for self-pity. Push harder. Hongbian passed by. Seeing He Wonriang, she muttered, "The guy who always comes sure is spiteful today." Well, that's not something I should be saying, she said to herself. She began conjuring a storm of fire, obliterating a dummy. Stunned, He Wonriang thought, she's always composed. Why so frustrated? Hongbian, third-ranked, fumed about giving up her point stick. Her mother was satisfied, but punishment loomed if she didn't reclaim it. Cursing Yuziel's arrogance, she unleashed power, venting resentment. He Wonriang thought, her magic's more precise. As she improved so fast, Hongbian admitted Yuziel's lessons worked, tightening her grip. His ridiculous words changed my mindset, improving my control. Though a commoner with poor grades, he fixed her weaknesses. Relieved yet annoyed, she muttered, "Still pisses me off." Her attendant, Ye Terran, said, "Princess, the staff, Terry Vaughn, which you requested the remodeling of before, is done. Shall I deliver it to Beck Yuziel?" Composed, she nodded. "Do that." Ye Terran said, "Understood." As she moved, she stopped him, blushing. "Wait." Hesitant, she asked softly, "Is something wrong, princess?" At the second main tower, Hongbian stood alone, thinking, "I heard Yuziel's here, but this is for professor research." Is he here for professor? Excitement faded, replaced by hesitation. A blush spread. Why am I here? I could have given him the wand at the training hall. This looks like I'm chasing a commoner. To keep dignity, she decided she'd turn back. A voice called, "Princess Hongbian, what a surprise." It was Professor Hammerl. She greeted respectfully, "It's been a while, Professor." Hammerl nodded. "It feels like yesterday I taught you at the palace. You've grown. Why are you here?" Avoiding, Hongbian said, "I had business but was leaving." Hammerl replied, "Wise choice. It's chaotic here. Buzud, on dead." Hammerl explained, "Mages are gathering because of Beck Yuziel. It's getting out of hand." His name struck her. Irritated, she asked, "What's special about that commoner?" Hammerl said, "You know he didn't use magic in battle." Her mind churned. Even she watched my pathetic display, humiliating. Sensing unease, Hammerl reassured, "Don't blame yourself. He fought fully, like you." Curiously, she added, "He avoids magic due to his beliefs. The headmaster thinks he's reviving the chivalry." Hongbian's heart raced. Yuziel, a chivalry? Absurd. Then, she realized he wielded his stick like a sword. And this magical sword. Silent, she said, "Not using magic in a magic academy brings punishment, point deductions, consequences." Hammerl agreed, yet he chose this path. Astonishing, despite mastering Blink, he pushes forward with conviction. Their talk ended, leaving Hongbian in turmoil. Hongbian stood alone, her mind in turmoil. Aspiring to knighthood would invite ridicule. That era had long passed. Was Beck Yuziel serious about pursuing chivalry? The golden hues of the setting sun deepened her contemplation. She had snapped at him, telling him not to joke, but her thoughts unraveled. Suddenly, Beck Yuziel appeared, savoring his reward as 5th place. Ethelic roots. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Startled, Hongbian turned, her cheeks flushing red. Snapping, she shouted, "I came here because of you." Yuziel responded indifferently. "Says who?" She stared, cheeks still pink. Regaining composure, She handed him a box. Forget it, just take this. Yuzio replied cheerfully, oh, Terry Vaughn. Thanks. He opened the box, revealing a remarkable weapon. A shapeless sword, he thought. Adalabit's craftsmanship is unmatched. The princess has outdone herself. He asked Tombayoan if he can keep the box. I think it will fetch a good price if I sell it. Coldly, she replied, suit yourself. Overjoyed, he thought that was easy. She scoffed inwardly. Typical commoner. Her gaze softened, and she asked gently, Beck Uziel, are you really not using other magic? Caught off guard, he froze, unsure how to respond. His silence flustered her, her cheeks reddening further. Embarrassed, she turned away, mumbling, never mind, I'm leaving. Confused, he watched her go, only turning to leave when she vanished, clutching the box tightly. His mind swirled with thoughts about other magic. Professor Lee Hanwall had said something similar. Smirking, Uziel thought, they claim to understand my beliefs, but it's nonsense. I'll take it one step at a time. With this sword, I'm more at ease for the next episode. Let's see it. At the training grounds, under the evening sun's glow, he stared at the invisible sword. All right, let's see. Channeling mana. The sword unleashed immense power. His eyes widened. Not bad. But then, he pondered, if Flame wielded this, it would shine brighter. He recalled Flame's unique ability to wield elf, dwarf, and angel magic. This staff absorbs mana, unusable for most, but Flame's nature's mana restoration makes it an ultimate weapon. Disappointed, he thought, I don't have mana to lose. With my mana revelation delay physique, it can't accumulate. It's expelled. The sword's strength depends on my breath's mana concentration. Cheerfully, he said, let's check the status window. It appeared. His mood lifted. Thanks to the 5th place, prize the etheric root, reward, boosted my strength. Deciding quickly, he thought, with this weapon, I can gain experience directly. I'll start swordsmanship training. Things will get busy. Inside the academy, a new day began with the first lesson of class. The stern voice of Instructor Varian, the defensive magic instructor, rang out, today, we will have a practical combat magic session. He ordered, all students, spread out and grab your magic staffs. The students complied, each finding a spot to practice their magic shields. Varian walked around, silently observing, thinking, this batch has many talented students. Dividing the class by rank was wise. He stopped, noticing Beck Uziel standing motionless. Isn't that the commoner from the rumors? In Class S? Varian assessed, a commoner resonating with a mid-tier staff and placing 5th in the dungeon test. Annoyed, he approached. He asked, hey, Beck Uziel, why are you just standing there? Startled, Uziel replied awkwardly, I'm practicing a different defense style, so I don't need basic magic. Varian forced a smile. Oh, a unique defense style? Interesting. Inwardly, he sneered, arrogant. Unless you're Princess Hongbian with Adalabit's inherited magic, a commoner shouldn't be delusional about special defenses. Recalling rumors, he said, I heard that he only used blink and he can't use any magic. If so, he talked directly. Can you demonstrate this amazing defense for the class? Let them broaden their horizons. Scanning the students, he chose, let's see, Morso Dordan from Class B seems perfect. Morso was skilled but cunning, and Varian's choice was deliberate. As a defense instructor, maintaining student relationships was key to his position. Morso, from a Steven Empire, was a strategic pick to gain favor. Smiling, Varian said, what do you think, Morso? He also thought beating a Class S student would look great on his record. Uziel replied without hesitation, sure, let's head to the platform. Soon, Uziel and Morso stood on the combat stage. Morso eyed him with contempt, exuding excessive confidence. Uziel remained calm, observing cautiously without underestimating his opponent. Below, Morso's group cheered, crush him, Morso, humiliate him. Morso responded confidently, just wait and see. Uziel sighed, thinking, seriously, he's a lackey of Jeremy and Raiden. Kids these days are petty. Seeing Morso's arrogance, he felt pleased. Perfect. This is a mandatory class, and I can't use much magic. Might as well seize this chance. Noticing Virian's ruthless reputation since the first year arc, Uziel decided cheerfully, my confidence matches Morso's. This is a great chance to test my training. After assessing each other, the rules were set, attack and defense in turns, using only agreed techniques. The announcer called, Morso attacks first. Morso prepared, his followers cheering wildly. Morso will win. His offensive earth magic is tough to block. Jeremy Scalvin arrived, silently observing. Virian shouted, begin. Morso, smug, unleashed a one-star magic spell, piercing a stone for the class's unwritten rule. Students murmured, will Yuzu be okay? Morso sneered inwardly. Let's see if a Class S kid can handle my power. Uziel, composed, gripped his shapeless sword, eyes burning with determination. With one move, he shattered Morso's spell. Virian broke into a cold sweat. Uneasy, Jeremy watched silently. Morso trembled, stunned. No way, my magic's gone. Uziel analyzed calmly. Female students argued. Did he cut through magic with a sword? Is that possible? Virian, shocked, thought cutting shouldn't nullify magic, but Uziel severed its mana flow. Did he really do that? Uziel glanced at his sword, grinning. This is better than I thought. I can cut 3-star magic now. My relentless training paid off. Deciding it was enough, he faced Morso, who refused to accept defeat, his face red with rage. Damn it, a filthy commoner. Virian panicked, thinking, if Morso loses, I'm in trouble. He shouted, Uziel, your defense technique is good. However, there's a limit to hitting aside everything one by one, for example, if an abundant attack comes towards you. Morso's lips curled into a sinister smirk, inspired. Uziel, irritated, thought he had to say something. His intuition flared, sensing Morso preparing another spell. Morso, blinded by rage, cast recklessly, stirring spectators. That's dangerous. Why is the professor stopping this? Morso grinned and charged, launching piercing stone lance. Caught off guard, Uziel froze momentarily but calculated 11 projectiles. I can't blink or cut them all. There's only one method. To block all of them. Executing counter techniques, Morso panicked, his expression darkening. My strongest magic neutralized. Virian cursed, what's Morso doing? If he loses, I'm finished. Uziel smirked. I just try to move I saw in another game. Sweeping his sword, he thought, this is called panning. Maintaining Terry Vaughn form drains mental energy, weakening multi-target defense. In a real battle, it'd be tough, but this is practice. Morso's defeat sparked debate. That's a new technique. Like a magic shield, Morso's pride was stabbed, his face twisted in humiliation. His magic turned strange, mind filled with curses. How dare commoner? Students whispered, he's still attacking? His turn's over. Virian rejoiced inwardly, yes, attack. Let dark power consume you. Morso roared, prepare yourself, Uziel. A voice interrupted, Instructor Virian. He turned to see Jeremy Scalvin, smiling without respect. Why haven't you switched to Uziel's turn? Virian stiffened, mumbling, I was too focused. Students protested, this isn't basic training. Someone could get hurt. Virian, sweating, avoided Jeremy's gaze, stammering, I didn't notice. Uziel shouted, I claim my attack turn. Morso collapsed under Uziel's sword. One of the students yelled, Beck, Uziel wins. Morso, no longer arrogant, showed fear. Jeremy smirked. He's stronger than I expected, but his smile turned eerie. In a luxurious room, painful screams echoed. A student stood silently, listening to Morso, defeated by Uziel, lying in blood, punished by Jeremy Scalvin. Wiping blood from his hands, Jeremy said calmly, Vera Jane, my friend, is seriously injured. Take care of him, all right? If anything happens, I'll be heartbroken. Vera Jane replied, yes, I understand. Jeremy added politely, sorry for the trouble, and left. Vera Jane watched, mind in turmoil. Not a loyal subject, but a friend? Within Scalvin Empire, Jeremy surpassed his brothers at age 12 to become crown prince. If Morso wasn't his loyal subject, the Dordan family faced political exile. Worried, Verajane thought, not just more so, anyone catching Jeremy's attention, even that commoner. Beck Uziel's school life would never be peaceful again. The scene shifts to the academy, a coveted institution, during an alchemy class. Two students discussed animatedly. Have you heard about Beck Uziel from Class S? Something about the chivalry. This is a magic academy. What do knights have to do with it? He defeated Morso from the Dordan family. They have influence in the Scalvan Empire, right? Flame, arriving early to prepare, overheard, her frustration growing. Everywhere I go, it's about Uziel. I don't want attention, but this is annoying. Who is he? A sharp voice rang out, focus. It was Professor Mizentiran, holding a vial. Alchemy demands absolute precision in dosage, time, and temperature. She announced, today, we will practice concocting the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion, my formula. Pay close attention. Flame measure ingredients, unenthusiastic, thinking, one mistake ruins everything. I want to stay away from alchemy, it's too complicated. Professor Mizentiran's scolding echoed. Altalicia, what are you doing? You call that alchemy? How will you become an alchemist? Altalicia trembled, stammering, I'm sorry. Flame thought, Professor Mizentiran will become a notorious dark mage, so I must stay in this class. Noticing Uziel crafting with a sinister expression, unease crept in. I thought he'd join to get close to Acel, but now he's just a pervert. What did I witness? Sighing, she thought, forget it, I need to focus on ingredients. After careful work, Flame completed 2 vials, sighing wearily, but feeling joy. Finally done. My academic skills are top tier, or this would have taken longer. Glancing around, she thought, where's Acel? Beside her table, Acel Moon was immersed in research. Flame felt reassured. She's doing fine. Then, she froze, realizing something's not right. In the original story, Acel accidentally obtained Maella's magic engineering notes, creating a high-grade recovery potion superior to the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion. Why is she making a regular potion? Her thoughts shattered as Mizentiran's harsh voice rang out. Beck Uziel, who permitted you to change the experiment's ingredients? He replied calmly, doing this gives better results. Her anger flared. Is this the time to talk about results? This isn't the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion I asked for. Flame, startled, question what? Glancing at him, she thought, why is Uziel able to create a high-grade Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion instead of Acel? Mizentiran sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. This is ridiculous. Your attitude is terrible. Commoners simply can't do it. Flame, hearing this, recalled the original plot, thinking that line was meant for Acel. That's why your whole family was wiped out. Those words haunted Acel, a curse until the story's end. Staring at Beck Uziel, Flame analyzed. Did he know this would happen and draw Mizentiran's attention to protect Acel? She worried. Mizentiran's influence at Stella Academy could tank a student's grades across subjects. Blurting out, that guy, she thought, is he going this far for Acel? Mizentiran shouted furiously, how do you talk like that? She ordered, call your parents here immediately. Uziel sighed, realizing the gravity. I forgot about this troublesome event. Annoyed, he thought, I was too caught up in alchemy. Dejectedly, he replied, I don't have parents. Mizentiran's face reddened with anger. How dare you say that to me? Unfazed, Uziel thought, I'm already targeted, so what's to fear? Tomorrow, I'll try kimchi and cola potions. Weeks later, Mizentiran's booming voice echoed, drawing attention. The argument hadn't ended. She scowled. How many times must I tell you? You can't change ingredients on your own. Uziel replied, nonchalantly. I just adjusted your formula, and the results were better. Furious, she stammered, what? You. Uziel touched his glasses, activating a magic scanner. A system window appeared. Mizentiran. Dark demon erosion rate 21%. Inferiority complex. Jealousy. Dark demon contractor. Alchemy professor. Episode 8 boss. Dark demonization confirmed. Smirking, he thought, everything's going to plan. Recalling the storyline, Mizentiran, an episode 8 boss, succumbed to darkness, unable to overcome her heart's shadows. At 90% corruption, she'd become a dark, demonic human, undetectable below 50%. He analyzed, at 21%, there's no proof she's a dark, demonic human, nor can she be accused. I must provoke her until her corruption exceeds 50% to send the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. Ordinary corruption might be reversible, but Mizentyrans underwent a contract with a dark demonic human of her own will, rooted by the dark demonic human seed, making salvation impossible. Uziel eyed her cautiously. She's a powerful boss in episode 4. I must prepare, or she'll corrupt students, endangering Stella. Myzentyran crossed her arms, scoffing. You're as troublesome as ever. She warned, anyone defying me shouldn't expect high grades in my class. Uziel sighed. Good. Let her focus on me. I'll train my muscles instead of doing homework. Later, students were grouped for a practical exam. Uziel clutched his head. I didn't expect the practical exam would be a group project. His partners seemed displeased, their expression tense. Even Acel stayed silent. Feeling suffocated, Uziel thought, this mood's like a funeral. Breaking the silence, he said, nice to meet you all. I'm Beck Uziel. Others introduced themselves. I'm Kasahun, I'm Maliwan. I'm Acel Mulf. Maliwan covered his face, wailing, our team is doomed. He explained, Myzentyran gives low grades to students she dislikes. It's basically failing. Uziel felt guilty, they're struggling because of me. Acel objected, we can't give up. She explained, 3 alchemists from the Alchemist Guild evaluate the exam. Myzentyran can't fail us arbitrarily. Enlightened, the team nodded, smiling with renewed hope. Let's give it our best. This potion's one I've wanted to try. Uziel looked at Acel cheerfully, startling her. She turned away, ignoring him, and said, anyway, the D-Vitality potion isn't too difficult. If we combine our knowledge, it should work. The issue is finding ingredients like fire lizard tail. Uziel raised his hand, leave it to me. The group discussed tasks, buzzing, monster remains are key in alchemy, right? They need to be fresh. Acel glanced at Uziel, thinking, he's confident. They'll be fine. Uziel smiled, I'll bring it back in perfect condition. That night, in a secluded academy corner, a student met Myzentyran. You called, Professor? She handed him a paper. Take this announcement to the C group, first-year alchemy students. Smirking sinisterly, she added, ensure group 12 doesn't receive it. The student nodded. Understood. After he left, Myzentyran leaned against the wall, chuckling. The exam's under Alchemy Guild supervision. If they witness Uziel's humiliation, his alchemy path will be ruined. She muttered, I'll make him learn what happens to students who defy teachers. The next day, in Class S's training hall, Flame practiced magic when someone called her name. A student handed her a paper, this is for you. Flame read it, practical exam update. Assignment changed from D-Vitality potion to Tyran Point potion. Thanking him, she heard him whisper, don't tell anyone. They say if you warn someone, they'll listen. As he left, Flame thought, he means don't tell group 12, Beck Uziel. Do they think I'll obey, just because they said not to? She realized, if Uziel knows the story, he'd have anticipated this and prepared Idyllic spider scales for the Tyran Point potion instead of fire lizard tail. Clutching the paper, she decided this is a chance to test him. To gather ingredients, Uziel teleported to Dareville Grand Stadium. Arriving, he groaned, Blink's great, but portals make me dizzy. A blonde receptionist greeted, welcome, Mage Beck Uziel. It's an honor. Scratching his head, he said, I'm not an official mage, just a student. She smiled. As a Stella student, you have mage privileges. People murmured, a Stella student. I'm jealous. She continued, if you need assistance, don't hesitate. Uziel thanked her politely and walked away, thinking, with a Stella pocket watch and travel permit, I'm treated like a mage. Stella's amazing. Free Blink gates, normally 100,000 credits, let me visit cities weekly. Everything matches reality. Deep in the forest, he mumbled this is the spot. His target was a fire lizard, a rank 2 monster with slight strength, magic resistance, and extreme agility, requiring second rank magic to defeat. Having hunted a level 1 monster easily, he thought, a level 2 shouldn't be a problem. A gust swept past. Gripping his sword, he spotted blood-red eyes in the bushes. The lizard lunged at incredible speed. Activating intuition, Uziel moved precisely, piercing the lizard. It cried out, blood spurting, then collapsed. Exhaling, Uziel lowered his sword. Rustling sounds signaled more lizards, drawn by the cries. Smirking, he gripped his sword, now then, and charged forward. On exam day, Izel's eyes widened at Uziel's pile of shimmering materials. These are so fresh. Uziel nodded proudly. Of course. She hesitated. At least you picked the right materials. He replied bluntly. Now you know, so be quiet. Acel beamed. We have everything. Let's combine them. The group smiled. Let's do our best. Professor Mizentiran, with 3 examiners, said, Is everyone ready? Under Alchemy Guild observation, a good performance brightens your alchemy future. Begin, she reiterated. Today's exam is the Type B Tyran Point Potion. Uziel's group froze. Acel panicked. Excuse me, Professor, we thought it was D-Vitality Potion. Mizentiran smirked. I announced the change to Tyran Point Potion. Isn't that right? No one objected. The class knew, except Uziel's group. He thought, she's playing dirty. Unworried for himself, he feared for his team. Searching the storyline, he noticed Flame looking at him. She turned away, puzzling him. What's going on? Why didn't I prevent this, knowing the story? Mizentiran asked. Acel, did you prepare the raw materials? Acel stammered. Mizentiran sighed sharply. An alchemist seeking truth never mistakes ingredients. Smiling maliciously, she said, Group 12 will be. Uziel interrupted. Wait. We'll make it. A potion with higher efficacy than yours. Mizentiran's smugness faltered. Uziel also added, using different ingredients that you did, Professor. As I always have. What? The alchemist whispered, intrigued. Mizentiran scoffed. The Tyran Point Potion needs Idyllic spider scales for its nutrients. You're using fire lizard tails? Triumphant, she thought, perfect, a chance to crush his alchemy career. Glancing at Uziel's group, she declared, You have 1 hour. Complete the Tyran Point Potion. Looking at the fire lizard tails, Ka Sahun stammered. Are you insane? Uziel tilted his head, smiling. We've come this far, so let's take the risk. Reassuring his team, he said, Trust me and follow my lead. It's better to try than fail without fighting. Their spirits lifted. All right, let's do it. I want to prove them wrong. Uziel smiled. Good, listen carefully, as Uziel reminisced about his time in the real world. Throughout his journey of conquering the game, alchemy had always been one of his most passionate pursuits. Sitting before his computer screen, he had meticulously documented every formula down to the smallest detail, and the formula for the Type B Tyran Point Potion was no exception. I never intended to use this formula at first, he thought. After all, it was something future Professor Mizentiran would spend years researching and developing. Pointing at the fire lizard laid out on the paper, he began his explanation. The reason the Idyllic spider scales is so rich in nutrients is that those nutrients are essential for its reproductive process. He gestured toward the exposed skin beneath the fire lizard's tail covering. This part here contains a similar biological function, the blood vessels. He continued, I've heard that the Alakir tribe in the southern desert used fire lizard blood vessels as a health supplement for their tribal chiefs. They live incredibly long lives, which means these vessels must have significant restorative properties. So, they can definitely serve as a substitute for the Idyllic spider scale. Mao Liwan raised a hand. I actually know a bit about the Alakir tribe's ingredient processing techniques. Maybe I should handle this part. Uziel nodded. Sounds good. His gaze shifted to the red leaves wrapped in paper. As for this spike mulberry mistletoe, it needs to be dried using a special desert technique. Does anyone know how to do it? Kasahun quickly caught on. You mean the sun-drying method, right? I learned it from my father. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry them in 5 minutes. Uziel nodded. Exactly. And for the next step? Acel immediately volunteered. I'll handle it. Thanks, I appreciate it. Beck Yuzu replied. With each person assigned a task, the team worked with focus and precision. Everyone diligently carried out their responsibilities, completely absorbed in their work. Beck Yuziel observed his teammates with satisfaction. They're actually quite capable. Once they made good progress, he spoke up. Now, let's start the final synthesis. Follow my instructions. Professor Meisenterin watched in disbelief as the finished potion took form. The vial contained a mysterious, shimmering purple liquid, exactly as described in theory. Beck Yuziel smiled and introduced their creation. This is the Type B Tyran Point Potion, Professor. The red-robed alchemists standing behind her murmured among themselves. This is unbelievable. Those kids actually succeeded. Meisenterin clenched her fists, unwilling to accept the reality before her. Ridiculous. Even I had to spend years researching before perfecting the Tyran Point Potion. How could they complete it so easily? One of the alchemists reached out toward the vial. Let me inspect it. She closed her eyes and cast a magic appraisal spell. When she opened them again, they widened in shock. A fellow alchemist asked, "What did you find?" The woman who examined the potion replied, "There's still a few imperfections, and they wasted quite a bit of material, but the effectiveness of this supplement." She took a deep breath before concluding, "It is even greater than Professor Meisenterin's version." Beck Yuziel's team erupted in quiet cheers, elated by the unexpected praise. The professors examined the potion closely, showering it with admiration. Incredible! Such innovative techniques from young alchemists. Meisenterin, realizing things were not going as planned, snapped, "Give that to me." Her voice was sharp with frustration as she snatched the vial. "I'll verify this myself." The moment her hand touched the potion, she froze. Her eyes widened in pure shock, her mouth slightly agape. This can't be right. She examined the potion closely, thoughts racing. This formula applies a technique for converting monster nutrients into energy for humans. That's my own research. Meisenterin clenched her teeth, gripping the vial tightly. This is undeniably a flawless Tyran Point Potion. But how? How did they create something even more advanced than mine in such a short time? An evil idea immediately formed in Meisenterin's mind. After all, she was the one grading the test. Placing the vial down on the aesthetic table, she thought, just use the excuse of lacking ingredients and eliminate them right here. After a final check, she prepared to announce the results. Group 12. Suddenly, someone in a red robe interrupted her. Even an A+ wouldn't be enough for Group 12. The person smiled, looked straight at Meisenterin, and asked, "Professor Meisenterin, what do you think?" Meisenterin frowned in anger, gritting her teeth as she turned to face the speaker. Damn it, these old folks. In the end, she reluctantly declared, Group 12 passed. The members of Group 12 erupted in joy, shouting in unison, "We did it!" The crowd buzzed with excitement. At the back, Meisenterin clenched her fists, her face contorted with rage. "I'll deal with you later, Beck Yuziel." The system immediately announced, "Professor Meisenterin's darkness corruption rate is increasing." At the training grounds, students were diligently practicing, using magic and wands to attack. In one corner, Flame stretched, exhausted. Finally done. Being old and still having to study is exhausting. Suddenly, a voice caught her attention. "It's okay, Ars Wong." Two students were trying to comfort her, who was continuously wiping her tears. "You did very well. Right now, you're still better than the princess." Flame looked at Ars Wong, thinking to herself, that girl, she's supposedly a genius in fire magic. One of the two girls continued, "But her progress is terrifying. I've trained for so many years, yet the princess." Ars Wong sighed. "Sooner or later, the princess will surpass my control abilities." Hearing that, Flame was startled. Hong Bian's control ability wasn't supposed to develop until the second year. Why? She subtly turned her head, glancing at the group of girls behind her. Could this also be because of Beck Yuziel? Flame recalled something and suddenly realized, strange, the alchemy practice test also fell off. She began recalling the strange details. The formula for the Tyran point potion type B was originally discovered by a cell from the future, then stolen and perfected by Mai Tyran. Flame, deep in thought. And yet, Beck Uziel knew about it. This formula never appeared in the original work. It seemed like this event wasn't in the original story at all. A sudden realization struck her. Wait, he knows future information, but he doesn't know the content of the original work. Flame considered an impossible possibility. Could it be they didn't transmigrate, but rather regressed? She lowered her gaze slightly, starting to piece everything together in her mind. If that were the case, then everything makes sense. If Beck Uziel came from the future, he would only know future knowledge, but he wouldn't remember every small event involving a cell. At that moment, she recalled something crucial. In the original story, Mai Yuziang had also regressed once. The sole being with the power of time in this world, the 11th moon of the Silver Age. A voice suddenly interrupted her train of thought. What's wrong? She turned in surprise. The person approaching was He Wonriang. She quickly ran up to him. Just in time. Do you know Beck Uziel? Did he leave any impression on you? He Wonriang looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean? I just see him as a slightly unusual student. Flame pressed further. Is there anything else? You don't feel anything different? He Wonriang shook his head. No. She sighed in disappointment, covering her forehead. I see. Curious, He Wonriang asked. Flame, are bothered by Beck Uziel? She hesitated before replying. It seems like I do. His eyes widened in surprise. Really? Flame lowered her head slightly and affirmed. She sighed deep in thought. After all, Beck Uziel is like me, someone who knows the contents of the original story. But this won't do. If things continue like this, it won't be okay. What do you mean? He Wonriang asked. Flame made up her mind. Staying stuck here like this, it's just not my style at all. Speaking of Beck Uziel, she continued, her voice resolute. How about I just go to him and confide right away? He Wonriang paused for a moment, processing what he had just heard. Confide her thoughts to him. After talking with He Wonriang, Flame smiled and waved her hand. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me. I'll be going now. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving He Wonriang behind with a faint, awkward smile. As her figure disappeared into the distance, his smile faded, and his expression turned serious as he muttered to himself. Flame. The next day, inside the academy's cafeteria, Beck Uziel sat alone. Laughter and chatter filled the air around him, but his mind was elsewhere. What should I do now? Mai Tyran's dark demon erosion rate had already reached 37%. In less than 3 months, the tragedy would strike. Her corruption would bring disaster upon a random student. Beck Uziel mentally went through the list of possible victims. Jackie, Flame's close friend. Ars Wong, Hong Bian's clique member. He Wonriang, the sole successor of the Full Moon Tower. If He Wonriang were to fall into the abyss of darkness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking about it, Beck Uziel abruptly stood up and left, his mind clouded with concern. Even though the chances were incredibly low, He Wonriang's corruption would mean the worst possible outcome. He needed to be extra cautious. Among the three, the one with the highest probability. Just as he was lost in thought, Beck Uziel stepped out of the cafeteria and immediately ran into Flame. The moment she saw him, she crossed her arms and confronted him. Who are you? Beck Uziel answers. What are you talking about? Flame responded. Last time, you didn't give me a clear answer about your identity. Beck Uziel hesitated. Not this question again. She's really putting me in a tough spot. His gaze met Flame's, and for a moment, an idea flashed through his mind. What if I just told her the truth? Maybe I could gain more information to reach a better ending. All or nothing. Might as well take the risk. He opened his mouth to speak. I am. Suddenly, a flood of red warning messages appeared around him. You lack narrative power. Warning. You cannot reveal your transmigration identity to this character. Warning. You cannot share knowledge or information that you possess with this character. Beck Uziel raised his hand to his forehead, feeling like he was about to go crazy. What the hell is this? He muttered. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the system's instructions. Trying to find another way, he spoke up. How about this? Everyone has their own secrets, so let's just reveal half of the truth. How does that sound? Flame responded, all right, I agree. Beck Uziel let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Flame continued, let me ask first. You can see the future, can't you? Beck Uziel broke into a cold sweat. He had just suggested revealing only half the truth, yet Flame had boldly stated it outright. Trying to divert, he asked, if you're saying that, does that mean you can too? What's your reason for coming to this school? Flame answered, to prevent the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Beck Uziel felt a wave of relief. I don't know if that's true or not, he thought to himself. Flame crossed her arms and countered. Now it's my turn. Why are you acting like this? Beck Uziel was confused. Acting like what? He wondered. He wasn't sure what she meant, but decided to evade the question. For no particular reason, he replied. I just do what I think is right. He anxiously hoped that was enough to satisfy her. But to his surprise, Flame reacted intensely. She trembled, then shouted, don't lie. How could someone be so kind? Beck Uziel was stunned. Flame was certain he had a goal, something he wanted to achieve. Flustered, he stammered, I don't. She cut him off. What is it that you're after? What do you really want? I don't really know myself, he admitted. Flame seemed puzzled. You don't know? Beck Uziel sighed and confessed. I just want to live. His words made Flame freeze. Want to live, she echoed softly. Something seemed to shift in her mind. Her voice softened. I see. I am sorry, you overstepped. Beck Uziel had no idea what was going through her head. Suddenly, Flame covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. She turned away and ran off, leaving only one sentence behind. I'll be going now. Beck Uziel stood there bewildered. It's my turn to ask, and now she's crying? Before he could stop her, a voice called out from behind. Beck Uziel. As he turned around, he saw Hei Wonriang approaching with a menacing aura. Beck Uziel stammered. Hei Wonriang's expression was dark as he asked, answer me. Why was Flame crying? Don't you dare lie to me, or I won't let you off. Beck Uziel froze on the spot. Getting glared at by the rival of the strongest character is enough to send chills down my spine. Then he suddenly remembered, wasn't there a plot point where Hei Wonriang had a one-sided crush on Flame? If he misunderstands the situation now, it's going to be a huge problem. I need to clear this up right away. So he spoke frankly. There's nothing between me and Flame. Why are you asking? But Hei Wonriang still looked unconvinced. You think I believe that? Beck Uziel forced an awkward smile. Trust me, especially whatever you're imagining right now. It's not happening. Don't worry. That should be enough, right? He thought to himself. Hei Wonriang fell silent, lost in thought for a moment. Then, to Beck Uziel's shock, he lowered his head. I asked unnecessarily. I apologize. Beck Uziel waved his hand. It's fine, really. Without another word, Hei Wonriang turned to leave. I'll be going now. Beck Uziel watched him go, smiling as he said goodbye, but deep inside, he felt uneasy. What was that? That didn't seem like him at all. Hei Wonriang, who was always cold and rational, had just shown an uncharacteristic lapse. Why do I feel a bit unsettled about this? That night, in her room, Hei Selmalf closed her book with a sigh, frustration written all over her face. I couldn't focus on anything today, she thought. Her mind drifted back to the conversation she had with Beck Uziel earlier at the end of class. I have something to ask you, she had said. Beck Uziel had glanced at her. What is it? Was that mixing method earlier? Did you come up with it on the spot? He had answered nonchalantly. The first part was. She had murmured, I see. That response had hit Acel hard. I always thought of myself as a genius, believing that talent alone could let me surpass anyone. But today, I was utterly humiliated. She clenched her teeth. If this keeps up, how can I ever avenge my father? Her fingers, resting on the book, curled into a tight grip. Her father, betrayed, framed, and sentenced to death. The rotten, filthy Adalabit's family. I won't let them get away with it. I can't give up now. With determination burning in her chest, Acel slapped herself hard across the cheek, snapping herself out of her hesitation. This is only the beginning. I have to become stronger. Flame lay on her bed, lost in thought. Her mind kept returning to Beck Uziel. She was convinced now. He had definitely said he didn't have a real goal. That had to be a sign that he had regressed. In the final part of the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age had spoken to Mai Yuziong, offering him the power to turn back time. But the price was steep. He would lose most of his memories, and once his mission was completed, his very existence would vanish. No one would remember he had saved the world. Even those he loved would forget him. And yet, when asked if he would still go back, Mai Yuziong had answered that if it was his fate, then so be it. But in the story, it was Acel who stopped him. She had rushed forward, begging him to wait. She had said that rather than live in a world without him, she would rather face ruin while still remembering him. Let's go together, she had said. Convinced by her words, Mai Yuziong had given up on regressing. The world had then been destroyed, and the epilogue ended on that note. Flame sat up suddenly. If this world was different from the novel's original plot, and if Beck Uziel had actually used the 11th moon of the Silver Age's power to regress, then after completing his mission, he would disappear. His existence would be erased completely. But the one who was supposed to lose his memories and live only for his mission had said he just wanted to live. Flame clenched her fist. If that was true, then before she could finish her thought, a noise interrupted her. Jackie burst into the room, shouting that Hei Wonriang had come and was waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Flame lay back down and told her to say she wasn't there. Jackie hesitated, but Flame cut her off and insisted she was going to sleep. Jackie stood there shocked. Meanwhile, outside the dorm, Hei Wonriang was waiting. Jackie ran out to him nervously and tried to explain. But Hei Wonriang looked at her, puzzled, and asked who she was. Startled, Jackie could only stammer what. Hei Wonriang asked where Flame was. Jackie replied that Flame was sick and sleeping. He wondered himself if Flame was really feeling down just because she had confessed and been rejected by someone like Beck Uziel, a flunk-out student. He simply told Jackie he would leave and began to walk away. Jackie stood there unmoving. She thought about how much she liked him, yet Hei Wonriang didn't even remember her name. It had always been that way. Flame had always been the one with talent, admiration, and attention. She even had Hei Wonriang's heart. Jackie clenched her fist in frustration. It was all so annoying. The next day, in the first main tower of Stella Academy, Vice Principal Akahaden was speaking with Professor Maizen. He mentioned that she had been embarrassed by a student, to which Maizen admitted shamefully. The vice principal reminded her that there were high expectations riding on her, especially with the research she was doing alongside the Moon Shadows Order, something called the Random Sequence Convergence Technique. Maizen assured him that it was progressing well and that she wouldn't disappoint him. The vice principal gave her his trust, and she thanked him confidently. As she walked away, he scoffed under his breath, calling her a fool. He thought it laughable that a magic warrior meant to fight against dark demonic humans was doing research for one. He grinned wickedly, muttering that he couldn't wait for the day alchemic magic engineering was complete. Elsewhere, Altalicia was struggling to carry a tall stack of papers. Beck Uziel helped by taking half of them and asked if she was okay. She thanked him, saying that if he hadn't helped, she would have been scolded again by Professor Maizen. Beck Uziel replied that it was nothing, but looked around the messy room and thought to himself that the place was total chaos. Then, his eyes landed on a formula scribbled on the board. Curious, he asked about it. Altalicia explained it was the formula that Professor Maizen was working on with the doctors, the Random Sequence Convergence Technique. Beck Uziel stared at it intently. He recognized it as the first formula in alchemic magic engineering. In Professor Maizen's Blackening episode, she had collaborated with dark demonic humans to complete it. The difference in technical skill had caused massive damage. But with Altalicia's appearance, the situation had changed. Beck Uziel wondered if she could solve the formula before the enemies did. He called out to her. Assistant Altalicia, slightly confused, asked if he wanted some coffee. Beck Uziel shook his head, and asked instead if Professor Maizen ever bothered or annoyed her. She seemed surprised by the question and asked why he was suddenly asking. Baek Yuziel smiled slyly and said, whether there was a really satisfying way to get revenge. Baek Yuziel asked, his expression serious. Before him, Assistant Altalicia trembled with fear. Altalicia stammered as she denied it. Emmy, I'm just a lowly assistant. What's the point of revenge? If I get fired, I'll end up on the streets. Then, as if trying to brush it off, she added, well, living as a wanderer might not be so bad. Baek Yuziel ignored her weak attempts to deflect and continued his persuasion. What if I told you this instead? You could become an alchemist. One even more skilled than Professor Maizen Tiran. Hearing those words, Altalicia looked shocked. What? Baek Yuziel pressed on. No one would ever look down on you again. Her eyes flickered with an almost dreamlike expression, full of longing and gratitude. If that were possible, that would be amazing. Observing her reaction, Baek Yuziel fell in a thought. Altalicia was exhausted. That much was clear. There was no way she could truly be content with just being an assistant, spending her days cleaning that dusty old room. He recalled how dedicated she was to her work. Altalicia had always dreamed of becoming an alchemist, of creating her own inventions freely, and she had the talent to make that dream a reality. His gaze grew resolute, because one day she would become the greatest alchemist genius of her era, the one who would craft countless masterpieces with unparalleled intelligence and creativity. Yet the Altalicia of today was nothing like the figure she was destined to be in the future. Still flustered, Altalicia muttered, I'm sorry. In the end, I couldn't even get you a cup of coffee. Baek Yuziel chuckled. Don't worry about it, assistant. His mind was set. Though reality had forced her to put her dream on hold for now, he would make sure that dream came true. After Stella's first round of exams ended, Baek Yuziel began visiting Altalicia more frequently. One day, as they worked together, she clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, you think so too? She had been brainstorming an upgrade for the magic pen. I was considering adding a color-changing function with a button, she explained. Baek Yuziel suggested. How about including an eraser as well? Altalicia immediately caught on. Like a mechanical pencil? That's a great idea. Watching her enthusiasm as she worked, Baek Yuziel couldn't help but admire her dedication. Altalicia's list of inventions was steadily growing, though her ability to decipher formulas was still lacking. Baek Yuziel observed her efforts day after day, silently hoping she could escape her current fate. I need to help her find the answer before Maizen does, but it's so damn difficult. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when someone called out to him. Hey, old man, why are you wandering around like a ghost? It was Flame, snapping him out of his daze. You're going to bump into someone if you keep walking like that, she warned. Recognizing her voice, Baek Yuziel scowled. Who are you calling old man? He grumbled. Flame shot back instantly. Just look at yourself. You totally fit the description. Baek Yuziel clenched his jaw in frustration. Maybe we've been running into each other too much, he thought. Still, meeting her now wasn't a bad thing. Anyway, good timing. Do you know your friend Jackie? At the mention of a name, Flame immediately became wary, her body tensing as she sidestepped the question. That's a crime. Baek Yuziel was caught off guard by how quickly she jumped to conclusions. What? I haven't even said anything yet, he defended himself. Flame still looked doubtful. Baek Yuziel sighed and clarified, just keep an eye on him. His expression turned serious as he added, he might be going through something. Analyzing the situation in his mind, he reasoned, if she's being influenced by the darkness, his emotions will be unstable. Flame crossed her arms, considering his words before responding, I don't know much about that, but we plan to go hunting together this weekend. I'll keep an eye on her then. Hearing this, Baek Yuziel immediately took the chance to ask for her help. All right, I'll leave it to you. In his mind, he quickly calculated the next step. A hunting trip? No need to ask where they're going. It has to be Martivis Cemetery, where the 4th episode begins. Martivis Cemetery was a desolate, forsaken land completely shrouded in dark energy. All the key players, Ma Yuziang, Isel, and Flame, would be there, and a massive battle would break out, marked by the arrival of a rank 5 necromancer. Beck Uziel made a mental note. I may not be directly involved in the main plot, but if I can get my hands on the hidden reward from this event, it'll be a huge advantage for the familiar contract ceremony. Beck Uziel politely handed over the document to Professor Lee Hanwall. Here's my leave pass, sir. The professor glanced at it, muttering as he read, training, huh? Then, as if answering his own question, he added, well, that makes sense. Stella doesn't exactly have anyone teaching swordsmanship or chivalry. Beck Uziel narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. Pardon, he probed. The professor immediately dodged the topic. It's nothing. Beck Uziel's gaze shifted toward a stack of papers on the professor's desk. He caught sight of a familiar name and wondered, is that my Yuziong's leave request? A thought struck him. Maybe he could dig a little deeper. He casually brought up, lately a lot of people have been taking leave to go hunting, huh? This time, Professor Lee Hanwall was more forthcoming. Yeah, most of them are heading to Martiva's cemetery for club activities, probably to try to win points. That was his chance. Beck Uziel subtly guided the conversation toward what he really wanted to know. Right, I heard my Yuziong and Hei Wonriang are both top students. Pretty hardworking too. But Professor Lee Hanwall quickly corrected him. No, my Yuziong said he's going home. Then, as if it was just a minor detail, he added, Hei Wonriang is going with Flame. Beck Uziel froze. What? No, my Yuziong? Then how were they supposed to survive the necromancer's attack? His mind raced as he recalled Ma Yuziong's usual arrogant, overconfident demeanor. Why now? What kind of wind blew through for him to take leave? He never goes home unless he has a serious reason. Analyzing the situation quickly, Beck Uziel came to a grim conclusion. With their current lineup, they have no chance of defeating a rank 5 necromancer. His expression dark with worry. What do? I don't have any concrete evidence, so I can't just request reinforcements. And, because of the constraints of the storyline, I can't reveal too much information outright. His fists clenched tightly. But I can't let them die. His eyes turned cold, his thoughts shifting toward a dangerous idea. There's no other way. I have to handle this myself. A few days later, a Martiva's cemetery. Dark energy shrouded the entire area, making the desolate landscape feel chilling to the bone. A young man stood among the ruins, having just defeated a massive creature. With a smirk, he tossed the gigantic fish onto the ground. The second-year student, Do Cholkwang, known for his ruthless nature, sneered, a rank 2 monster? This predict fish only need a single blow. A voice from the distance shouted angrily, Hey you idiot, you just ruined everything. Kasif Derek, a second-year student, stormed forward, yelling, Did you even hear my orders? The reckless student scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Oh, sorry. His nonchalant attitude only made Kasif Derek more furious. You're still smiling? Are you serious right now? On the side, Bandayan, another second-year student, observed the scene with mild amusement. Just leave him be, she said. No point in wasting words on him. Then she turned to Acel, attempting to reassure her. Don't mind them, she said. Acel, slightly flustered, quickly responded, All right. However, their brief exchange didn't go unnoticed. The two bickering boys overheard everything. Hey, we can hear you know. Bandayan smirked and teased. And what are you going to do about it? Her words were met with an exasperated yell from one of her teammates. Shut up. You're supposed to set an example for the juniors. But Bandayan just kept laughing, unfazed. Despite the banter, the three of them seemed to be enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Acel stood awkwardly beside them, feeling somewhat out of place. Still, she thought to herself, I only came here because I heard the club was allowed to special leaves, and they were recruiting members. But at least they don't seem like bad people. Hey Acel, let's go. Yes, senior, she quickly replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden surge of magical power erupted nearby, freezing her in place. Bon dia en fronet. What was that? The reckless student responded lazily. Sounds like someone's having a serious fight nearby. Van Dyne turned to Case of Derek and suggested, "Should we go say hello? We wouldn't want to stumble into someone's hunting grounds by accident, right, Captain?" Case of Derek, a little slow on the uptake, stammered, yeah, sure." With that, the four of them set off toward the source of the overwhelming magical energy. When Acel arrived, she froze in shock at the sight before her. "What is this?" Standing across from each other were Flame and Hongbian. The space around them was cloaked in dense, dark energy, a heavy, suffocating atmosphere engulfing the area. The town, already steeped in eerie gloom, only intensified the tension between them. The two girls stood in silence, locked in a standoff, exuding an air of quiet hostility. Hongbian and Flame locked eyes, both radiating unwavering determination. A silent question lingered in the air between them, one neither could put into words. Why are Hongbian and Flame here? The tense atmosphere was soon disrupted by the loud bickering of the surrounding group members. A sharp voice snapped, "I was the one who took down the giant fish first." Another voice, equally agitated, shot back, "Nonsense. It was in our hunting ground, so it belongs to us." A surprised voice chimed in, "What?" Acel glanced at the massive fish lying on the ground, her expression slightly dazed. "That's a giant fish." A mix of surprise and curiosity flickered through her mind as she realized just how rare this creature was. "I heard this is a rank 3 monster and incredibly rare." Watching the others argue over their spoils, she remained unbothered, simply stepping back to let them sort it out. They're probably just fighting over loot. As the chaotic scene unfolded before her, Acel thought to herself, getting involved in this would be nothing but a hassle. She glanced upward, hesitating for a moment. Something held her back. Her gaze drifted toward Hongbian, who stood silently, head lowered, saying nothing. "I don't want to face the sister of the person who killed my father." The urge to leave surged through her. "I need to get out of here." Just as she was about to move, a male student suddenly rushed past her, dashing toward the commotion. Now, juniors." With his eyes closed, he wore a mischievous smile, clearly reveling in the attention he was drawing. He spoke in a charismatic tone, "If there's a problem, just confide in your senior here." Then in a playful voice he added, "The atmosphere was just getting good, you know." But before he could finish his sentence, Flame and Hongbian simultaneously cut him off with sharp voices. "Shut up and get lost." His face stiffened awkwardly, but he tried to maintain his confident demeanor. "Why? You dare speak to your senior like that?" Hongbian's gaze turned ice cold, showing no sign of backing down. She retorted flatly, "Then, as a senior, shouldn't you learn to act appropriately?" The student stiffened at Hongbian's sharp words, his confidence faltering. He stared at her, his face twisted in confusion. "Guh." Before he could form a proper response, the ground beneath him trembled. Both Hongbian and Flame instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in shock. A deep sense of unease settled over them. The tremors intensified. It felt as if something beneath the earth was trying to claw its way to the surface. This energy, a sudden realization, struck them. At that moment, a skeletal hand burst forth from the ground. Its bony, pale, brittle-looking fingers moved with precision. Acel and the male student beside her froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. Neither could utter a word as they witnessed the chilling sight of a skeletal arm reaching out from the soil. Hongbian, too, stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the disturbing scene before her. Flame's breath hitched. She opened her mouth, but her voice trembled. "No way." More skeletons emerged from the ground, their hollow eye sockets filled with an unnatural glow. A foul aura clung to them, thick and suffocating. The graveyard was quickly overtaken by an ominous mist, wrapping around the broken tombstones like ghostly tendrils. Elsewhere, a monotone voice echoed through the silent space. Skill experience increased. Then a second chime rang out, clearer this time. Skill experience increased. In the eerie stillness, a weary sigh escaped into the air. "If only I could use magic," Beck Uziel muttered, his sword resting against his shoulder. His expression remained indifferent, but disappointment flickered in his eyes. Then, without warning, his head snapped up, his gaze sharpening as a new determination settled over him. It's about time. His eyes flickered left and right, scanning his surroundings. Something's here. His focus shifted to the misty area ahead. A massive, ancient tomb loomed before him. It was simple in design, yet it radiated an air of age and solemnity. Baek Yuziel's lips parted as he whispered, "Found it." For a brief moment, he hesitated, his gaze darkening with contemplation. I don't have some overpowered skill to wipe out an entire army of skeletons like my young Xian. A long silence stretched across the graveyard. Then Baek Yuziel thought to himself, I don't have overwhelming power either. He took a deep breath. There's only one way to survive here. Steeling himself, he planted his feet firmly before the ancient tomb, his eyes sharp with determination. I have to fight like a player. He stood tall, unwavering, exuding the presence of a warrior ready to face his trials. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Episode 4. The necromancer's assault has begun. A deep, echoing sound followed. Baek Yuziel frowned, his sharp gaze locking onto the source of the noise. A realization struck him. Before him, a skeletal figure emerged from the ground, its presence imposing, its aura radiating pure dominance. He narrowed his eyes. Tomb General, the commander of hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Baek Yuziel's thoughts raced. A level 4 sub-boss that only appears 3 times in this chapter. Given my current strength, if I fight him head-on, I'm dead. His eyes widened as clarity set in. Of course, I never planned on fighting fair. Without hesitation, Baek Yuziel clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch straight to the skeleton's skull. His voice was calm and cold. Go back down. The skeleton growled in pain, momentarily stunned. Baek Yuziel grinned, raising his hand high as if he had just discovered an ultimate truth. The skeletons remained frozen. Baek Yuziel smirked. That doesn't mean I have to stand still too. Without hesitation, he grabbed the skeleton's head and held it up like a trophy. A brief silence followed. Then he suddenly declared, Behold, the bone staff is complete. A sinister smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with mischief and triumph. In his hands was a crude, but functional staff, crafted from the very skull of the skeletal general. At that moment, a playful yet victorious voice rang out. And now, the authority to command the tomb general is mine. But then his voice shifted, his expression turning serious, eyes sharp with unwavering resolve. The joking air disappeared entirely. Baek Yuziel exhaled slowly. Now, then, he paused for a second, his tone growing more decisive with each word. Let's begin. The skeletons surrounding Hong Bian and Flame stood eerily still, their hollow eyes locked onto the group of students. Tension spread among them as they realized they were completely surrounded. The skeletal figures watched their every movement with unsettling patience. Flame gripped her staff tightly, her brows furrowed. I let my guard down. A heavy feeling settled in her chest. This is the Necromancer chapter. Something fell off. A strange sense of unease crept into her thoughts. She frowned. Something isn't right. Her eyes darted toward the students already under attack. Then a realization struck her. If I remember correctly, the one who's supposed to handle this event is Mai Yuziong. Confusion flashed through her mind. She quickly scanned her surroundings. Why is Acel with this group? And where's Mai Yuziong? Her grip on her staff tightened, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Am I really supposed to fight a rank 5 necromancer with just these people? Before her thoughts could spiral further, a familiar voice interrupted her. Hey, Wanryong spoke firmly, snapping her back to reality. I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy using my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they arrive. A student nodded, his voice steady. Yeah, we just have to hang on a little longer. The professors will come. His words felt like a beacon of hope, reinforcing their determination. The situation was like a razor's edge. One wrong move, and everything would fall apart. The skeletons kept advancing. Then Hong Bian suddenly spoke up, her voice resolute. We might not be able to defeat the necromancer, but we can at least escape. Hong Bian raised her glowing staff high, her face serious. Her voice rang out with firm conviction. This is no time for comforting words. She assessed the battlefield in an instant, her sharp gaze scanning their surroundings. This is a graveyard, she continued, her tone unwavering. The longer we stay, the more skeletons will appear. And, just as she said, more skeletons continued to rise, creeping toward them with each passing moment, step by step, closing the distance. Hong Bian's voice cut through the tension. We must get back to the base now. Jackie panicked as she felt two skeletons closing in on her, step by step. Fear took hold of her. Don't come any closer, she screamed in terror, but the skeletons didn't react. They remained unbothered by her cries and lunged at her with sharp, menacing claws. Just as the attack was about to land, a burst of energy appeared in front of her, blocking the strike. It was Acel. She had saved Jackie in time. Acel turned to her, eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? Jackie, drenched in cold sweat, gave a small nod. Good idea. Nearby, an upperclassman continued casting spells, his hands moving nonstop. He smirked slightly, though his brow furrowed with concentration. Not bad for a first year. Acel had been carefully observing the situation and was now certain. This necromancer had planned everything meticulously. She spoke in a low, serious tone. There's a high chance they created a pose vessel. Pose vessel was an advanced technique used by necromancers to store excess mana. Azel's expression darkened as she analyzed the situation. Even necromancers have a limit to their mana. If they summon skeletons normally, a rank 3 or 4 necromancer should only be able to summon a maximum of 15 at once. But the number of skeletons here far exceeds that. That thought unsettled her. How is he controlling such a massive area? One of the upperclassmen scanned the battlefield, his expression growing grim. More and more skeletons were converging on them. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, so this was planned from the start. His weary gaze remained fixed on the skeletal horde as he continued casting spells. His voice turned grave. They're trying to kill us to create more skeletons. Another male student standing beside him forced out a nervous chuckle, trying to mask his rising anxiety. He knew this was his moment to step up as captain, but as his eyes locked onto the swarming undead, uncertainty flickered across his face. Still, he steeled himself. I'll wipe them all out with a powerful spell. His grip tightened around his staff, fingers trembling with urgency. As soon as his fingertips touched the weapon, a small magic circle flared into existence. He began casting a spell, but before he could complete it, a skeletal hand shot out from the ground. Its dry, claw-like fingers reached toward him, wrapping around his calf with a chilling grip. Panic surged through his body. At that moment, a deep, guttural growl echoed through the air, an eerie, unnatural sound, like a creature from the depths of the underworld whispering through the mist. Seeing his comrade in distress, an upperclassman reacted immediately. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at the skeleton's face in an attempt to free his teammate. Let him go. But disaster struck. In his rush, the upperclassman accidentally collided with his teammate, disrupting the spell that had been forming. It's a magic rebound, bursting out uncontrollably. A blast of energy shot out with a chaotic roar, accompanied by the panicked screams of the one who had cast it. Realizing the imminent danger, the upperclassman's eyes widened in horror, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Damn it, he's already casting, someone shouted. Get down. As the warning rang out, a large, glowing blue circle began expanding rapidly, crackling like surging electricity. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze in that moment. Flame and Hong Bian snapped their heads toward the commotion, their eyes widening in disbelief. Hong Bian, seeing the spell spiraling out of control, gasped, "No." Her voice trembled with sheer desperation, her entire face tensing as her gaze darted toward the unstable magic. If that thing explodes, we're all done. Meanwhile, At a distance, the ground was littered with lifeless bodies. Amidst the carnage, a few desperate figures still fought against creatures known as cutlings. The battle dragged on, their energy slowly depleting. A young woman's vision blurred as exhaustion threatened to consume her, her eyes dark with fatigue. Flame, struggling to stand, clenched her fists. This is bad. I'm at my limit. Her friends had already fallen one by one. The situation was dire. She barely had any mana left, and there was no time to recover. The dark void in the bone's eyes was terrifying, its hollow mouth gaping open, letting out a soundless threat as it advanced toward Flame. There were simply too many of them. The skeletons lunged forward, closing in on her. Flame gritted her teeth, her fear growing, her vision blurring. Is this it? Am I really going to die here? The skeletal warriors drew closer, so close that she could feel the coldness of their presence against her skin. But then they stopped. Flame froze in shock. What? The undead soldiers suddenly halted, no longer attacking her. Then footsteps echoed from the distance. A young man with dark brown hair stood silently behind the skeletal army. His sharp, striking features and piercing gaze made him impossible to ignore. Flame's breath caught in her throat. Beck, she whispered in disbelief. Why is he here? Just then, Flame instinctively flinched as she saw what Beck Yuzio was holding. That's the Bone General. Flame stood. She stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Then realization set in. We're saved. After the disaster, Dok Chulkwang let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. We owe you our lives. Beck Yuzio merely shrugged, his voice calm. It's nothing. Nearby, Asel looked at him curiously. But how did you even manage to get the Bone General's head? Beck Yuzio grinned, raising a thumbs up. I fished it out of a bone broth soup, he muttered. There's no need for me to tell them that I was waiting at the place where it was summoned. Beck Yuzio cleared his throat and changed the subject. Anyway, we need to come up with a plan. His voice grew serious. If the necromancer stops relying on the Bone General and decides to directly control the skeleton horde instead. Dok Chulkwang, do you have a plan? He quickly turned around and said, On my way here, I saw that the necromancer had taken control of the area near the base. It's impossible to get past this siege. He continued seriously. There's only one way left. Attack the boss directly. Hearing this, Bandayan and Dok Chulkwang were stunned, sweating nervously. They fell silent, not responding. A moment later, they shouted in unison, What? Wait a minute, are you insane? Beck Yuzio remarked indifferently. Didn't you learn this in school? Although the necromancer's strongest ability is summoning, he himself is actually very weak. Bandayan objected, but he has many guards protecting him. Hearing this, he nodded slightly, but remained firm. The necromancer has already taken control of a vast area. If we don't launch a direct assault, we won't be able to escape. Beck Yuzio's expression turned serious as he calculated. Right now, the necromancer's forces consist of 1 Bone General, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regular bone soldiers. Their numbers will only continue to grow. This is our only chance. But how do we convince them? He muttered. Suddenly, Flame spoke up in agreement. That's a good idea, though he looked a bit foolish. He had more experience in battle and strategy. Hongbian added, I agree. Honestly, I don't think we can break through this encirclement on our own. Moreover, the necromancer would never expect us to launch a direct attack on him. Dok Chulkwang at the Bandayan, both with visibly anxious expressions. Someone in the group finally spoke up. I don't know what makes you so confident, but we can't escape alone either. We'll cooperate with you. Though Chulkwang followed, Fine, let's give it a shot. Bandayan added, before the necromancer catches on. In a forest deeper inside, there stood an old crypt. A chilling mist enveloped the place, making it look eerie. The foot of a man appeared. Then he spoke in a sinister tone. What a luck, running into Stella's little chicks here. His appearance was nothing short of eerie. He continued, If I turn them into skeletal mage soldiers, those dark, demonic Union fools will no longer dare to look down on me. Bai Hyuk, a 5th-class necromancer from the Mage Tower of Darkness, stepped forward into an area filled with tombstones. The cold mist shrouded the place, making it hard to see what he was looking at. Then he muttered to himself, 7 years of gathering mana for the Poe's vessel. This place holds 700 skeletal soldiers. A twisted smile formed on his face as he confidently declared, now, no one can underestimate me anymore. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A wave of panic washed over him as he questioned himself. What is this? My senses are reacting. Could it be that my bone general has been captured? His expression darkened. Just then, from behind him, a blinding blue light burst forth. As he spun around, the magical energy shot toward him in an aggressive attack. Bai-hyuk's eyes widened in terror. The bone shield he had created trembled violently before collapsing entirely. He staggered back in disbelief, gripping his magic staff tightly and shouting furiously. The bone shield created using Tier 4 magic is cracked. Damn you, bastard. I won't let you go. But before he could react further, his eyes widened again. This time, he saw something even more alarming than the broken bind shield. A sudden explosion erupted with a deafening boom, followed by blinding streaks of lightning and fire crashing down from above, striking the ground where he stood. The bone shield had been completely incinerated, leaving behind only traces of lingering smoke. Bai-hyuk stood frozen in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. His jaw clenched and his grip on his staff tightened. A deep sense of unease rose within him. I was too careless. I never expected them to dare attack me head-on. In the distance, the silhouettes of 4 figures were approaching him. They're just rookies, but they're still students of Stella Academy, he thought to himself. I didn't want to resort to this, but if I keep facing them directly, it'll be too dangerous. I have to summon the elite skeletal soldiers. Without hesitation, he raised his finger to his mouth and bit down, drawing blood. Bai-hyuk spread his arms wide and shouted, soldiers, heed my call, and serve me. Dark, purple magic erupted around him, blood splattering in all directions. The skeletal soldiers began to stir one by one. Countless skeletal warriors emerged, surrounding him in a terrifying formation. Suddenly, Bai-hyuk coughed up blood. He wiped it away angrily and muttered to himself. Overusing the summoning spell caused internal injuries, but this should be enough. With a loud roar, he commanded the skeletal soldiers, stop them. The undead horde let out eerie growls as they began charging forward in chaos. Bai-hyuk grinned with satisfaction. Good, they're fighting well. Now I can relax. But just then, Baek-Uziel with his bone general staff appeared right behind him. His jaw clenched with worry. Bai-hyuk turned around, eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape. Who are you? In response, Baek-Uziel merely smirked confidently, as if fully prepared for battle. Thick smoke billowed around them, shrouding the battlefield in mist. Baek-Uziel stood tall, gripping a bone general staff, his aura commanding and powerful. Seeing this, Bai-hyuk roared in fury. Who are you? Where the hell did you come from? But instead of answering, Baek-Uziel simply gave a faint smile. For a split second, Bai-hyuk felt a shiver of fear. He thought to himself, I've already pinpointed the locations of all Stella students through Skeleton's vision. Yet this guy. Before he could make sense of the situation, his eyes locked onto the object in Baek-Uziel's hand. It was his bone general. No, that's my bone general. Before he could utter another word, Baek-Uziel swung his arm and slammed the bone general into the ground. Within a second, a bright light flashed, then shattered into countless fragments. Bai-hyuk let out a pained gasp, clutching his chest. Blood spewed from his mouth as he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. His face turned deathly pale as realization struck him. I underestimated them. Standing before him, Baek-Uziel exuded an imposing presence. Bai-hyuk looked up at him in awe, thinking, so this is the power of... But then, within a mere second, that cool, dominant figure was suddenly replaced by a bewildered, clueless expression. This wasn't part of the plan, Baek-Uziel muttered. His mind reeled. Wait, this isn't how it was supposed to go. He recalled the original strategy. Dok Chulkwang and Bandayan were supposed to handle the Bone General and support him, but with the addition of the elite skeletal soldiers, they were completely trapped. Meanwhile, on the other side, his teammates were desperately fighting off the overwhelming undead army surrounding them. Baek Uziel felt extremely anxious. Did I really have to fight on my own? The thought of having to rely solely on himself gave him a headache. After all, he was the weakest among them. Should I just run away? As Baek Uziel was lost in his chaotic thoughts, a cough from Sa Bai-hyuk snapped him back to reality. Looking at the figure struggling to stand, his eyes narrowed in assessment. He seems injured. A sudden realization struck Baek Uziel. So that was it. The man must have overexerted himself summoning elite bone soldiers, leading to internal injuries. Feeling confident that his deduction was likely correct, Baek Uziel smirked provocatively and reassured himself, perhaps I actually stand a chance. Meanwhile, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Fire raged everywhere, and Hongbin was surrounded by the elite bone soldiers. Seeing this, she grew increasingly worried about Baek Uziel's situation. This isn't good. I need to deal with these enemies quickly and get to Baek Uziel. Just then, Arzwang rushed toward her in panic, cutting off her thoughts. Princess, this is bad. The necromancer and Baek Uziel are engaged in a one-on-one fight. Unable to believe what she had just heard, Hongbin gasped in shock. What? Baek Uziel was only a first-class mage, while his opponent was a fifth-class necromancer. How could he possibly stand a chance? Everyone knew the outcome was almost certain. Baek Uziel was bound to lose. At that moment, in the distance, a blinding purple light erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Seeing this, Hongbin clenched her teeth, her expression darkening. If you die, I'll kill you, Baek Uziel. On the battlefield, Baek Uziel was in shock at the sheer power of his opponent. Suddenly, enormous claws burst out from the ground, tearing through the earth. Just by looking, it was clear where Baek Uziel's fate was headed. The confidence in his eyes from moments ago faded, replaced by astonishment and weariness. Right after that, Sa Bai-hyuk immediately launched an attack toward him. A flash of light streaked from the center, heading straight for Baek Uziel. However, Baek Uziel swiftly shifted his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. In an instant, he maneuvered around and blinked to where Sa Bai-hyuk stood, landing a strike before his opponent could react. But his adversary was not so easily dealt with. You think it'll be that easy? Sa Bai-hyuk shouted, and as Baek Uziel dodged another attack, he quickly pulled out 2 prepared vials from his pocket, a confident smile forming on his lips. I prepared these for moments like this, he thought. The cola potion, a natural enemy of the bone. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, hurling the vials toward the bone shield. Sa Bai-hyuk, as if anticipating Yusen's plan, widened his eyes in horror at the sight of the cola potion. What? No! As the liquid corroded the bone shield, sapping their magic, Sa Bai-hyuk roared in fury. My bones! You damn rat! How dare you! Before Baek Uziel could respond, his opponent launched another vicious attack. Deadly, magic-infused claws lunged toward him, aiming to pierce straight through his body. But just as they were about to make contact, Baek Uziel blinked in an instant, reappearing behind Sa Bai-hyuk. Perhaps his enemy had yet to notice. Baek Uziel wasted no time. He swung his sword towards Sa Bai-hyuk, ready to strike him down. But at that moment, Sa Bai-hyuk turned around with a chilling grin. Baek Uziel's heart dropped. Damn it! Before he could react, a bone emerged from beneath the ground, as if it had been lying in wait all along. The sharpened bone shot up, impaling Baek Uziel right through his torso. A sharp cry of pain escaped his lips as his face turned pale. Of that bin, he muttered through clenched teeth before forcing himself to leap backward, widening the distance between them. Sa Bai-hyuk sneered Alhoboni. You dog-like bastard, look at that rough state of yours. What a nice sight. Baek Uziel panted heavily, his mind racing. Perhaps he had underestimated his opponent too much. Even though the necromancer was injured, he was still a 5th-tier mage. The gap in their abilities was undeniable. And yet, Baek Uziel clenched his sword and forced himself to stand. His determination burned fiercely. He wasn't done yet. He carefully assessed his enemy, coming to a realization. So this is all he's got, he thought. Even at the 5th tier, his opponent had clearly exhausted himself. If he could land just one more strike, he was certain the necromancer would fall. But the reality was cruel. Baek Uziel himself was gravely injured. The pain was unbearable, clouding his focus. He couldn't even properly activate his blink ability anymore. What should I do? Panic began to creep into his thoughts, his usual composure slipping away. But then, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Yes, that's it. Baek Uziel remained kneeling on the ground, feigning helplessness. This was his chance. Sav Baihyuk took the bait, striding toward him with a triumphant grin. He raised his weapon for a final, fatal blow. Die, he roared. On instinct, Baek Uziel rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, his injuries caused him to stumble and fall into a pool of mud. Sav Baihyuk burst into laughter at the sight of his once proud opponent struggling so miserably. Ha ha, look at you, running like a scared rat. But Baek Uziel ignored his taunts. He gritted his teeth and crawled forward, his goal clear in his mind. Just a little more. I just need to get a little closer. His staggering movements only seemed to fuel Sa Baihyuk's excitement. The necromancer eagerly gave chase, thrilled by the hunt. Struggle all you want. It's useless. I'll kill you right here and now. Baek Uziel, however, remained unfazed. A smirk played on his lips. I've already won. Baek Uziel halted his movements. He inhaled deeply and tightened his grip around his weapon, his eyes sharpening with unwavering resolve. In one swift motion, he turned around, lowering his stance into a battle-ready position. The distance between me and the necromancer is exactly 13 meters, Baek Uziel thought, smirking confidently. That means I don't need to cancel my move. Snapping out of his thoughts, he immediately activated Blink. Before Sa Baihyuk could react, a blinding flash of light burst beside him. Baek Uziel had appeared right next to him. Before his opponent had a chance to move, Baek Uziel swung his sword with full force, aiming directly at him. Sa Baihyuk, caught off guard, had no time to evade. Baek Uziel roared with determination, channeling all his remaining strength into the attack. The sword pierced Sa Baihyuk's body, sending blood splattering into the air. At that moment, across the battlefield, something changed. The elite bone soldiers suddenly halted. Their movements ceased entirely. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the once fearsome undead warriors began to fade away. Dok Chulkwang, still panting from exhaustion, stammered in disbelief. Did Baek Uziel just defeat the necromancer? Jackie, collapsing to his knees in exhaustion, stared blankly ahead. I can't believe it. A second later, a wave of joyous cheers erupted from the crowd. We're saved. We're alive. Meanwhile, Sa Baihyuk lay motionless, defeated at the hands of Baek Uziel. Baek Uziel, covered in dirt and blood, slowly sat up and groaned. Ugh, I'm dead tired. Let's go home already. Shortly after, the Magic Knights of Stella arrived and escorted them back to the academy. At the academy, the firm voice of the professor echoed through the room. Baek Uziel. Professor Lee Hanwall stood with his arms crossed, his expression stern. You said you were going to train in the peaceful mountains, but it seems the fresh air of a graveyard was more appealing to you. His sarcastic tone made it clear he wasn't pleased. Baek Uziel, keeping a blank expression, responded flatly, I'm sorry. Lee Hanwall's voice remained strict as he declared. According to school regulations, you will be punished. No exceptions. Baek Uziel had already anticipated this outcome. He remained calm, unfazed by whatever penalty awaited him. But then the professor turned around, his voice unexpectedly different this time. However, disregarding school rules to protect your friends is commendable. He glanced back at Baek Uziel, his expression softening slightly. The Academy will grant you a special reward and bonus points for your bravery. Wait for the official announcement. Baek Uziel, caught off guard, was momentarily surprised. Watching his professor walk away, He whispered under his breath, "Thank you." He let out a relieved sigh, finally feeling at ease. "All right, time go." The doctor had told him it would take a few days for his leg wound to heal, so he needed proper rest. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning around, he was surprised to see Acel standing right in front of him. "Acel?" he asked, slightly taken aback. She hesitated for a moment, clutching her hands together nervously before finally speaking. "Thank you, Beck Uziel, for your bravery today." Beck Uziel, as indifferent as ever, simply replied, "Just buy me a meal next time." His casual response left Acel momentarily speechless. She averted her gaze, clearly troubled by something. After a brief silence, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Then, does that mean I could do it too?" Her question caught Beck Uziel off guard. He was surprised. Noticing his reaction, Acel quickly clarified, her voice quieter this time. "I mean, if I try hard enough, could I be like you?" Beck Uziel hadn't expected her to ask something like this. Looking at the normally composed Acel acting so uncharacteristically, he frowned slightly. This is right, he thought. By interfering in the battle, he had unknowingly forced Acel into a difficult situation, one where she had to face a challenge but wasn't able to claim victory herself. But there was something else bothering him even more. After a moment of thought, he finally responded, "I don't think you need to ask me that question." Seeing her puzzled expression, he continued, his tone firm. "You've already done things that most would consider impossible. That in itself is a miracle." Izel's eyes widened at his words. "How do you?" Before she could finish, Beck Uziel cut her off. "Because I've been watching you." The moment those words left his mouth, Izel's eyes shot wide open in shock. Beck Uziel froze in realization. "Wait, hold on. Did I just make myself sound like a stalker?" His mind raced. That totally sounded like I've been keeping an eye on her for a long time. What the hell did I just say? But the words were already out. There was no taking them back now. Beck Uziel, still flustered, desperately searched for a way to escape the situation. "I'm leaving now," he stammered before making a quick exit. Phew, that was close. If he had stayed a moment longer, Acel might have confronted him about what he had just said. Meanwhile, Acel lowered her gaze in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Watching Beck Uziel's retreating figure, her emotions surged uncontrollably. No one had ever cared about her before, not the daughter of a traitor like herself. Yet someone had been watching over her all this time. That thought alone gave her a newfound sense of determination. At the very least, someone still cares about me. A miracle? Yes, maybe it truly was one. And that miracle gave her the strength she needed. The next morning, at Academy Square, the area was bustling with noise, filled with people and excitement. The presence of high-profile figures, including members of the Magic Council, magical reporters, and even nobles, caught Beck Uziel's attention. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Isn't this just a simple awards ceremony? Why are they making such a big deal out of it?" But soon his interest shifted elsewhere, noticing Byung looking unusually excited. He found it hard to ignore her overly cheerful expression. His gaze lingered for a moment, perhaps a bit too long, because she suddenly turned and glared at him. "What are you looking at?" she snapped. Beck Uziel shrugged. "Nothing." Just then, a stern, familiar voice echoed from the stage, drawing everyone's attention. "Quiet down. Today we honor 12 brave students who fought against the dark demonic humans." It was Professor Lee Hanwall. The moment he finished speaking, another figure stepped forward onto the stage, the headmaster. His presence alone was enough to send a wave of tension through the crowd. Dressed in pristine robes, he calmly approached the podium, patiently waiting for Hanwall to continue. The headmaster still wore his signature polite, yet artificial smile, as though this entire event was merely routine for him. After a brief pause, Hanwall finally continued. "The award will be personally presented by the headmaster himself." The announcement hit the audience like a lightning strike. Gasps of shock spread throughout the crowd, and even Beck Uziel's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The headmaster himself will be handing out the awards? This was completely unexpected. Beck Uziel stared at the man on stage, thoroughly impressed. This wasn't just anyone. This was the pinnacle of human magic, a ninth-class archmage, Eltman Eltwin. Beck Uziel had heard of Eltman Eltwin for a long time. The 300-year-old archmage was known for his ever-present gentle smile, yet he carried the terrifying title Decimator, the strongest mage in the world. A man like him was hard to understand. Despite his age, his youthful and friendly appearance never failed to surprise people. As he moved through the line of students, he patted each one on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "You've all worked hard. Keep being brave and striving forward." His words were kind, but the students trembled under his presence, quickly standing at attention. Eltman passed by each student one by one, his sharp eyes eventually landing on Beck Uziel. The moment their gazes met, the atmosphere seemed to shift. Even though the headmaster's expression remained composed, the scene was oddly amusing. Beck Uziel, who was quite tall, found himself looking down at the much shorter archmage. Yet despite his unassuming stature, Eltman radiated an overwhelming aura. A mix of deep violet and icy blue energy swirled around him, exuding an unfathomable pressure. Just standing near him, Beck Uziel could feel the immense weight of his power. This is a ninth-class archmage, one of only 10 in the world. Even though it was rude to stare, Beck Uziel couldn't tear his eyes away. Something about this man commanded his full attention. Eltman noticed his intense gaze, but didn't seem offended. Instead, he chuckled softly, his voice carrying an amused warmth. "You're as diligent as ever, just as I expected." Then, without further explanation, he turned and walked away. Beck Uziel stood frozen, his mind filled with question marks. What did he mean by that? Was that it? That's all he's going to say? Before he could process it further, Professor Hanwell's voice echoed across the square. "That concludes the awards ceremony." Back at the dorm, Beck Uziel stared at the pile of rewards on the table. A wide grin spread across his face. Wow, 5 million credits? That's insanely generous. With this much, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. But then his excitement shifted as his eyes landed on something else, a floating energy sphere beside him. His voice slowed, and I even got the pose vessel that's said to be the heart of the necromancer. That alone was enough to make his heart bloom with joy. Not yet, but soon. Soon, Altalicia will be able to create pocket dimensions, and carrying items like this will become much easier. But before that, Beck Uziel needed to unravel the mysteries of alchemical magic circuits. Grinning to himself, he clutched his rewards tightly. Today was a great day. The system suddenly displayed a notification. The next message is the system reward. On the screen, a line of text appeared. Episode 4. The Necromancer attack has been completed. You have received a large amount of experience. Due to the unique development of the storyline, the Constellatio project has decided to grant additional rewards. A weaker version of an item used in the game, 2 weaker versions of skills learned in the game, and 3 experience points. Beck Uziel was not surprised. "This again," he muttered. He was deep in thought, unsure of his own feelings. However, right now, what mattered most was acquiring experience points for Blink. Recalling the recent battle, he analyzed every moment carefully. That fight had exposed just how weak he still was. He realized that mere diligence was not enough. He had to leverage his knowledge to advance further. The system continued its announcement. Rewards are being distributed. The Blink skill has accumulated enough experience points. Level up. Blink, level 2. Maximum range increased to 12 meters. Maximum charges, 3. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Beck Uziel observed the energy surrounding his body. This reward had truly boosted his strength significantly. Clenching his fist, he smiled with satisfaction. Finally, I've accumulated 3 Blink charges. Now I can use them more freely. Turning his gaze outside, a new thought emerged in his mind. Next is Acel. At the academy, a meditation class was taking place. Acel was deeply focused on her meditation when suddenly a voice called out, "Hey Acel." The voice startled her awake. She blinked in confusion, realizing she had dozed off during meditation. When did I even fall asleep? The supervisor, noticing her dazed expression, spoke up. Acel, what are you doing? Why are you using magic during meditation? She was baffled. Huh, look above your head, the supervisor instructed. She lifted her gaze and was stunned. The sapphire blue meteorite was floating above her, mesmerizingly beautiful. Acel stared at it for a long moment before a thought struck her. Wait, when did I create this? I didn't use any spells or calculations. She cautiously glanced around, trying to gauge the situation. Had no one else noticed? Even if it was just a first-class spell, once fully formed, there should be a flow of mana. Her expression darkened with unease. If this were truly a result of meditation, had someone already anticipated this outcome? After the meditation session ended, the students gathered to visit a nearby pastry shop. Acel gazed at the warm, fragrant pastries before her, happily savoring each bite, feeling grateful. Thanks to the reward money, she was able to afford a red bean cream bun for 1.5 credits. So good. As she enjoyed her treat, someone approached her with a polite greeting. Hello, Acel. Jeremy Scalvin looked at her for a long moment before flashing a friendly smile. Have you joined any clubs yet? Acel answered honestly, I haven't. Upon hearing this, he immediately followed up. Really? Then would you like to join my club? Acel put her pastry down and asked cautiously, what are the conditions? Jeremy chuckled at her wariness. Conditions? There's no condition. I just genuinely like you, that's all. Acel felt like he was lying. He's approaching me just to turn me into one of his trophies. Seeing that she remained silent, he leaned in and whispered, Do you not trust me? But I really haven't set any conditions. As long as you join my club and stay by my side, that's enough. I can give you so much. You know who I am, don't you? As he spoke, his gaze bore into her with unmistakable intent. Acel fell into deep thought. She knew better than anyone that the Scalvin Empire was in direct conflict with the Adalabic Kingdom. With Crown Prince Jeremy's power, her current struggles would end. She would no longer have to feel overjoyed over something as small as a red bean cream bun. She would no longer have to endure the humiliation of being the daughter of a traitor. Even though she knew she shouldn't, she slowly whispered, Jeremy, but I… Seeing Azel's hesitant and fearful reaction, Jeremy suddenly smiled, a twisted, unsettling grin. At that moment, a hand shot out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Flame suddenly slapped Acel. The unexpected action left Acel utterly confused. Even Jeremy was taken aback, staring in shock. Flame seemed to have exerted all her strength in that slap. She stood there, panting, while Acel widened her eyes in disbelief. Instead of offering an explanation, Flame lashed out. You trash, she yelled. You said you wanted to date me, but now you're secretly flirting with someone else behind my back? I already told you that I like you, and now you want to abandon me? Acel, completely dumbfounded, had no idea how to respond. Before she could say anything, Flame grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Come with me. We need to talk. Was all Acel could manage. Flame urgently pulled her along, her voice impatient. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Still bewildered, Acel stammered. As the two girls disappeared from sight, Jeremy's lips curled into an eerie smile, like he had seen through everything. Flame led Acel to the fortress wall. Only after making sure they were safe did she let out a deep breath of relief. Phew, that was close. Acel, still confused, demanded, What is going on? Flame didn't bother explaining. Just let it go, she said. You should be thanking me. She then warned Acel. If you had rejected him outright, he would have harassed you to death. Her job done, she turned to leave. Before going, she mumbled an apology. Sorry for hitting you. I'm leaving now. Still not fully understanding, Acel simply replied, Oh, okay. Flame walked away hurriedly. As she processed everything that had happened, a look of worry crossed her face. Did I do the right thing? If Acel had joined the club under normal circumstances, Jeremy would have ruined her. Flame had tried not to interfere with the original flow of events, but seeing Beck Uziel like that, maybe this wasn't so bad. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. A strange feeling made her glance back over her shoulder. A hint of fear crept in her chest. Did he realize I was lying? Meanwhile, at Jeremy's abode, Jeremy sat leisurely, sipping tea. Thinking back to the girl from earlier, he smirked. How adorable. She even pretended to lie just to steal someone right in front of me. The chivalrous spirit of the female student piqued Jeremy's curiosity. Interesting, even more intriguing than Acel. This stirred his desire for conquest. I want to have her now. Days later, Professor Lee Hanwald gestured toward the projection screen, where the locations for the upcoming practical exercises appeared one after another. Today, we will begin our practical exercise, simulated beast combat. The students looked up attentively, listening seriously to every word from the instructor. In this exercise, our target will not be risk level 1 or 2 monsters as before, but mid-sized risk level 3 monsters, which are far more challenging. His expression remained neutral, yet his voice was calm and measured. The process is as follows. Form teams, study the monsters, and eliminate them using effective strategies. Beck Uziel also listened intently, seeming to take this exercise very seriously. The professor's voice continued. After selecting a mid-sized monster to attack, you will have time to practice countermeasures against it. After summarizing the practical exercise, the instructor designated specific locations for the students to move to and assign class groups to work together. Head to the Stella Dome, find a suitable terrain, and hunt mid-sized monsters that match your attributes. Class A and Class S will practice together. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. Next, he provided details about team sizes. Form teams of up to 6 members and submit your list to me. Acel stood alone in a corner. Hearing the instructor's final words, she couldn't help but sigh. I hate teamwork the most. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Princess, will you team up with me? In another corner of the room, a girl with long hair flowing past her waist was surrounded by several other girls, their voices carrying a hint of flattery. What are you talking about? Isn't it my turn now? I can do even better. At the center of their attention was Hong Byong, the princess of the Adalbit royal family. Izel's mind drifted back to the past, to the days when she stood at the peak of glory before Adalbit destroyed her family. Back then, she was always surrounded by voices of flattery, just like this. Both she and Byong had the same starting point from birth. The Malth family, with its ice attribute, and the Adalbit royal family, with its fire attribute, were once fierce rivals, competing for dominance in the magical world. At the height of this rivalry, Byong and Acel were born, 2 prodigies destined for greatness. However, perhaps due to their opposing attributes, they could never stand together at the peak forever. One of them was bound to win. Acel thought I was the chosen one. Can I still take revenge on Adalbit now? Someone approached, noticing her standing alone. Her train of thought was interrupted once again by another voice. Are you going alone? She lifted her gaze to see who had spoken. Uziel. Beck Uziel smiled slightly, raising his hand, his fingers pointing toward himself with a bright expression. He extended an invitation. Team up with me. From the other side, Hong Byong quickly noticed the exchange between the two. She frowned slightly. Why her? Acel, too, was caught off guard by Beck Uziel's invitation. Did you just say team up? He nodded, as if confirming her suspicion. You know there's no minimum team size requirement, right? We can form a 2-person team and earn bonus points for having fewer members. Hearing that, Acel immediately objected. She couldn't believe that just the 2 of them could complete the exercise smoothly. Are you crazy? How can 2 people possibly handle mid-sized risk level 3 monsters? A trace of hesitation flickered in her beautiful eyes. She wasn't confident, but Beck Uziel remained firm in his decision, his unwavering confidence shining through in his smile. He asked again, his tone resolute. Do you agree or not? Acel was taken aback by his determination, and then she found herself persuaded by it. In the end, a final decision was made. They officially became teammates. I agree. Not like I had anyone else to team up with anyway. Beck Uziel, having gotten what he wanted, smiled even more brightly. You agreed, right? Then I'll go submit our team list. Acel remained silent, watching his figure disappear into the distance. Just then, a pair of slender legs stepped toward her. Acel looked up to see Hong Byong standing there, arms crossed, eyes narrowed as she cast a sidelong glance at her. She let out a soft scoff. Acel still felt a certain unease when facing Byong, but she forced herself to sound firm. So, if you try to compete with me. Before she could finish, Byong interrupted, visibly irritated. What nonsense are you talking about? She lifted her chin arrogantly, every word dripping with mockery, striking Acel like sharp daggers. Just behave yourself. You pay wearing a pearl necklace. With that, Byong turned on her heel and walked away, her long, beautiful hair swaying elegantly with each step. Acel clenched her fists, as if making a firm decision, while deep inside, Byong's thoughts wavered with an unsettling realization. It wasn't because she was wary of my abilities, but because of Baek Yuziel. Byong's steps falter for a moment, and says, how could I possibly lose to a failure and a mere commoner? Byong, meanwhile, scanned her surroundings, carefully calculating her next move. She knew that while she could form a team with anyone, she needed at least one of the strongest knights for the greatest advantage. Her gaze landed on a tall figure standing alone in the corner of the room, bathed in the soft light streaming through the window. Ma Yuzian immediately sensed her gaze upon him. He turned his eyes toward Hong Byong and greeted her. Greetings, princess. What's the matter? She didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Have you formed a team yet? His response was just as she had expected. Not yet. I was planning to go solo. Byong wasted no time in making her offer. Then team up with me. However, Ma Yuziang didn't seem particularly interested. Is that necessary? Baek Yuziel and Acel have already formed a team, she added, watching his reaction closely. Her words seemed to strike a nerve. Sensing an opportunity, Byong continued. I don't think they're aiming for ordinary mid-sized monsters, but rather special mid-sized and even large ones. His gaze shifted toward the two who had just formed the team, now chatting and laughing together. Byong seized the moment while Ma Yuziang was still wavering, reinforcing her offer. I'll say it again, team up with me. He smirked, considering her words before finally responding, all right. A confident smile spread across his face, anticipation for battle flickering in his eyes. Ma Yuzian accepted her offer. Sounds interesting. I like to test my skills against Baek Yuziel at least once. Byong, having achieved her goal, smiled as well. Good. I'm counting on you. Her eyes sharpened as she glanced toward the two chatting in the distance, a determined thought taking root in her mind. Baek Yuziel and Acel, this time I'll defeat both of you. Time passed, and after 4 days of preparation, the simulated beast combat finally began. A monstrous, grotesque purple creature loomed before the students. Lee Hanwal glanced at the board in his hands, listing the student teams. All right, he announced. The evaluation test for Class S and Class A begins now. Flame took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. It's fine. I've trained enough. Even though she couldn't hunt special monsters to earn extra points for attributes or large class creatures, defeating a mid-sized risk level 3 monster on her own would still grant her a perfect score. Typically, 5 first-class mages working together could handle a mid-sized risk level 1 monster with advantages in attributes, experience, and environment. Even stronger creatures could be defeated. Flame, however, lowered her gaze, feeling helpless. My magic is from the radiance element. It doesn't counter any attributes. There's nothing I can do about it. Her thoughts were interrupted when her attention was drawn to Acel. She prayed for Acel. I hope Acel does well on this test. She recalled what she knew from the original story. Byong had deliberately made things difficult, preventing Acel from forming a team with anyone and ultimately causing her to receive the lowest score. Back then, I even considered recruiting her into my team. But if Baek Yuziel stays by Zell's side, her future will undoubtedly be much brighter. A loud announcement interrupted her wandering thoughts. A large monster had been defeated. Lee Hanwal called out, Group 16, You worked hard. Then he called for the next team. Next, Group 17, step onto the battlefield. Yes, Flame responded loudly. She quickly made her way through the hallway toward the testing area, passing by Beck Uziel and Acel. As she walked past him, she suddenly stumbled. Her foot had caught on a loose shoelace. By instinct, she braced for a fall, but before she could hit the ground, a strong hand caught the back of her collar and pulled her back. Flame, still in shock, was in confusion as she regained balance. Beck Uziel, looking just as flustered, muttered, "Ah." Flame, still processing what had just happened, let out a dazed "Shem." Gently, he let go, ensuring she landed safely. Facing him, she spoke, "Thank you." Beck Uziel glanced down at her shoelace and reminded her, "No problem, but tie your shoelaces properly." Only then did Flame look down and notice the undone lace. Ah, but Jackie tied them for me earlier. They were really secure. Just then, Beck Uziel offered, "Want me to tie them for you?" Flame shook her head. "No, it's fine. I'll do it myself." Good thing I noticed in time. Otherwise, that could have been dangerous. With that, she steadied herself and stepped on the battlefield, both hands gripping her weapon. She assumed a battle-ready stance. The surrounding students started murmuring among themselves. "She's fighting alone?" Another student, clearly skeptical, commented, "No way. Is she planning to take down that monster by herself?" A massive, ferocious boar was summoned onto the field to face Flame. Despite the intimidating opponent, she remained calm, analyzing the situation. This monster doesn't have any special attributes, so there's no elemental disadvantage. Li Hanwall raised his voice to signal the start of the battle. "Group 17, your test begins now." The students watched in awe as the boar monster charged forward with overwhelming force. "Look at how reckless it is. How is she supposed to handle that alone?" But Flame remained calm, beginning to cast her spell. Flowers whispers in the wind. She focused her energy, locking eyes with the rampaging beast. Ivy vines sprouted rapidly from the ground, coiling around the frenzied boar. The monster let out a painful shriek as the magical vines tightened around it. Without hesitation, Flame chanted another incantation, transforming the fragile ivy into hardened stone. The boar, now ensnared by stone chains, thrashed even more violently. Flame narrowed her eyes. It's not over yet. Above her, a shimmering magic circle appeared. The stone vines, strained by the monster's immense strength, began to crack. Then, under the sheer force of the beast, the hardened restraints shattered completely. The moment it broke free, the wild boar let out a deafening roar and charged straight for Flame. But she was ready. Gripping her magic staff tightly, she stood her ground as the beast lunged toward her, jaws wide open, ready to swallow her whole. She remained unfazed, using its momentum to her advantage, channeling all her mana into a single concentrated attack. A brilliant golden radiance gathered at her fingertips. Then, with precise aim, she struck the monster directly in its gaping mouth. The golden energy burst forth, searing through its blood-red eyes. The boar monster barely had time to react before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Silence. The students stood frozen, processing what had just happened. Then whispers rippled through the crowd. "Our team of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-sized monster. Who is she?" Flame barely paid attention to the murmurs. She exhaled in relief. Finally, it's over. As she walked back, something, or rather, someone, caught her attention. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Huh, did I just see that wrong?" The two were already standing side by side, ready for their test. The evaluation for Team 31 begins now. The students who had yet to take their tests gathered around, enthusiastically cheering. "Look, it's the princess. Go, princess. You could do it." Flame observed the scene, puzzled. Why is Byung teaming up with Ma Yuziong instead of someone from her own faction? In the original story, the two had no connection whatsoever. What kind of lineup is this? Before she could think further, a mysterious green light flashed across the battlefield, signaling the summoning of a monster. A massive beast materialized, a hulking figure with crimson lips, sharp white teeth, and tough green scales covering its body. The towering creature roared, red streaks glowing along its skin. A few students quickly recognized it. "Wait, that's Waterfish Monster." Excited murmurs spread through the crowd. "No way, that's a special mid to large class monster, as expected of the princess. Only she would dare choose such a rare beast to hunt." Flame narrowed her eyes, studying the creature intently. That's not just any special mid to large class monster. She carefully analyzed Beyong and Ma Yuxiang's elemental affinities: fire, earth, and lightning. Then she turned her focus to the monster. It's a water element monster with high fire resistance, and it can even fly. It completely counters both Beyong and Ma Yuxiang. Her eyes widened slightly as she reached a conclusion. They're not just aiming for a special mid to large class monster that no one else could defeat. They're willingly giving up their elemental advantage too. They're going for the highest possible score. But that score only mattered if they actually succeeded. The beast's powerful, ocean blue wings fluttered, generating fierce gusts of wind. Then, with a deep, guttural roar, it spread its wings wide. Beyong gripped her staff tightly, her expression calm as she gazed at the monster. "Let's begin, Ma Yuxiang." Ma Yuxiang unsheathed his wand in response. "Understood, princess." He took several steps backward. The watching students murmured in confusion. "Huh? What are they doing? I thought they'd attack right away." A curious student turned to ask, "Why is the knight retreating instead of charging in?" Ma Yuxiang didn't offer an explanation. He simply smiled. Then, in an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a faint streak of black and violet light. A moment later, he reappeared above the battlefield, hovering midair within a magic circle. Dok Chulquang stroked his chin in admiration. "Oh, impressive. That's quite the jump for a first-year student." Bandian, "But with that risk level of skill, there's no way he can even touch Waterfish Monster." She furrowed her brows in confusion. "Besides, jump magic doesn't work midair. Were they planning?" Ma Yuxiang smirked, activating his magic. A vibrant green light shimmered wandered, and the sheer force of his energy caused nearby boulders to lift off the ground. Then he leapt onto one of the floating rocks. Beneath it, flames erupted in a powerful burst. Using the momentum, he kicked off the boulder, propelling himself even higher, so high that he surpassed the flying monster. At the same time, the rock beneath him exploded in a fiery blast. Dok Chulquang's eyes widened in excitement. "Whoa!" Bandian gaped in astonishment. From below, Hong Beyong remained composed, wielding her staff as she continued to cast fire magic in support of Ma Yuxiang. High above, he glanced down at her, their teamwork so seamless that the spectators couldn't help but be impressed. "This is unbelievable." With a single hand, Ma Yuxiang conjured an enormous boulder twice his size. Then, using his momentum, he hurled it with all his strength at the monster. As expected, Waterfish Monster tried to evade, but it was too late. The massive rock crashed into the creature, slamming it from the sky down to the ground. Its once impenetrable green scales cracked from impact. Ma Yuxiang wasted no time, channeling his energy. He chanted an incantation, causing green-hued stones to erupt from the ground. The jagged rocks trapped Waterfish Monster, forcing it to let out a pained roar. It struggled, thrashing its body in an attempt to break free. Then its eyes glowed a bright gold. In mere moments, the monster shattered the stone restraints, breaking free completely. Ma Yuxiang landed smoothly, letting out a sharp breath. "Oomph," just as expected. It tried to escape. He smirked, but it's already too late. A surge of red-orange mana swirled around Hong Biyao. Her spell was complete. Her fire magic was now fully charged, ready to be unleashed. A brilliant red column of light descended from above, striking the Waterfish Monster with tremendous force. The watching students gasped in disbelief. Oh my god, they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. The monster, despite its high fire resistance, was writhing in agony. Waterfish Monster, The formidable, near-invincible beast was now at the mercy of Hong Biyong's overwhelming power. Ma Yuxiang gripped his wand tightly, channeling his mana. A dazzling blue light radiated from the wand, merging with the fiery red energy still lingering in the air. With a confident smirk, he declared, "It's over." The combined force of lightning and fire mana descended onto the monster, completely overwhelming it. Waterfish monster's body began to darken, its form stiffening as if frozen in time. Then, as the wind howled through the battlefield, its body crumbled into dust, scattering into nothingness. For a moment, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. Then someone finally spoke. Waterfish monster was defeated. It didn't even have a chance to fight back. Another student murmured in disbelief. The students this year are absolute monsters. Their risk level, it's comparable to third-year students in Class S. Several students turned their gaze toward Hong Biyong and Ma Yuxiang as they stepped down from the battlefield, admiration and awe in their eyes. So, this is what it means to be a genius. Hong Biyong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Well, Baek Yuziel, she muttered to herself, turning her gaze toward the arena. No matter what monster you choose, you won't be able to surpass me. With a confident smirk, she shifted her eyes toward Baek Yuziel and Acel as they stepped forward. This time I win. But then Baek Yuziel casually looked at the examiner and made an unexpected request. Give me 5. The entire room erupted into whispers. Did I hear that right? 5 monsters? It took 5 people to struggle against one mid-class monster, and they're taking on 5 with just 2 people. All eyes locked on Baek Yuziel and Acel. Despite the murmurs and shocked reactions around him, Baek Yuziel remained unfazed. The examiner granted his request. In an instant, 5 monsters materialized surrounding him. The summoning was complete. Viken, a monster research specialist, immediately noticed something odd. He furrowed his brows, analyzing the creatures before him. That frog-like creature with the unnaturally long tongue, that's Heimeraden. And the one with an iron ring through its nose and a white mane, that's a salmon black cow. The bird with a massive golden beak, it's Caden. And that one, the one that looks like condensed liquid, that's Nami slime. Finally, that oversized bat emitting a strange purple glow, that's a sensitive bat. His eyes widened as he muttered, "This lineup? No way." Meanwhile, Hong Biyong crossed her arms and glanced at Ma Yuxiang. Ma Yuxiang, do you understand what's happening here? Ma Yuxiang shook his head and lowered his gaze to the arena floor. I was also curious about what Yuziel was planning. Ma Yuxiang looked at Baek Yuziel and Acel, who were standing back to back, ready for battle. It was quite an exciting sight. Professor Lee Hanwol frowned and asked, "I just have one question. Who decided on this monster lineup?" Baek Yuziel responded, "That would be me." Lee Hanwol looked at the lineup with concern. "You're a knight, so earning points in dangerous situations like this is easy, but a bishop? Not so much. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a bishop." The young man smiled and firmly replied, "No, this strategy was designed specifically for the bishop." Hearing that, Lee Hanwol had no further objections. "I see," he said, signaling his approval. "All right then, let's begin." Baek Yuziel hesitantly whispered, "Hey, can you do this?" Acel replied confidently, "Of course." He put on a strong front and assured him, "Just trust me." She scoffed, "I'm tired of hearing that." Then he added a final remark that made Acel freeze. "I believe in you." She fell silent, wanting to respond, but not knowing what to say. Deep down, she thought, Baek Yuziel, he really is a difficult person to understand. Acel lowered her head and followed behind Baek Yuziel as they entered the forest. She walked quietly behind him, her gaze downcast. Softly, she called his name. Baek Yuziel. He turned his head slightly. She gathered her courage and voiced the question that had been bothering her. "Why me? Honestly, with a skilled knight like you, you could have chosen anyone else." He didn't answer right away, scratching his head as he pondered. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "There are indeed many talented people, In terms of firepower, no mage can match Beyond. When it comes to control, Flame is unmatched. He continued listing names. Ma Yuziong is the strongest among the first years, without a doubt. Shin Warian and Ada Lin, who specialize in single-target attacks, also suit me well. She hesitated before asking, then why? He turned away and gave a simple reply. Even so, I still feel like you're the best fit. He smiled and looked back at her. That's all. Beck Uziel pulled her out of her daze. Shall we continue now? It was Caden's turn. She stared blankly at his back as the memory faded. Acel tightened her grip on her staff, closed her eyes, and silently told herself, I still don't fully understand what you mean, but I'm sure you have a reason for choosing me. Her feet gradually lifted off the ground. A deep blue aura of magic enveloped Acel like a radiant halo. The students erupted into excited discussions. Wait, isn't that ephemeral resonance? No way. That phenomenon only happens when mages of 6th class or higher enter an unconscious state. All eyes in the room were now on Acel, who was floating midair, surrounded by ice element mana. If she lost focus, the mana flow could reverse, resulting in permanent disability. And yet, she was only a first-year student. Beck Uziel glanced her way and smiled with pride. As expected, she's a worthy candidate for the title of Lady of Winter. With that thought, he made up his mind. All right then, let's begin. Holding his sword firmly, he looked up at the massive monster before him, showing no fear. The battle between the two of them and 5 mid-class monsters had begun. He swiftly pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air. Using his blink skill, he instantly appeared behind the monster. Without hesitation, he slashed sharply with his sword, his golden eyes gleaming with a deadly glint. His attack left a deep wound on the monster's body, making it roar in agony. The frog-like creature had no time to react before being struck. It could only cry out helplessly. Beck Uziel remained calm, analyzing the situation. First, Heimeraden. Next, the Sandmane Black Cow. Your turn, he murmured. Just as expected, the frog's pained cries caught the attention of the Black Cow. The red horn on the frog's head only intensified the crimson glow in the Black Cow's eyes. It inhaled deeply, its murderous aura thickening with every passing second. Yet Beck Uziel showed no fear. He simply smiled in satisfaction. Good, just as predicted. He had already figured out the best way to handle 5 mid-class monsters at once. The moment the Black Cow's eyes flashed red, birds and bats suddenly attacked it from above. Startled and confused, it flinched. Beck Uziel watched with satisfaction as the chaos unfolded exactly as he had planned, turning the monsters against one another. Some students stared downward in fear. The scene unfolding below made one student exclaim, "Oh my God, what is that?" Right beneath the platform, 2 monstrous beasts were tearing into each other with no mercy. There was nothing in their eyes but the instinct to kill. The boy watching could hardly believe it. Are the monsters attacking each other? From another vantage point, Beck Uziel smirked. Everything was going exactly as planned, turning the monsters against one another. In other words, this was a classic case of using a borrowed knife to kill, a strategy that leveraged the enemy's own strength to eliminate threats without expending unnecessary effort. Veteran players of the world had long pondered how a small team could defeat a large number of monsters. After countless experiments, they have found the answer: exploit the monster's unique characteristics and traits. The first step was attacking Heimeraden. Any attack on Heimeraden would cause its forehead to glow red, a distinctive trait of this beast that could be exploited. This red glow would trigger the aggressive instincts of the Black Cow, making it lose control of itself. Once agitated, the Black Cow would start spewing sand in all directions. And when that sand hit Nami's slime, strange, beautiful, yet incredibly dangerous creatures with a mesmerizing blue hue, they would react by releasing an enormous amount of water to keep their skin hydrated. So much water, in fact, that it could drown anything caught in its flow. Beck Uziel stood ready, gripping his sword firmly, his gaze fixed on the water rapidly rising at his feet. Good. Thanks to the school's protective barrier, the water level is surging fast. He shifted his attention behind him, where another monster was lurking silently. His lips curled into a faint smile. All right, next. As if responding to Beck Uziel's expectations, the bird-like beast opened its massive beak. From it erupted a deafening, terrifying screech. When Caden sensed moisture, it would release an ear-piercing scream at a frequency exceeding 7 octaves. But that wasn't all. The sound also attracted another dangerous creature, one no less threatening: bats. And finally, it triggered the hypersensitivity of the sound-reactive beast, the chimera-like sensitive bat. The massive bat stomped its dark claws directly onto the bird's head, exerting immense force and leaving its opponent completely defenseless. Nami Slime wasn't going to sit this one out either. It surged forward with a powerful current of water, targeting the bird that had unleashed that piercing shriek moments ago. The bird and the bat locked eyes, seemingly communicating in a silent language no one could understand. All three monstrous creatures stood in a tense standoff, none willing to back down. A spectator observing the chaotic battle remarked, "All of these monsters are provoking each other." Beside him, "Wait, does that kid actually know the characteristics of every single one of these monsters?" Even as an expert in monster studies, he had never considered such an approach. "Incredible," he muttered. A blonde woman standing nearby wasn't as focused on Beck Uziel. She was paying more attention to his teammate. But what truly amazes me is Izel's unwavering concentration. Even in the midst of this intense battle, surrounded by chaos, she's able to maintain a steady flow of mana. That level of focus, it's remarkable. The woman noted, this could only be possible due to the bond between teammates. There's no doubt Acel has complete trust in her knight. She has absolute faith in the swordsman standing before her, shielding her with unwavering resolve. But in the blink of an eye, something unexpected happened. The enormous bird monster lunged forward, and Acel was directly beneath its massive body. A blink skill was activated instantly, followed by a powerful kick aimed straight at the beast's body. The impact was so forceful that the bird's head was knocked sharply to the side, proof of just how powerful the strike had been. Beck Uziel pushed off the water's surface, propelling himself backward, landing right behind Acel. His eyes widened in shock. An attack was incoming. A sudden explosion erupted in midair, but Acel remained unaware of it all, still deep in concentration, eyes shut, maintaining her focus. Meanwhile, slashes flew in every direction. Beck Uziel was doing everything he could to protect Acel, standing behind him, ensuring she remained completely safe. Ma Yuziang grinned and called out, "Hey, princess." She glanced over. "What is it?" He posed a question, one whose meaning wasn't difficult to decipher. "Don't you think Beck Uziel looks like the ideal knight?" The sight of him protecting Acel truly resembled a knight shielding his princess. Every swing of his sword carried immense power. Then, suddenly, darkness surged forward. It swallowed the blue light radiating from Izel's body, enveloping her small frame completely. Izel's entire being seemed to float within an endless void, surrounded by rings of intricate symbols and mysterious inscriptions. The outermost ring was lined with an ancient script. Glowing fragments, shimmering like falling stars, descended in waves, flowing into Izel's mana core. She slowly opened her eyes. A crystal flower appeared. She had successfully awakened her own power. One by one, azure ice crystals manifested. They multiplied around Acel, aligning according to some unseen pattern. Gradually, they formed a perfect circle, assembling into countless frost-covered petals resembling a magnificent ice flower. The breathtaking spectacle left the watching students in awe. Finally, the crystal flower was complete. The monstrous creatures surrounding the ice flower hesitated. From the frozen petals, an overwhelming chill spread outward, its sheer intensity making even the bravest hesitate to step closer. Someone gasped, "It's beautiful." Acel parted her lips slightly and commanded, "Shatter." The moment the word left her lips, the ice flower seemed to heed its master's order. It shattered instantly, fragments exploding in all directions, carrying an immense surge of power. The broken ice crystals turned into razor-sharp shards. Upon impact, they embedded themselves into the monsters' bodies at incredible speed. So fast they didn't even have time to react. In an instant, all 5 mid-class monsters were encased in ice. A voice rang out. Is it over? Did they really defeat 5 mid-class monsters with just 2 people? But nothing was ever that simple. Wait, look! The frozen layer began to crack. The ice's immobilizing effect was losing its hold. The monster's eyes gleamed with newfound, chilling sharpness. They were furious now. The monsters, they're waking up, someone shouted. Isel, she failed. The spectators let out a sigh of disappointment. So, in the end, they couldn't finish them off. What a shame. Another voice chimed in. But with a performance like this, they've definitely scored incredibly high. Before that sentence could even conclude, Isel raised her hand once more. A surge of golden energy erupted from her palm, brilliant and overwhelming. The sheer intensity of the mana flow left everyone speechless. Isel shouted, strike! At her command, a massive golden magic blast crashed down upon the monsters. The immense magical energy radiated from her, forming a devastating explosion that obliterated the grotesque creatures. The spell's area of effect expanded rapidly, growing stronger and stronger. The entire horde was struck mercilessly, their screams piercing the air. Witnessing the scene unfold before her eyes, Isel trembled, her gaze widening, shimmering with awe. This is my magic. She looked down at her palm, still crackling with residual energy. So I can do this too. She recalled a familiar voice from somewhere deep in her memories, exactly as he had said. Still in shock, Isel turned to Beck Uziel and shouted, 5 at the same time. Are you crazy? But faced with her panic, he remained completely calm. No, Big Uziel, you can do it, and I believe in you. Isel froze at his words. That's why, trust the one who trusts you. She clenched her small fist tightly. Scattered memories flooded back. Until now, I had nothing, no faith in the path I'd chosen, no one to tell me that I was making the right decision. In those memories, there was no one standing by my side. But his voice, that voice awakened something in her. Since meeting Beck Uziel, she had followed his every step, watched the unwavering strength in his back as he moved forward, and little by little, her hesitation had faded away. She had begun chasing after that silhouette. But now, things were different. Following in his footsteps, she told herself, from now on, I will never lose my way again. The announcement echoed through the arena, bringing a sense of relief to Isel. The test for Group 32 has now concluded. She smiled in satisfaction. In contrast to her tranquility, Beck Uziel clung to the wall, mumbling, I almost got caught up in that. At least give me a warning next time. Meanwhile, Hong Byong and Ma Yuziang were staring at the results displayed on the wall, which clearly showed the rankings for the simulated monster battle test. First place, Group 32, 199 points, Beck Uziel, Isel Molf. Second place, Group 31, 127 points, Ma Yuziang, Hong Byong. Byong let out a deep sigh. We lost. Completely. She crossed her arms, muttering, even though we specifically selected mid to large-sized monsters with elemental advantages against them, we still lost. Guess I'll have to accept it. My Yuziung is mute. Wow, you're giving up that easily? She shot him a cold glare. Shut up. Despite her nonchalant attitude, Hong Byong's mind was racing. When she looked at Beck Uziel, she couldn't help but compare him to Ma Yuziang. To her, the image of the ideal knight was Beck Uziel. She clenched her arms tightly, stubbornly thinking, if Isel can wield magic like that, then I can too. Yet she couldn't comprehend why that commoner was so devoted to Isel. Her thoughts darkened. If a perfect knight exists in this world, then that knight should belong only to me, the perfect queen. She gritted her teeth, her face betraying her unwillingness to accept defeat. Admitting I lost? That was a lie. I refused to accept it. Conflicted, Hong Byung turned on her heel, resolving to investigate Baek Yuziel further. Then her footsteps abruptly stopped. Her eyes widened in surprise. Standing before her was a girl with long, sleek hair. Hong Byung stared at her intently. Seirin Orkin. The name echoed in her mind. Without a word, she resumed walking, brushing past the girl, her thoughts a chaotic mess. She had only come here to confirm that she had lost to a group of commoners and a traitor. How irritating. The two passed each other without another glance, and behind the closing door, the shadow of Seirin Orkin lingered. She cast a sidelong glance in the direction Hong Byung had just left, then smirked, mumbling to herself, still too inexperienced. Elsewhere, Flame was engrossed in her notebook. I can't believe she manifested the crystal flower so quickly. That spell, a symbol of Izel's strength, only appeared when she had overcome hardship and regained her confidence. Her pen came to a halt, but her thoughts continued to drift. By all logic, Acel should have been breaking down right now. Then she recalled Baek Yuziel and suddenly understood. So that's why she could cast Crystal Flower in front of everyone. It must be because of him. In the original romance novel, My Yuzion and Acel had faced the apocalypse together. But what if there was a hidden side story she didn't know? What if Baek Yuziel, this unknown character, was the one who truly loved Acel? What if, at the moment of the world's destruction, he had chosen to regress instead of My Yuzion? She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, regressing for the one you love, even at the cost of being forgotten by the very person you cherish. Would Baek Yuziel truly have no regrets? A love so deep that you'd sacrifice your very existence to turn back time. What would that feel like? Baek Yuziel folded his arms, scanning the system notifications flashing before him. Episode 5. Monster Mock Battle has ended. You have gained a significant amount of experience. You have successfully guided the story toward a positive direction. Constellatio Project will grant an additional reward. He furrowed his brows, muttering under his breath. What should I choose? His expression grew more determined. My skills have already been enhanced quite a bit. It's best to prepare for the next episode. After careful deliberation, he spoke to the system. I choose the Iphanal's Grass key. Silence. The system did not respond immediately. A hint of unease crept into his mind. After a moment of waiting, the system finally responded. The system is verifying the granted reward. Iphanal's Grass key, though non-artifact, was an exceptionally rare item, one that only high-level players could obtain. It was the key to the dwelling of the gods. He stroked his chin, seriously considering his next steps. But to use it, I need to go on vacation. Due to the recent Necromancer event, security had tightened, making it even harder to leave. What should I do? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In an elegant building, the soft morning sunlight bathed the surroundings. Baek Yuziel stretched his arms and loosened his muscles. All right, basically done with this assignment. His eyes sharpened with determination. Now it's time to find a club. Standing before the club recruitment board, which was plastered with flyers from various clubs, he hesitated. Baek Yuziel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Which club should I join? The board listed several options. With so many choices, he needed to carefully consider his options. Not many clubs were granted special permission to operate outside school grounds. He needed to think strategically. As he weighed his choices, his gaze shifted to the side. He called out, "Hey." Turning his head, he saw Acel standing nearby. Baek Yuziel gave her a curious look. "Are you looking for a club, too?" "Haven't joined one yet," she frowned, looking both annoyed and slightly embarrassed. So what if I have it?" Baek Yuziel looked puzzled. I figure a bunch of clubs would be fighting to recruit you." She sighed in exasperation. "You seriously don't know who I am?" Baek Yuziel casually replied. "I know. You're Acel. You've been pretty famous lately." Acel hesitated, a bit flustered. "Oh well, yeah, I guess." Baek Yuziel studied her thoughtfully. After the test, Izel's reputation had changed significantly. She must have realized it, too. Before he could dwell on it further, Acel cut in. "But still, I need to choose the club careful. The two of them continued whispering back and forth, unaware of the presence behind them. Ma Yuziang had approached, placing a friendly hand on Baek Yuziel's shoulder. "Hey, Yuziel," he said cheerfully. Without hesitation, Baek Yuziel brushed his hand off and sighed inwardly. "Whatever, don't touch me." Ma Yuziang responds, "Ha, so cold." But Ma Yuziang remained unfazed. "I enjoyed the mock battle, he continued. "And I heard you led the attack on the necromancer too. That was seriously impressive." Baek Yuziel dusted off his shoulder where Ma Yuziang had touched him and replied, dismissively, "Well, yeah, somehow." But Ma Yuziang wasn't fooled. He scrutinized Baek Yuziel with a sharp gaze, as if trying to uncover something hidden. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "As I thought. You're definitely different from the others." Baek Yuziel remained silent, internally weighing his options. After a brief moment, he decided to respond. "I'm just a commoner. That means I always have to work harder than everyone else." Ma Yuziang smirked. "Oh, I see. So you've been using your time way more efficiently than I have, including on weekends." Baek Yuziel quickly changed the subject. "So what are you doing this weekend?" Ma Yuziang blinked. "Me?" Then, without hesitation, he answered, "Studying." Both Baek Yuziel and Acel froze for a second. Baek Yuziel gave him a deadpan look. "I was just making conversation, but thanks for the completely dry response." Ma Yuziang hurriedly defended himself. "No, seriously, I am studying." Then he added, "Studying then train." That only made Baek Yuziel more surprised. Baek Yuziel raised an eyebrow. "You never used to do that." Ma Yuziang looked slightly flustered. "Oh yeah, that's true, but I don't know why. Lately, I've just started doing that." Baek Yuziel quickly ran through the timeline of past events in his mind. Ma Yuziang's training, that was supposed to happen much later. So why is it happening now? Suddenly, Acel spoke up. "You've been training in the dungeon, right?" Ma Yuziang beamed. "That's right. If the lady here hadn't interfered, I might have been in real danger." Acel snapped, "Don't call me lady." Hearing that, Baek Yuziel began piecing things together. Of course, in the original story, Ma Yuziang had teamed up with Flame and easily defeated Hei Wonriang. He recalled everything that had happened around them so far. But this time, since he had interfered, Flame had gotten stuck, and Ma Yuziang had to face Hei Wonriang alone. Could this be why Hei Wonriang is acting strangely now? Well, this might not be a bad thing. If both Hei Wonriang and Ma Yuziang were forced to grow stronger, it would only improve their chances. Baek Yuziel glanced at the two, calculating his next steps. Unlike himself, their growth would have a direct positive impact on ensuring a happy ending. Before he could dwell further, Ma Yuziang abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Baek Yuziel, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since school started." Baek Yuziel, unfazed, answered flatly, "I've been busy." Ma Yuziang grinned and pointed at himself enthusiastically. "Then why don't you join the same club as me?" Baek Yuziel turned away indifferently. "We'll see. If you meet my requirements, I'll consider it." Ma Yuziang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what kind of club are you looking for this time?" Baek Yuziel rattled off a long list, leaving both Acel and Ma Yuziang completely speechless. A quiet place, few people, no private gatherings, full 4-class insurance, free lunch with cheese tonkatsu, outdoor activities, respect for individual schedules, special permission to leave campus. Acel blinked. "Wait, cheese tonkatsu?" Ma Yuziang, equally confused, frowned. 4-class insurance?" Acel shattered his delusion. "There's no way a club like that exists in this world." Baek Yuziel blanked out for a second before sighing. "Of course there isn't. I was just joking." But instead of being discouraged, Ma Yuziang's face lit up with excitement. "Oh really?" He pointed confidently at his own handsome face. "Then I'll make a club like that just for you." Baek Yuziel was utterly shocked. "What?" He couldn't believe it, and asked again. "Can you really create a club with special permission to leave campus?" Ma Yuziang, full of confidence, nodded. "Yep, I can think of a way." Baek Yuziel quickly realized, of course, with Ma Yuziang's connections, it's actually possible. But still, he crossed his arms and skeptically questioned, "Ma Yuziang, what do you get out of making a club just for me?" Ma Yuziang responded without hesitation, so confidently that Baek Yuziel nearly fell over from sheer disbelief. Because you're special. Baek Yuziel responds. Does he know something? But he stopped himself from saying anything unnecessary. Then it clicked. I remember now. One of Ma Yuziang's biggest flaws in the original story was that he's super lonely. After a moment of internal debate, Baek Yuziel finally sighed and relented. Fine, go ahead and create the club. Not that I care or anything. Ma Yuziang's entire face lit up with excitement. Seriously? Baek Yuziel, still indifferent, confirmed, yeah. Then he pointed at Acel. But she has to join too. Acel blinked in surprise. Me too. Baek Yuziel crossed his arms again, calculating. In the original story, these two were practically soulmates. If Acel were there, she could help support Ma Yuziang's mental state. Ma Yuziang grinned brightly. If the beautiful Lady Acel is joining, I'd be honored. Acel responds coldly. Don't call me lady. It's annoying. Their less than friendly conversation made Baek Yuziel question his own logic. Am I making the right call here? Probably. Ma Yuziang, completely thrilled, jumped in. Alright, so what should we name the club? Baek Yuziel hesitated. About that, I already had an idea. On the club registration form, the club's name was written clearly. Application for club establishment. Club name, Delicious Restaurants Club. Club leader, Baek Yuziel. Club members, Ma Yuziang, Acel. Objective, exploring various cuisines. Acel stared at the form, puzzled. Is this even allowed? To get special activity approval, they needed a faculty advisor and at least 4 members. Ma Yuziang, brimming with confidence, assured them, I'll handle the extra member and the approval stamp. However, his energy slightly deflated as he added, but finding a faculty advisor is going to be tough. Baek Yuziel frowned. Wait, you can get special permission to leave campus, but you can't find a professor? Faced with Baek Yuziel's question, Ma Yuziang's face darkened. TCH, they're all just trash. His blunt response left Baek Yuziel momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Before he could press further, Ma Yuziang casually waved the club registration form in his hand. Anyway, I'll go get the approval stamp for our application. Baek Yuziel simply replied, Alright, thanks. He watched as Ma Yuziang walked away, his mind analyzing the situation. Getting a special permission stamp isn't something just anyone can do. If they're willing to approve this, then it must be one of them. At first main tower, bathed in the warm hues of sunset. Inside the vice principal's office, Aki Haiden was carefully examining a porcelain vase when the sound of the door opening caught his attention. He looked up. At the sight of the person entering, his expression froze in shock. Ma Yuziang strode forward confidently, his steps firm and deliberate. Aki Haiden managed to get out a proper sentence. Oh my god. Then, with a respectful nod, Aki Haiden greeted him with deep reverence. Welcome, young master. Ma Yuziang responded with formal politeness. Yes, it's been a long time, grandfather. Ma Yuziang settled into the vice principal's chair, leaning back with a smug grin. He commented that the seat was much more comfortable than he had expected and said he liked it. Vice Principal Aki Haiden chuckled awkwardly, hiding his unease. In his mind, he questioned why this dangerous man had appeared here of all places. Still, he kept his composure and asked Ma Yuziang what brought him there. Without a word, Ma Yuziang handed over a document. It was a club request form. It demanded it be stamped. Aki Haiden hesitated, taking a moment before replying that he needed to check if it met the proper conditions. But Ma Yuziang suddenly slammed his palm on the desk. With a dark, threatening expression, he insisted there was no need to check. Just stamp it. He leaned forward and warned him firmly that he would comply. Wouldn't he? Nervously, Aki Haiden nodded. He knew he couldn't refuse. As long as Ma Yuziang remained the heir of that man, defiance wasn't an option. He reluctantly agreed. After some quiet conversation between them, Ma Yuziang gave a short reply, acknowledging the situation. He thanked Aki Haiden and left the room. Once alone, Aki Haiden stared at the door Ma Yuziang had exited from. His face turned grim as he muttered that the boy was just like his father, an arrogant carbon copy. But in his thoughts, Aki vowed that one day he would cut that arrogance down. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a professor wrapped up the lesson. The students let out relieved sighs, whispering among themselves. Some complained about how the professor constantly nitpicks presentations, especially targeting commoners. Among them, Jackie reflected on her performance. She believed she could have done much better if she hadn't been so nervous, and compared herself to Flame, feeling disappointed. Flame approached her with kind words, trying to encourage her. But before Flame could finish, Jackie interrupted coldly and brushed it off. Taken aback, Flame sighed, wondering why she even bothered to care. From behind, Beck Uziel suddenly spoke up, telling Flame to just ignore Jackie. Startled, Flame turned to him and asked what was up. Beck Uziel casually brought up that he wanted to form a club and asked if she could speak to some professors on his behalf since she had good connections. Flame asked why he didn't do it himself. Beck Uziel admitted that most professors probably disliked him. Flame agreed, noting how he often slept in class or talked back. She even said it was a miracle he hadn't been placed on academic probation. Tried to defend himself, Beck Uziel insisted she was exaggerating. Flame started to question why anyone would help him, but suddenly remembered something. She asked if he was close with Assistant Professor Altalicia. That triggered a realization for Beck Uziel. Later, walking down the hall, he thought about how assistant professors could also serve as guidance professors. He realized he hadn't noticed this detail before while playing the game. Just then, he saw Maizen Tiran exiting Altalicia's lab. She wore a smug smile. Curious, Beck Uziel entered the lab and greeted Altalicia warmly. But he was shocked to find her wiping tears from her face. He gently asked if something had happened. She tried to compose herself and explain the situation. Her thesis, which she had worked hard on, had been given to her superior. The professor claimed it would be used at an upcoming research conference with many notable alchemists. Altalicia said she should feel honored, but Beck Uziel immediately pointed out the truth. Her work had been stolen. He asked if her name would even be mentioned. She smiled bitterly and said it was fine, calling it a learning experience. In his thoughts, Beck Uziel realized it wasn't the right time to ask her to be his club advisor. Maizen would likely solve the research formula first, and he had hoped Altalicia could complete it herself. Then, Beck Uziel brought up another project they had worked on, the random sequence converters technique. Altalicia remembered it, saying she had been trying to make it work, but had no success so far. It was a mystery that had gone unsolved for 300 years, and though she felt close to solving it, something was still missing. Beck Uziel calmly said that he had solved that missing part. Stunned, Altalicia asked if he was serious. He nodded and said he had solved it by coincidence and didn't fully understand it. Then, he walked over to the blackboard and began writing. Altalicia's eyes widened as she read his work. She stepped closer and started analyzing the formula, muttering about Trini's coefficient, light and reflection, and Penuson's flow. Beck Uziel quietly observed her. She was already absorbed in the calculations. Her focus was remarkable. He admitted to himself that she was a real genius, someone capable of changing humanity's future. Silently, he left the lab, leaving the rest to her. Few days later, outside into the sunlight, Beck Uziel stretched and yawned. He thought to himself that he had finally arrived. With Altalicia's help, he had successfully founded the Delicious Restaurants Club. As the club leader, he received a special leave pass. Although there had been some doubts during the process, he remembered a moment with Lee Hanwall, who questioned whether he was really training while using a leave pass from a food club. Beck Uziel had simply laughed and replied that things just worked out that way. Back in the present, he was relieved he still got the pass. As long as he didn't cause trouble, everything would be fine. Then, something caught his eye, the towering third world tree. He admired its beauty, thinking it far surpassed the game graphics. Some elves greeted him kindly. They recognized his stellar uniform and welcomed him warmly. He thought it might be because Elman Eltwin had once saved the second world tree, which had earned their trust. One elf expressed hope that Beck Uziel's sincerity would reach the mother of the land. He responded respectfully, hoping the blessing of the world tree would be with them. He noted how friendly the elves were, just like in a game, and how beautiful they looked. But even among them, one stood out, Flower Siren, the king of elves. With a divine appearance, Flower Siren was adored by male players and had inspired the most fan art in Etherworld. Elves had no fixed gender until they truly fell in love. Siren was born female, but later chose to become male after falling for Flame. There were no routes in the game where Siren stayed female, which disappointed many fans, including Beck Uziel himself. Back on his journey, Beck Uziel reached his destination. This was the hidden dungeon, deity Ifnal's Garden. He believed he had trained enough and decided it was time to prepare for the upcoming episode. It was fortunate he could access the dungeon earlier than expected. He inserted a key into the lock. A warning appeared, saying that opening this place might alert others who held the same item. He recalled seeing this line in the game, but nothing important had happened back then, so he ignored it. As he opened the door, a flash of light burst out. A message appeared announcing that the entrance to deity Ifnal's Garden had opened. Far away, in the Elven Kingdom, atop a tall mountain stood a massive castle. Inside one of the rooms, an elf lay in bed. That elf, Flower Siren, woke up and walked to the window. She looked out at the peaceful sky and muttered about how lucky birds are fly freely. She longed for the same freedom, but something changed. A strange presence alarmed her. She sensed someone had entered Ifnal's secret garden. No one was supposed to go there. She tried to calm herself. She had waited decades. She couldn't move now. If the curse was triggered again, someone might lose their mind. She told herself to wait until the World Tree's birthday. She would confirm it then. Back in the dungeon, Beck Uziel sneezed and cursed the pollen. Suddenly, roots attacked him. He muttered that fighting these things would take forever, so he used fire potions he made through alchemy. Throwing the potion, the roots burned furiously. He pulled out his sword and used Blink, striking the enemy's weak spot. It turned to dust, and he gained a huge amount of experience. He sighed, saying that was enough of the small fry. Now, he would focus on his true goal. A message appeared. He had entered the dungeon's boss room. Before him stood a beautiful field of flowers, and in the middle of it knelt a figure, deity Ifnal. Alongside a pillar, Beck Uziel stood in awe. He had finally found the one he was looking for. The most arcane existence in the world, deities. They were said to be pure souls who had trained for hundreds of years, eventually attaining enlightenment and transcending into new beings. Even within the ether world, such beings were exceedingly rare. Yet, what stood before Beck Uziel now was not a complete deity. She had her heart stolen before the final stage of ascension. As a result, she had remained frozen in that incomplete state for eternity. As Beck Uziel stepped into a field of flowers, an overwhelming force suddenly pressed down on him. His body tensed under the invisible weight. This, mana's pressure, he muttered, even when dead, a deity is still a deity, I suppose, but I can't give up here. Straining with all his might, Uziel tried to remain upright, but the divine pressure overwhelmed him. His knees buckled, and he collapsed in front of the deity, breath heavy and ragged. A system notification flickered in front of his eyes. Trait, Mana Revelation Delay Physique. EXP has increased. He gasped. Now I can breathe. Another notification followed. Your stats have increased. He realized where he was, a natural training ground, left behind by a deity. It was one of those legendary locations that the mages from his previous world had desperately searched for, a mana ley line. Training here would yield results 100 times more effective than in ordinary environments. Even more so, by receiving the deity's lingering energy through his body, his affinity with nature would grow dramatically. In short, Uziel had risked everything just to find the ultimate gem. He chuckled bitterly. I don't even exercise in real life. But before he could begin training in earnest, another system message appeared. Hidden artifact. Resentment-filled branch obtained. He glanced down to find the item in his hand. Resentment-filled branch, rank, high-class description. Resentment isn't forgotten even as time passes. If more fury is added, special effects are triggered. First contact applies the resentment status. On second contact, it causes an explosion of that resentment, dealing damage. The longer the resentment lingers, the more damage it accumulates, up to 3 months. If the opponent has a risk level of 6 or higher, the damage can be halved, one-time use. Holding the artifact tightly, Uziel nodded. With this, I'll be able to face the boss of Episode 8, Maizen Tyran. With the artifact secured, he began training. Weeks passed. My stats are now at 2.5 stars, he noted during a break. Still a long way to go. The protagonists in this world are already at 4 stars or higher. Lacking a swordsmanship teacher, Uziel could only rely on the basics. Day after day, he practiced stabbing and slashing, refining his aim to strike an enemy's vital points with precision. He trained relentlessly, even to the point of vomiting blood. I need to work harder, hard enough to cut through bone and skin. Then, during one intense session, a sharp pain struck his chest. He staggered, gasping for air, coughing violently until he dropped his sword. Another notification appeared. You have partially obtained a special mana breathing method. Skill acquired, Deity's Breath. Uziel looked toward the unmoving deity. His vision blurred, and a creeping fear overtook him. His mind felt like it was fading into unconsciousness. That's when a loud, piercing voice echoed through the area. What are you doing right now? Can't you hear my voice? Can you or not? Are you ignoring me? I hope that's the case. Hurry and respond. I said respond. Startled, Uziel flinched, snapping back to reality. What the hell? Where's that voice coming from? The voice responded clearly. Ah, you heard me just now, didn't you? Realization struck him. You, deity, Ifnal. He couldn't believe it. A corpse was talking. Ifnal snapped back. I'm not dead, you bad human. Still in disbelief, Uziel asked, How are you speaking? I've been speaking this entire time. Ifnal scolded. You just didn't hear me because you're deaf. Then why can I hear you now? He asked. Because you become like me, Ifnal replied. You breathe the same way I do, just now. Uziel's thoughts raced. That's right. He had received a message about a new skill. Skill. Deity's Breath. Through the breathing of a deity, you can assimilate with nature. While your blood mana purification rate will increase greatly, the fortune erosion phenomenon will occur. Effect: Strength 107%, Agility 125%, Sensitivity 147%, Endurance 101%. Duration 5 seconds. Essence erosion 1%. What kind of insane skill is this? He muttered. Even if it's just 5 seconds, my stats jump to 4-star levels instantly. But then he noticed the penalty, essence erosion. This basically means the more I use it, the shorter my lifespan gets. For someone with a mana revelation delay physique, that could mean the end of his body and of his life. Still, he shook his head and encouraged himself. No, let's think positively. At the very least, it's a powerful skill I can use in an emergency. Ifnal watched with interest. Fascinating. You're the second human to breathe Deity's Breath. She paused, then added, Your existence is faint. Like that person, there's barely any mana inside you. It almost feels like you don't exist in this world. Who are you talking about? Uziel asked. A man like you, Ifnal answered. He used a sword. He cut down both magic and deities. Uziel was stunned. What? He searched his memories. There was no mention of any swordsman like that in the game. If such a man existed, he must have been extremely powerful. Can I meet that person? He asked. No, Ifnal said. The first mage's 12 disciples are all dead. Uziel reflected. The first mage? Then this swordsman must have died long ago. Then Ifnal offered something unexpected. Should I teach you? Uziel's eyes widened. Really? I was close with that person, she said. I recorded all of his breathing techniques and movements. But, she added, I have a condition. She explained that she couldn't move or communicate with others anymore, trapped in her half-deified state. I'm basically dead, so please give my heart. Save me. Uziel hesitated. He had expected something like this. I'm sorry, he said honestly. With my current abilities, I can't retrieve another deity's heart. There was a long silence. Ben Ifnal softly responded, "It's okay, even if it isn't a deity's heart. A divine beast's pure heart would suffice." "But wouldn't you lose most of your power?" Uziel asked. "It's better than being trapped here forever," she replied. After a pause, he nodded. "Okay then, a divine beast's heart isn't impossible to obtain." "Really?" she asked, surprised. He recalled his real reason for training. The familiar contract ceremony was approaching. He would meet plenty of divine beasts then. "It's way easier than getting a deity's heart," he said confidently. "I'll try my best to bring one." Ifnal lit up with joy. "Thanks. I'll be waiting." "Oh right. I also have something for you," she added. "Something?" Uziel asked. "Look at the pillar behind me." He turned. "What is this?" "It's a sign," Ifnal explained. "They, my friend." Uziel examined it. He had never heard of such an item in the game. He smirked. "If nothing else, I can use it as firewood." Then he caught himself. "Wait, no. She's a deity, a sign of a deity." He narrowed his eyes. "This might be quite useful." Meanwhile, back at Stella Academy, Assistant Professor Altalicia stood in front of chalkboard. Her eyes widened in realization. "I did it," she whispered. She had finally solved the random sequence convergence technique. But she quickly shook her head. This isn't the time for this." Picking up her pen, she muttered to herself, "A new generation will begin tomorrow. Uziel will be happy to know." In the Dwarf Kingdom, capital of the Black Iron Empire location, gold mining Manchurian Railway, Beck Uziel and Assistant Professor Altalicia had finally arrived. "We're here," Beck Uziel said as he stepped off the railway platform. Altalicia nodded, her tone calm, but clearly hiding a trace of nervousness. Yes, today was no ordinary day. It was a day of the prestigious annual alchemy conference. Hosted at a different location each year, this time it was being held at the renowned Golden Light Crane Academy, the greatest alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom. Known for their mastery over matter magic, the dwarves operated on a scale far beyond what most institutions could achieve. To add even more weight to the event, the legendary alchemist Talcum Corden, known as the Golden Alchemist, was expected to attend. Altalicia had chosen this moment, this gathering, to unveil her life's most important research. It was a high-stakes opportunity. Still uncertain, Altalicia hesitated and glanced at Beck Uziel. "Are you sure this is okay?" she asked. "This is the culmination of the professor's life's work." Beck Uziel gave a dry chuckle. "I don't know whether she's a good person or just plain foolish. She even said her own research was stolen." He turned serious, meeting Altalicia's eyes. "Don't worry. It's not like you stole Professor Mason's work. You're simply more talented than she is." Altalicia's expression softened. "Okay, thank you." Beck motioned toward the main building. "Then shall we go in? That red carpet feels a bit too much for us. Let's use the back entrance." Altalicia quickly agreed. "Why, a good idea." Inside the Academy's grand auditorium, a speaker's voice echoed through the vast space, welcoming scholars from all across the continent. "Doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society, welcome to the 87th Golden Section Conference. We will now begin the first session, presentations of new potions and techniques." The first to step onto the stage was none other than Professor Maizen Tiran of Stella Academy. "I am Maizen Tiran," she began confidently, "and today I will present the red potion's alpha type." As she explained her supposedly original research, several audience members whispered in admiration. When her presentation concluded, applause followed. "Incredible, Professor Maizen," someone said aloud. "To improve on that tricky red potion even further, what a feat." Beck Uziel remained quiet, arms crossed. He watched her with narrowed eyes, thinking, so she's flaunting Altalicia's thesis as her own. I could easily ruin her right now. But the real show's about to begin. Next, the speaker announced the second presenter. "Our next presentation comes from Stella Academy Assistant Professor Altalicia." Altalicia stepped nervously onto the stage. "Hello, I'm Altalicia, an alchemist from Stella Academy," she began, visibly tense. Whispers rippled through the audience. Many didn't even try to hide their lack of interest. But then Altalicia dropped the bombshell. The topic of my research is a complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. The crowd, once dismissive, froze in shock. Does she even know where she's standing right now? Someone from the audience asked in disbelief. Altalicia straightened her back and responded, "Oh, of course. I'm aware it's a great honor just to be here." "Then how do you expect us to take what you just said seriously?" She paused briefly, then smiled with newfound confidence. "Accept it the way alchemists always do." The room filled with murmurs. "But the random sequence convergence technique is impossible," one whispered. "It's been unsolved for over 300 years. At that moment, a voice boomed from the crowd. "Everyone, silence." The speaker was Talcum Corden himself. "To declare something impossible just because others have failed before," he said, stroking his beard, "is not the way of an alchemist." He leaned forward, intrigued. "Let's hear her out. Young alchemist, please share with us the truth you've discovered." Altalicia blinked in surprise at the support, but nodded. "Thank you. Then, I will begin my presentation." But before she could continue, a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. "I object." All eyes turned to the source. It was Tyrion. "I want to raise an issue before Assistant Professor Altalicia continues with her thesis," she said smugly. "Specifically, a matter of plagiarism." The crowd erupted in shocked whispers. "Plagiarism? That's a serious accusation." Talcum raised an eyebrow, then replied calmly but sternly. "You know what will happen if you accuse someone of plagiarism without proof, don't you?" Maizen nodded confidently. "Of course." She climbed back onto the stage, addressing the audience. "As you all know, the random sequence convergence technique presents 5 major conundrums. Only 2 have ever been partially solved, and yet I, Tyrion, have personally resolved 4 of them." She looked down at Altalicia with a smirk. "Assistant Professor Altalicia is my teaching assistant. Even if she managed to solve the 5th, did she really solve the others on her own?" The crowd began to murmur again, the tide seemingly turning against Altalicia. Maizen leaned in close and whispered venomously, "Altalicia, you naive girl. I acknowledge your genius, but your path ends here. Your brilliance will belong to me forever." Turning to the audience, she asked loudly, "So Assistant Professor Altalicia, what do you have to say?" Altalicia trembled. Her hands were clenched, her breath unsteady. I knew she'd pull something like this, but still, in her moment of panic, Beck Uziel's words echoed in her mind. "If you think it'll be difficult alone, ask me for help." Stealing her nerves, she raised her voice. I like to call someone up to support my claim." The audience stirred. "Who would that be?" She pointed to a student near the back of the auditorium. "The co-author of this thesis," she declared, "Beck Uziel." Beck Uziel's eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh, I'm the co-author." No one expected it. A young student stepping into the spotlight. But that fact alone didn't seem to change much. Talcum Corden watched in awe, muttering to himself that he was genuinely excited about what was unfolding. At that moment, Beck Uziel walked confidently onto the stage. Maizen's eyes followed him with visible irritation. Their gazes met, then drifted apart as they crossed paths. Uziel subtly pulled out his artifact. Maizen noticed and scoffed under her breath. How rude. But Beck Uziel only smiled to himself. It had worked, just as he hoped. Standing at the center of the stage, he faced the audience. Calmly, he announced that he wanted to consider things from Professor Maizen's perspective first. Quoting an old saying, he said, "Seeing something once is better than hearing it 100 times. Then, with a sly grin, he proposed that they try solving the random sequence convergence technique together, on the spot. The crowd murmured with excitement. A live academic showdown between professor and assistant professor? That wasn't something they saw every day. Altalicia looked hesitant. She began to say something, but Beck Uziel cut her off gently, asking if she didn't trust him. Surprised, she blinked and stammered, "No, I do." Beck Uziel gave her a reassuring smile and reminded her that he had been watching her closely all this time. He told her he believed in her abilities and asked her to trust in him, just as he trusted in her. Moved by his confidence, Altalicia repeated his words quietly to herself, as if to internalize them. I can do it? Yes. Uziel is right. She fixed her glasses and tucked her hair behind her ear, whispering with growing resolve. Let's trust in everything I've done up to now. Maizen looked visibly shocked at the sudden shift in Altalicia's demeanor. Then, with composure, Altalicia turned to her and asked, Shall we begin, Professor Maizen? The challenge was on. 300 years ago, an eccentric alchemist once claimed to have discovered a groundbreaking way to solve the random sequence convergence technique. But before they could reveal the full theory, they died, tragically and absurdly, in a washroom accident. Their mysterious end made the formula infamous. Since then, many alchemists had tried to tackle it. All had failed. The formula had become a cursed relic, unsolved and untouched. Captain Kane observed the unfolding event and thought it bold, almost reckless, that someone would dare announce they'd solved the random sequence convergence technique now, of all times. Hazen Macaron, yawning beside him, grumbled that it was boring. Then, turning to Kane, he asked if the rumors were true. Was that professor really a dark, demonic human? As the competition began, Kane muttered that something about this mission fell off. Hazen chuckled and questioned if the captain truly believed everything that Old Man had said. But then their conversation was cut short. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly shifted. A voice over the speaker system announced that the first dilemma had just been solved. Talcum Corden noted the similarities in their solutions, but pointed out the subtle differences. Kane added that Altalicia's analysis was far clearer and simpler than Professor Maizen's. There was even a slight but crucial difference in the final result. The speaker continued, announcing the second dilemma. Maizen and Altalicia immediately got to work. A scholar from the audience leaned in, stunned. He remarked that while he'd seen many attempt the second dilemma before, this was the first time he'd seen anyone solve it like this. What normally required over 200 lines of calculations had been completed in just 12. Altalicia briefly looked up at the audience. Off to the side, Beck Uziel murmured to himself that the crowd's reaction was favorable, but he knew the real challenge was only beginning. The speaker declared they were now approaching the third dilemma, a problem no one had ever solved before. Talcum Corden gasped. To see even Professor Maizen solve it was impressive, but what Altalicia had done was beyond that. It was something else entirely. Maizen stared at her assistant in disbelief, a flicker of anger rising in her eyes. Just how'd she solve it? The audience buzzed with disbelief. How did she even think of approaching it that way? One whispered. Even seeing it with my own eyes. I can't believe it. Beck Uziel silently reflected on the breakthrough. All previous alchemists had treated the 5 dilemmas as isolated problems, but Altalicia had seen them as interconnected. That shift in perspective was what set her apart from Professor Maizen. Even now, the two continued solving the remaining steps. On the board, Maizen's handwriting grew frantic. She muttered anxiously, Wait, what was the ending of this part again? Panic set in. Shit, is there no more space on the board? Bring me a new chalkboard. Hurry. And just then, a voice echoed across the hall. I'm done. Maizen froze. She turned her head, stunned, and saw Altalicia standing tall. Facing the audience, Altalicia spoke with calm authority. What you see before you now is the complete theoretical solution to the random sequence convergence technique. The crowd sat in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Holy shit, this is insane. I can't believe I'm witnessing this. This is history in the making. This is the moment of the century. Altalicia beamed with pride and gratitude, smiling warmly. I did it, she whispered. Thank you, Uziel. It's all thanks to you. Behind her, Maizen stood frozen. She repeated her assistant's name again and again, her voice trembling. Altalicia, Altalicia, Altalicia. Dark energy began to swirl around her. Altalicia turned, concerned. Professor? Beck Uziel stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Altalicia, As a dark presence began to stir, Maizen was preparing for an attack. Maizen's voice echoed with contempt as she glared at them. She demanded to know how much longer they planned to provoke her. She accused them of stealing her research, modifying the species she had discovered, and pretending it was their own work. Her voice cracked with rage as she asked if that truly made them happy. Baek Uziel narrowed his eyes, muttering under his breath. He suspected this might be the beginning of Altalicia's dark demonification. It was happening faster than he had anticipated. But perhaps that wasn't a bad thing. If she transformed into a dark demonic human in front of everyone, the truth would be undeniable. Dark mana began to swirl violently around Maizen as she eerily repeated Altalicia's name. Her gaze turned sinister, and the pressure in the room shifted. Suddenly, Altalicia snapped. Her voice rang out as she shouted at Maizen to stop and face reality. She declared that her thesis was superior. What Maizen had presented earlier, she insisted, had not been enough. How many more of her works did Maizen intend to steal before she felt satisfied? The audience began to murmur in shock. Someone noted aloud that the red potion thesis mentioned earlier must have been the teaching assistant's work all along. No wonder it had felt so impressive. Altalicia, now trembling but defiant, shouted directly at Maizen. She called her stupid, louder than anyone expected. The room froze in stunned silence. In the back, Talcum Corden burst out laughing, clearly entertained by the spectacle. He declared that this was the most fun he'd had at a conference in a long time. Maizen, her composure breaking, muttered to herself that things were getting dangerous. She took a step forward toward Altalicia, her rage flaring once more. But Baek Uziel intercepted her, blocking her path. His voice was calm but firm as he addressed her. "Professor Maizen," he said, "stop and read the room." Maizen's eyes darted toward the audience, only to find herself staring back at dozens of cold, judgmental faces. Her hands trembled. She began to unravel, shouting that Altalicia had stolen her thesis and insisting she had done nothing wrong. Talcum Corden calmly gave the order to remove her from the stage. As guards moved in, Maizen screamed in protest, yelling that she wasn't at fault. She kicked and thrashed, refusing to go quietly. Altalicia, now drained from the confrontation, sank down to sit in the middle of the stage. Baek Uziel stepped closer and offered his hand. "You did well today," he told her. Altalicia looked up, her expression softening into a bright, warm smile. "Yeah," she replied with relief. Offstage, Hazen Macaron watched with a sigh. He muttered that it had turned out to be a dud after all. Captain Kane agreed, remarking that if Altalicia had truly undergone demonification, the detection sensors would have reacted. But there had been nothing. Hazen shrugged, noting that the New Moon Great Tower's psychometry wasn't perfect. Then his tone shifted, curious. He pointed out that the co-author of the thesis, Baek Uziel, was just a high school student. As Altalicia and Baek Uziel were surrounded by curious onlookers, Hazen leaned in closer to speak with Kane. He admitted that the boy was quite charming. Kane asked if Hazen had investigated him. Hazen confirmed he had. According to Melter, Baek Uziel came from a ruined hometown destroyed by dark demonic humans. He was a commoner with extremely low grades, yet somehow placed in S-class. More intriguing, despite attending the world's greatest magic academy, he didn't use magic at all. On top of that, he had even requested that his name be removed from all articles today. Kane nodded thoughtfully and began to say he would remember him, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Baek Uziel had turned to look directly at him. They locked eyes for a brief, tense moment. Hazen blinked in surprise. "Wait, did we just make eye contact?" Kane frowned slightly, but didn't answer. Hazen tried to brush it off, insisting that with all their recognition-resistant spells and shadow shielding, it was impossible for someone like Baek Uziel to pierce through. He must have been imagining it. Kane held his gaze a moment longer, then turned. "Let's go," he said. "Our business here is done." Hazen scoffed. "Fine by me. I was sick of this boring place anyway." Meanwhile, in a moving carriage, Maizen sat curled up and biting her nails in frustration. Her voice trembled with fury as she cursed Baek Uziel. She repeated over and over that if it hadn't been for him, she would never have suffered such humiliation. Suddenly, a calm voice addressed her from across the seat. "Calm down, Maizen." Maizen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why you?" Layden. Layden stared at her with a cold expression. "You've caused an accident," he said flatly. Layden's voice echoed with sharp authority as he confronted Maizen in the carriage. He told her coldly that this wasn't merely an accident. It had been dangerously close to disaster. She was lucky suppression magic had been cast in time. If her emotional outburst had intensified even slightly, and she had truly gone into a rage, their entire plan would have collapsed. Maizen, still trembling from the confrontation, lowered her gaze and muttered an apology. But Layden didn't let it slide. He said her apology meant nothing. The order leader was deeply disappointed, and as a result, she had lost the right to continue as a professor at Stella Academy. Desperate, Maizen protested. She insisted that she had strong connections within the plagiarism discussion committee. She was confident this scandal could be covered up and refused to accept the idea of being cast out so easily. Layden, however, shut her down without hesitation. He ordered her to be silent and to keep her head down. The most useful thing she could do now, he said, was to stay still and not act until further instructions came from the order leader. Then, in an instant, he vanished into thin air. Left alone, Maizen clenched her fists in fury. Her expression twisted with resentment as she whispered Beck Uziel's name in venomous hatred. She vowed to make him pay soon. Elsewhere, Beck Uziel and Altalicia sat in a train car, quietly returning from the event. As the landscape passed by, Beck Uziel sat deep in thought. He reflected on the missed opportunity. If Maizen had undergone dark demonization during the conference, he could have triggered the 8th episode's calamity early and stopped it. But perhaps it was simply fate for the event to unfold at its original time. Since she hadn't lost control in public, the calamity remained on course for its destined moment. Still, he consoled himself with the knowledge that the conference ended without chaos and that he had successfully activated the resentment-infused branch. That alone would be useful in the coming developments. However, one thing continued to bother him: the presence of that man, Kane. Beck Uziel recalled that Kane belonged to the elite mage unit under the New Moon Great Tower, a group infamous for hunting dark demonic humans and black mages. Kane was the captain of the most feared unit among them, the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps. Without his sixth sense ability, Beck Uziel might not have even noticed the man at all. He suspected they had come to monitor Maizen, and he hoped that their paths wouldn't cross in conflict. Though it would be dangerous, he thought it might still be beneficial to form some kind of connection with them in the future. As Altalicia began to doze off beside him, their moment of calm was interrupted by a polite voice. "Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time?" Altalicia stirred and looked up groggily. She blinked in surprise as recognition struck her. "Huh, are you?" The man before them gave a warm smile and introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Melian, president of the Star Clouds Trading Company." Beck Uziel's eyes narrowed as he observed the unexpected visitor. He remembered this character clearly from the game. As the story progressed and the protagonist Flame matured, more key figures appeared. Melian was one of the most prominent. Known as the heart of the Southern Hall Plains and the richest man in the world thanks to his Golden Rules Fate trait, Melian was also popular among fans as a romance target. Not for his wealth or looks, but because his daughter, Jeriel, was the game's iconic villainess. Players often joked about seducing Melian just to ruin Jeriel's life. Beck Uziel hadn't expected Melian to appear so soon, but he knew this was a golden opportunity. He had to make a good impression now for what was to come later. Melian took a seat across from them and got straight to the point. He confirmed that they were the alchemists responsible for the new thesis, Altalicia and the unnamed co-author. Then, in a practiced tone, he asked if he might know the co-author's name. Beck Uziel could tell the man already knew, but was simply being polite. He replied evenly, "I'm Beck Uziel, S-Class first year at Stella Academy." Melian nodded with interest. "Ah, a Stella student. It's an honor to meet you." Then, reaching into his pocket, Melian pulled out a neatly folded document. "The reason I came to see you both," he said, "is to offer an exclusive contract with Star Cloud's trading company for your alchemical technique. Naturally, the conditions are excellent. Would you like to look them over?" Altalicia took the contract eagerly and began reading. Her eyes widened in shock. Unlimited materials and full support? In this amount? I've never seen anything like it, she exclaimed. She turned to Beck Uziel, expecting to see him just as excited, but was surprised to find him completely unfazed. Slightly flustered, she addressed Melian. "I'm sorry, but could I have some time to consider it?" Melian looked slightly surprised. "Are the conditions not satisfactory? If there's something more you need, we can adjust them." Altalicia quickly clarified. "No, they're excellent. More than excellent. But I need time to discuss this with the co-author of the technique." Melian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had assumed she'd only credited someone for appearances, but it seemed the boy was truly involved. He muttered under his breath that Beck Uziel, though young, must be a genius to help solve a problem left unsolved for 3 centuries. He looked at Beck Uziel again and offered the contract directly. "Would you like to take a look as well?" Melian silently mused that although Beck Uziel might be a genius in alchemy and magic, he was still a teenager. Surely he wouldn't be able to resist such generous terms. But Beck Uziel barely skimmed the document before saying calmly, "I refuse." Melian was visibly taken aback. "Is there a reason? If you're not satisfied with the conditions, I'll revise them." Beck Uziel considered his thoughts carefully. In the game, an exclusive contract with Star Clouds led to tremendous profit for players. But it came with costs. Melian had a reputation for keeping tight control over anything tied to his name. Innovations became limited by marketability, and many mages lost access to the technology. Worse, it gave dark demonic forces time to catch up. Players who took that route often ended with bad endings. Looking Melian in the eye, Beck Uziel replied, "It's not about the conditions. I just don't want an exclusive contract." Melian raised a brow. "You mean? This technique, which fuses alchemy and magical engineering, could change everything, from daily life to magical equipment," Beck Uziel explained. "We want it to be accessible to more mages, to let it grow freely." Melian smiled slightly, impressed. "You have big dreams. But to realize those dreams, you'll need money." Beck Uziel didn't flinch. "We've already spoken to several investors today. You're simply one of them, President Melian." "So you want to partner with all of them, including me?" Melian asked. "That means I have to remove most of the benefits I just offered." "That's true," Beck Uziel said. "Honestly, I like the conditions. So, here's my offer. Turn the item into a luxury product." Beck Uziel calmly explained that although they would push the supply of their newly developed item as far as possible, they planned to sign an exclusive contract with the Star Clouds trading company only for the high-end, harder-to-produce luxury versions. He likened it to branding, a strategic move to create prestige. Melian responded with a skeptical tone. He questioned whether such goods would sell at all, stating firmly that he never pursued ventures that would cause him financial losses. To this, Uziel confidently replied that he wasn't asking for an immediate contract. Instead, he proposed a deal. They would hold an investor presentation within 6 months. If Melian liked the results, then he could sign the contract under better informed circumstances. This proposal took Melian by surprise. With a look of admiration, he admitted that Uziel was impressively cool-headed. He handed over a messenger paper and his contact information, remarking that he would be in touch, and then took his leave. As the doors slid shut behind the wealthy merchant, Beck Uziel let out a deep sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I was going to die from anxiety," he admitted. Altalicia, amused, tilted her head. "Are those really the actions of someone who's anxious?" she asked. Uziel insisted, "I really was anxious." Altalicia simply laughed in admiration. "You're amazing, Uziel." He glanced out the window, murmuring that at least one problem had been resolved. With a small smile, he added that he should probably treat the club members to a meal at a good restaurant when he got back. The conference had wrapped up successfully, and soon after, classes at Stella Academy resumed, as usual. One of the professors stood before Class A and announced that Professor Maizen wouldn't be attending due to health reasons, so he would be covering the class in her place. Beck Uziel, watching from his seat, muttered quietly to himself. It was clear they were covering up Maizen's disappearance. In the original 18th episode of the game, Maizen would have awakened completely and inflicted devastating damage on the academy. Now, after the incident, he wasn't sure how or when events would change. He wondered if the episode would arrive earlier than expected. It would be ideal if the chaos came at a manageable level. Not only was Maizen missing, but Altalicia hadn't returned to the academy either. Uziel figured she was likely surrounded by admirers at the Alchemy Castle, still caught in a whirlwind of praise. After class, Beck Uziel wandered through the halls, overhearing groups of students murmuring excitedly. "Did you hear?" one student said. "Assistant Professor Altalicia solved that complex technique, random sequence convergence or something." "Yeah, but I also heard there was a co-author," another added. "Really? Then why keep their identity hidden?" "Maybe they're really ugly," someone joked, drawing laughter from the group. Uziel continued walking silently, thinking that it was all for the best. Since he had kept his identity as the co-author's secret, he could attend school without drawing attention. All he had done was offer her a hint, a nudge using the knowledge stored in the bulbul glasses. It was only fair that Altalicia received all the credit. Not far ahead, he spotted Ma Yuziong and Acel standing together, already attracting attention from their peers. "Isn't that Ma Yuziong? Wow, he's so tall. He's smart and handsome. How is that fair? And that girl with him, is she a MILF? She looks like a doll." "Well, she's still the child of trash, but yeah, she's pretty." Uziel sighed. "There really are no quiet days," he muttered before approaching them. "I'm here." Ma Yuziong turned to him with a nod. "Welcome, Uziel." "Sorry, did you wait long?" Acel smiled. "Not really. So where are we eating? You said you'd choose." Uziel smirked. "You'll see when we get there." Soon, the three were seated at a cozy restaurant, gathered around a table with freshly baked pizza at the center. Izel's eyes widened in awe as she took in the food. Uziel glanced at her delighted expression and recalled what he'd read in her character description. Right? If Acel orders pizza, she drinks the pickle juice first. As expected, Uziel politely offered her the pickles. Acel leaned in curiously and muttered, "This? How do you eat this?" Uziel raised an eyebrow. Is this her first time at a pizza place? Then, Acel took a sip of the pickle juice. Her eyes lit up, and she whispered, "Aye, it's yummy." Ma Yuziong tried it too, sipping with elegance and commenting, it's good." Uziel watched, unimpressed. "Seriously, just film a commercial already." He handed Acel a slice of pizza. "Here, eat this too." Acel picked up her utensils, ready to use a knife and fork. Uziel chuckled. "Oh, how prim of you. But pizza tastes better when you eat it like this." He showed her how to hold it by hand. She looked startled. "Teach, that seems more improper." Ma Yuziong laughed and said, "Oh, it looks fun. Let me try." Acel, hesitant but curious, followed suit and took a bite. Her eyes fluttered, and she began shaking, overwhelmed by the flavor. In a dazed voice, she muttered, "Wow. The bell peppers on the cheese are dancing. The parsley and olives are the rhythm. The bacon and onions are dancing a passionate salsa." Uziel leaned back and asked, "So is it good?" Acel nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, it's so good." They continued chatting over their meal. "Let's come here often," someone said. "You'll invite me too, right?" Acel asked sweetly. Uziel only smirked. "We'll see." "Hey." Their laughter filled the space, echoing the warmth of a moment where everything, for once, felt normal. Elsewhere, a student rushed up to Flame with excitement. She asked eagerly if Flame had heard the news. Flame, with her usual calm demeanor, replied that she had. Satisfied, the student waved and said goodbye, walking away. Left alone, Flame muttered to herself that the student had obviously come to talk about Assistant Professor Altalicia solving the random sequence convergence technique. But Flame knew better. She was certain that the person truly responsible was Beck Uziel. She wondered aloud how he had solved such a complex formula. By the rules of regression, Beck Uziel should have forgotten most of the knowledge about the future, retaining only memories tied to decisive incidents or narrative events. Did he somehow still possess his memories? Or was he simply that brilliant? As Flame walked down the hallway, she was greeted by Jeremy, who asked if she wanted to team up with him for the upcoming Persona Gate practical. Flame responded coldly, questioning why she should feel obligated to join him, and suggested he find someone else. Jeremy, a bit flustered, commented under his breath that she really was a unique person. Glancing at a notice posted on the wall, Flame thought to herself that the Persona Gate practical was finally beginning. These gates, formed from the power of dark demonic humans, created dangerous alternate dimensions. If left unchecked, they would render the surrounding area uninhabitable. Unlike dungeons, which could be cleared by defeating a boss or destroying a core, Persona Gates require the unraveling and disruption of complex patterns and gimmicks. From analyzing concentration rates and space distortions to topology and soul isolation techniques, the demands were immense. The creation of magic warriors had been in response to these very threats, making this a crucial test. Recalling the novel, Flame noted that this particular Persona Gate scenario would be laced with a dose of reality. She resolved not to rely on Beck Uziel this time. She would take responsibility and minimize the damage. Meanwhile, at the 9-Star Tower's Star Clouds Cafe Terrace, a group of students sat around Hong Byong, enjoying tea and desserts. "Did you try the new dessert?" one asked. "Ah, the cream cheese pumpkin tart. It was incredible, right? I was so touched, I nearly cried," another added. Hong Byong, unfazed, muttered that the tart tasted terrible. Their conversation soon shifted to Altalicia's recent breakthrough in solving the random sequence convergence technique. One student shared, "I heard from my father that the co-author is actually a student at Stella." Another responded in awe, "Wow, that must be true then. Your father's the Information Bureau director. To think a student solved an unsolved problem." Hong Byong quietly contemplated this. She knew that Beck Uziel had been the co-author. The question on her mind was why he had chosen to keep his secret. Was it simply to let Altalicia take all the credit? Or could there be deeper feelings involved? She stood up suddenly, prompting a few murmurs among the students about her unusual behavior. As she walked outside, a familiar voice called out to her, "Byong." Hong Byong turned, her expression stiffening. "Princess Hong Siwa." "Oh my, I told you to call me sister," Siwa replied with a teasing smile. Byong reflected grimly on their relationship. Born from different mothers, Siwa, the legitimate child, herself the illegitimate, they had always been at odds. She loathed her half-sister. "What brings you here?" Byong asked. Siwa replied nonchalantly, "I heard about an interesting commoner among the first years. Someone learning chivalry and swordsmanship, arts that have all but disappeared. Judging from your reaction, you must be interested in that knight, too." She added with a sly grin, "A knight who sacrifices everything for his bishop. Isn't that every princess's fantasy? So, introduce me." Hong Byong clenched her fists and replied sharply, "No, do it yourself." Siwa laughed lightly. "You sure are cold. You weren't like that before. It must be because the eldest sister died." Byong offered no response. She simply said, "I'll be off," and walked away. Siwa watched her leave, then muttered to herself, "Maybe I went too far. It's still too early to mention Big Sister." At that moment, her aide Saren approached. "Princess, here is the information on Cadet Beck Uziel you requested. This includes a copy of a project he submitted in class, which contains details about his past." Siwa looked intrigued. "Oh, so that elusive past is finally revealed. Let's have a look." Opening the letter titled "For Mother," she read the first line, "Mother, I miss you." She chuckled at first. How adorable, calling out for his mother right away. But as she continued reading, her expression shifted. Tears welled up in her eyes. So, his mother didn't want black bean noodles. Moved deeply, Siwa wiped her tears. She had never given poverty much thought before, but to have lived such a life and still uphold his beliefs in chivalry, it was admirable. Knowing that Beck Uziel's hometown had been destroyed by dark demonic humans only deepened her curiosity about him. I feel sorry for Byung, but now I really want to know more about Beck Uziel, she whispered. Finally, the day of the Persona Gate practical arrived. A professor addressed the assembled first-year cadets. From this moment on, the Persona Gate practical will commence. Cadets, please enter the gate. Excited murmurs spread through the students. It looks just like the ones in the textbooks. I'm weirdly nervous. Beck Uziel stood among them, his eyes focused. He muttered quietly to himself. It's finally starting. As a reward for completing the research conference episode, Beck Uziel had activated Bulbul Glasses' analysis function. He had also increased his stats by grinding in Ifnal's garden, and though uncertain, he felt it would probably be enough for what lay ahead. The professor made an announcement calling out to the cadets, those entering Gate C7, come this way. Beck Uziel observed the gathered students and noted to himself how many would be accompanying him. Persona Gate practical training was conducted in teams ranging from 4 to 18 members, requiring teamwork to clear them. Most first-year cadets at Stella Academy were already second rank or higher. Rating a Persona Gate with a risk level of 3 wouldn't be easy. Gate C7 had 16 members. It was unfortunate they didn't have Ma Yuziong or Hei Wanriang, but they had Flame, Hong Byong, and Acel. That should be enough to clear the gate. Uziel thought he wouldn't need to intervene in defeating the final boss. His goal was different, to obtain the hidden reward, the captivating tree's petals. As he entered the gate, a voice greeted them warmly. Welcome to Iheron's ball. The area was stunning, exuding elegance. A cheerful maid approached them with a smile and said, We've prepared dresses and shoes. Hong Byong, confused, repeated, Dresses and shoes? She muttered to herself, baffled. She didn't recall any ball ever occurring in a Persona Gate. This wasn't the time for such trivialities. They needed to analyze the gate and confirm the guideline message. As she pondered, a formula appeared before her. Her brow furrowed. She couldn't believe such a complicated formula had been added to a first-year practical. The maid turned to her with a bright smile. My lady, it'll soon be time for the evening banquet. You must hurry. Byung blinked. What? Is there a problem? The maid asked, still smiling. Byung retorted. How can you say something like that? Is that fixed? Thinking to herself, she tried to rationalize the situation. Normally, Persona Gate NPCs couldn't act independently, especially not the ones created by mages. Still, there was no way a real Persona Gate could have appeared inside Stella Academy. Right? Perhaps the technology had simply improved. Again, the maid asked, what is wrong? Byung sighed and replied, don't worry about it. Bring the dress. The maid bowed politely. Yes, understood. As Byung walked slowly, now dressed in an elegant gown fit for a princess, she couldn't shake a strange feeling. Something about this practical seemed off, as if it wouldn't end simply. She glanced at Beck Uziel's appearance and formal wear and muttered that the clothes suited him. A brief memory surfaced. Ye Taran had once brought her Beck Uziel's assignment. Princess, this is what Cadet Beck Uziel submitted. It has details about his past. Reading it, Byung had been taken aback. Now, she thought to herself, perhaps it was because of what she'd read a few days ago, but she was beginning to see him in a different light. Despite such a tragic past, he chose to walk the path of chivalry at Stella. Uziel caught her looking and smirked. What you looking at? First time seeing commoner yawn. Flustered, Byung blushed and quickly looked away. It's not like that. Just then, another girl entered and announced that everyone had arrived. They were to attend the ball hosted by Duchess Iheron. She gestured to 4 paths leading to the estate's basement, warning that it was filled with traps and mazes. Anyone who got lost would be pursued by the estate's knights. The students would have to rely on their insight and instincts. Uziel answered confidently, yes. The girl smiled approvingly. I like that confidence. It's great. He thanked her. The students whispered among themselves in disbelief. Did she just talk like a real person? Do NPCs say things like that? Then, good luck, the girl added, stepping aside. The students hesitated, unsure. Flame stepped forward and expressed her concern. Isn't this practical a bit strange? It's hard to analyze, and the NPCs feel real. Why would a first-year practical be this difficult? One student agreed, admitting they couldn't analyze the gate either. Another echoed that the NPCs earlier seemed real. Flame thought to herself that she might be able to convince them like this. She began to speak up, in my opinion, but Jackie interrupted. Wait, Flame, are you about to say something ridiculous like this might be real? Flame was taken aback. What? Jackie continued, explaining that this situation must have been crafted by the professors. In real life, it wouldn't always be possible to analyze a persona gate. This difficulty was intentional. She reasoned further. Stella Academy, the top institution for training magic warriors and knights, would surely know if a real gate appeared inside their walls. Students murmured in agreement. That makes sense. Flame muttered under her breath. This wasn't good. According to the original story, this persona gate was real, but if she said that, no one would believe her. She had wanted them to come to that conclusion on their own. Now what? Jackie smirked at Flame and walked past her. Uziel, observing from a distance, noted silently. So this is the route she's taking? Episode 6, Jackie's Dark Demonization Route. In the original romance fantasy novel, Jackie hadn't even existed. Flame must have been thrown off by her presence. Still, this was one of the many routes where Flame had to stop Jackie. Ultimately, one of the 3 students would be sacrificed to the dark demonization. Uziel hoped no one would be, but some fates might be unchangeable. Helping Flame here wouldn't change the outcome. Stepping back might be the right choice. Jackie turned over her shoulder. Whatever you say. I'm going ahead. What? Wait, Jackie. Flame called after her. Jackie didn't stop. The professors designed this challenge to test us. Don't panic. Respond appropriately. You can all stay here if you want. I'm going in. One by one, the students began to follow. I am going too. I prepared for situations like this. Uziel sighed. No one was moving in a systematic way. Still, since things had come to this, he had no choice but to proceed. As he moved forward, he noticed a group trailing behind him. Why are you all following me? He asked. Just because, one replied sheepishly. He muttered under his breath, realizing they were all going to follow him. These kids only know tricks, but doesn't matter. Here, it's all pointless. He entered one of the paths, a dark, eerie hallway. One student commented nervously on how creepy it felt. Uziel took note that everyone had arrived. Hong Byung looked around. Where did the others go? Uziel thought to himself that, as expected, they had been separated. The 16 students were split into 4 groups of 4. He assumed Acel and Flame were together. It was unexpected that he ended up in the same group as Hong Byung. What? Do you have any complaints? Byung asked, catching his gaze. No, I don't. How bland. Uziel muttered to himself that perhaps it was better that Acel and Byung were apart. Then he noticed something ahead. Wait, there's something there. A light illuminated the space, revealing a group of mannequins. Byung pointed further into the room. There's a door at the far end. One of her clique suggested unlocking magic. Another was doubtful, considering they still couldn't analyze the gate. She turned to Uziel. Hey, commoner, have you analyzed this gate? No. Byung sighed. Was I expecting too much? There must be something. But I think I know how to get out, Uziel offered. Her eyes lit up. Really? Are you serious? Those mannequins. They're all dancing the same type of dance, even if the poses differ. You recognize it, right? The dead Serena's Requiem. Serena danced that before her death, unable to face her tragedy. You remember the dance, right? Byung flinched. Are you saying? He nodded. The statues were arranged in the order of each move. The missing step. Ready. Her clique members were already moving into position. Byung followed, though awkwardly. As they completed the sequence, the door opened. They rushed inside, finding themselves in a massive hall adorned with statues of knights. Do you think the mannequins are a hint again? Byung asked. Let's investigate them, one clique member replied. But after looking around, they found nothing suspicious. Byung glanced at Uziel. Commoner, what are you looking at? Crouched on the ground, Uziel studied the images on the carpet. I believe the mannequins are a red herring. The real clue is the carpet. He pointed out that the figures depicted dance poses. All they had to do was interpret the sequence. Oh, you're right, one said. I know this. It's the quiet Serena's tango. They rearranged the carpet's patterns accordingly. The door opened once more. As they dashed forward, Byung reflected silently. He's definitely different. I realized at the moment he showed me how to think differently, but I didn't expect the gap to be this wide. He solved his gate so quickly, even without analysis. She was impressed by his strategy, observation, and insight. It was as if he'd experienced hundreds of persona gates. She recalled hearing that Baek Yuziel's hometown had been destroyed by dark, demonic humans. It was a border village she'd never heard of, always the first to be attacked. Despite his lack of formal education, his battlefield experience was unmatched. Maybe that's why he's different from the others, she thought. While the other students focused on grades, he yawned during exams, skipped homework, and had a terrible attitude in class. Then she realized something. Wait, why is he trying so hard now? Baek Yuziel glanced at Hong Byung and asked casually why she was staring off into the distance. He told her to go the other way, hinting at her distraction. Hong Byung turned toward him with a serious expression. She asked if the persona gate they were challenging was actually real. There was a brief pause. Baek Yuziel muttered inwardly, noting how quickly she had picked up on the truth. In the past, she wouldn't have realized it was real until the very end, often interfering with Izel's decisions. Her awareness now was clear proof that she was slowly diverging from her original villainous path. He simply smiled. Hong Byung frowned at his reaction and asked why he was smiling. Baek Yuziel dismissed it, saying it was nothing. He then confirmed what she had suspected. The place was indeed real. Injuries, even death, were possible here. If they failed to clear it, the phenomenon known as otherworld synchronization would occur. They needed to complete the challenge as quickly as possible. Nervously, Hong Byung thought to herself that she had been right to be suspicious. She realized that whenever Baek Yuziel started moving seriously, there was always a reason. But this time, she resolved not to rely solely on him. She vowed to survive with her own strength. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the gate, Flame and Acel stepped through a door, having just defeated a group of mannequins. Another group of students exited from a different door and immediately called out to Flame. One of the students rushed over and said they were safe, but noted that someone was missing. Jackie had suddenly disappeared. Flame was shocked to hear this. The student explained that Jackie had been crucial in helping them reach this point, but as soon as they got through the last door, she had vanished. They searched for her briefly, but couldn't find her. Flame questioned them, emphasizing that they only looked for a short time. She mentally noted that this group had arrived faster and without any injuries, implying they faced far less resistance. Another student clarified that they weren't the first ones to arrive. Confused, Flame asked who had arrived before them. She soon spotted Baek Yuziel sitting and leaning against the pillar. Approaching him, she asked when he had arrived. He replied that it had been earlier. She asked whether he had seen Jackie, and he shook his head. Flame muttered a soft, disappointed acknowledgement and walked away, visibly concerned. Baek Yuziel thought to himself that he had tried to prevent Jackie's disappearance by arriving ahead of her, but it was no use. Now, his only option was to support the female protagonist in clearing the stage. Back at the Stella Dome, Lee Hanwol rushed into the scene, shouting in disbelief that a Real Persona Gate had somehow been mixed into the practical training. Upon seeing the ominous red gate, he was stunned and remarked that Stella's security system was supposed to be the best in the world. One of the professors explained that someone had completely inverted Stella's spatial wave detection system. Because of that, the unique wavelengths of a Persona Gate hadn't been sensed. The security department was currently working to enhance the system. Lee Hanwol, frustrated and angry, retorted that the system wasn't the priority at the moment. A commanding voice cut in, agreeing with Hanwol's urgency. Lee Hanwol turned to see Commander Arian Black Swan, the commander-in-chief of the Stella Knights. Arian inquired about the situation and asked if a second party could be sent in. The professor responded that it was impossible while the students were still inside. Arian then asked about the gate's danger level. The professor hesitated, saying the initial estimate had been a level 4, but the moment the students entered, it had suddenly risen by 1 level. Raising an eyebrow, Arian remarked that it was rare for a persona gate to release fake wavelengths like that. He asked for the list of students inside. After scanning the list, Arian commented that a level 5 persona gate was dangerous enough for even seasoned mages to prepare thoroughly. He flatly declared that such a gate was not suitable for second or third-ranked first-year students and ordered preparations for 16 body bags. Lee Hanwall protested, shocked by the remark. Arian responded that it was merely a measure of efficiency. He questioned whether Hanwall genuinely believed first years could successfully clear a level 5 persona gate. Comparing it to an ant killing a tiger, he remained firm. Lee Hanwall muttered under his breath, admitting that while the odds were ridiculous, he still held hope that the students would make it out alive. Back inside the gate, another group emerged from one of the doors. They were relieved to find their peers safe and explained that they had been surprised by the sudden separation. Beck Uziel took note of the gathering. With everyone now assembled, he thought to himself that all that remained was the boss battle. The students gathered at the entrance to the boss's chamber when a notification appeared. You have reached the dancing clock tower. Go down the steps until you reach the bottom, where a ballroom will be waiting. The ball has just begun, so hurry. One of the students remarked that they would probably have to follow the instructions and go down the stairs. Flame glanced up at the tower, her expression tense. She knew what resided at the top, the leader knife blade spider. It was a creature with a risk level of 4, and each of its 8 legs was a sharpened blade. She reminded herself that she couldn't keep relying on Beck Uziel. He had no memory of this boss, and thus no data to guide them. However, she had studied the monster in advance. If she could distract it, maybe Acel and Beck Uziel could take on the final boss. Just as the students began descending the stairs, Flame shouted for them to wait. But then Beck Uziel, unexpectedly alert, said there was something above. You all go ahead, he instructed calmly. I'll take care of this and follow later. Flame was taken aback. He shouldn't have known anything was up, not from where he stood. Was his perception really that sharp? A loud, ominous sound echoed through the tower. The students froze in place. What is that sound? Someone asked nervously. Hong Bian looked up, her eyes narrowing. It's coming from above. The leader knife blade spider descended from the shadows, its bladed limbs clinking against the stone walls. It's the knife blade spider, a student stammered. No, that's the leader version. A risk level of 4, another corrected, panic spreading. Flame's thoughts raced. Beck Uziel, where was he? Hong Bian and Acel both searched the shadows above. Suddenly, Beck Uziel dropped down from the upper level and struck the spider square in the head with a powerful kick. I'll handle this, he shouted. Get to the ballroom now. Acel looked up, stunned. Could he really fight it alone? She considered helping, but Hong Bian stopped her. I know what you're thinking, but we need to get to the ballroom as fast as possible. That's the best way to support him. Acel looked at her, surprised. Was Hong Bian always like this? At the bottom of the tower, the students arrived in a grand, opulent ballroom. Masked figures waltzed elegantly under a sparkling chandelier. Wow, it's so fancy, one student whispered in awe. Then the lights dimmed. Someone's at the top of the stairs, Hong Bian noted. Flame tensed. That must be Duchess Iharan, the final boss. Everyone, prepare yourselves. A figure in an elegant gown stepped forward. Welcome, everyone. I am Jackie Iharan, the figure announced. The mass crowd erupted with admiration. Duchess, you're beautiful. Please smile this way. I will offer you my heart. Flame stared in disbelief. Jackie? How? None of this was in the original novel. In fact, there wasn't even a character named Jackie. Normal humans couldn't become NPCs inside a persona gate, and not the final boss. The only being capable of something like this was a dark demonic human. Flame whispered to herself, realization dawning. So that's why Beck Uziel had warned her. But she couldn't give up. Flame stepped forward. Jackie, that power will consume you. You might become something monstrous. Please calm down and… Jackie cut her off with a scoff. Bullshit. Right now, The crowd around her chanted her name. Jackie's expression twisted with manic joy. My head, chest, and heart, they feel so exhilarating I think I'm gonna melt. Her wide smile, flushed cheeks, and intense gaze left no doubt. Her mind was no longer her own. It's too late, Hong Bi-yong said grimly. Her mind's already been eroded. Asel nodded. We have to clear the gate. It's the only way to bring her back. A student called Flame's name, and she responded with quiet determination. Yeah, I know. Just wait, Jackie. I'll save you. Jackie took a step forward, red lightning crackling around her. Her aura burst out in violent waves. Enough chatter. Shall we get the party started? Meanwhile, Beck Uziel continued battling the leader knife blade spider. Ooh, this thing's annoyingly strong, he muttered. Clearing this mini-boss wasn't necessary for completing the gate, but he had two reasons for staying behind. The first was to obtain the captivating tree's petals from its forehead. As the spider attacked, Beck Uziel dodged with blink, then hurled a series of specialized potions, spark, slippery, and oil. The spider roared in pain. And the second, he struck its head again, is because this is the hidden method for clearing episode 6, Jackie's dark demonic route. He knew the petals boosted mental power and were essential for the mana revelation delay physique skills, like cognitive acceleration and bulbul blasts. But there was more. According to the lore, details he usually skipped, the leader knife blade spider was actually Duchess Iheron's husband, Duke Iheron. Attacking the barrier around the petals caused damage to the Duchess herself. It was risky, but with each blow he dealt here, the protagonist below had a better chance of winning. Still, I don't know if my attacks will land at the right moment. He kept striking. The spider lost its footing. Oops, did I overdo the slippery potion? The spider tumbled down. Wait, down below is the ballroom, Beck Uziel gasped. He recalculated its falling trajectory. Okay, let's think, check the orbit, and adjust. A few minutes earlier, in the ballroom, the battle had begun. Jackie, dancing wildly, unleashed a red aura that struck the students. Everyone dodged, someone yelled. A few students were thrown across the room. Is everyone okay? Hong Bi-yong called. Yes, a student responded. Determined, Hong Bi-yong readied her fire magic. There was no time to hesitate. She's a dark, demonic human. She launched her spell. Jackie blocked it easily. Useless. Asel followed up with ice magic. Other students joined in, but Jackie deflected every attack. Our magic isn't working, someone cried. Jackie countered with deadly precision. One more is coming. Be careful, a student warned. Flame intercepted the attack just in time. Jackie's expression shifted, eyes widening, face unreadable. Then, to everyone's shock, Flame began to dance. Flame? Why are you dancing? Asel asked. Mid-dance, Flame cast a spell, nearly hitting Jackie. Yes, just like the novel, Flame whispered to herself. She turned to the others. Everyone, dance. The stages we passed gave us clues. This is a magic and dance battle. You have to cast spells while dancing. Hong Bi-yong realized what she meant. Normal magic wouldn't disrupt Duchess Iheron's choreography. A dance to counter quiet Serena's tango. Asel thought aloud. The dead Serena's requiem. The students all began dancing, their movements synchronized with spellcasting. Jackie's eyes widened in disbelief as waves of magic surged toward her. The battle had truly begun. Asel held her breath, watching intently. Did the attack work? She thought. But then, to her horror, the tempo of the background music shifted. Faster, more frantic. Wait. The music got faster, she gasped. Jackie stood untouched, completely unscathed. One of the students pointed, trembling. I'll look over there. What is that? They all saw it. Jackie's legs had increased to 4. And then, she began to dance. Okay, shall we properly get started? She said with a twisted smile. Flame shouted, panic in her voice. Stop it, Jackie. If you erode more into Duchess Iheron's role, it won't be able to be undone. Jackie looked around dramatically. What are you telling me to stop? Look around. Voices from the illusory audience echoed adoration. You're as beautiful as ever. Punish those foolish ones. Jackie grinned and looked back at Flame. Flame, you're really bad. You're mean and selfish. You monopolize this sweet, killer feeling all by yourself. I will never let this feeling go. Never. Humbayan shouted, alarmed. Here she comes. Everyone, defend yourselves. Jackie launched her attack. Some students managed to block, but one was hit, sent tumbling back. Acel froze. But then, a blast of flame near her jolted her back into awareness. Hey, loser, get your head in the game. Humbayan barked. Acel blinked. What? It's more effective for me to defend against fire attacks, so leave that to me. You cover the lightning. Humbayan commanded, then turned to Flame. Come behind us and look for any gaps. Attack when you see one. Flame hesitated. What's going on? She thought. In the original story, Humbayan was always jealous of Acel. Everything went wrong because of that. But now, the two were working together, analyzing the situation and coordinating perfectly. As Jackie launched another attack, Humbayan faltered for a moment, but Acel stepped in and blocked it. Don't let your guard down. Acel snapped. What? Humbayan shouted back. Flame ran forward, joining them in battle. I too can't lose, Jackie screamed. It's pointless. She unleashed a barrage of powerful magic. The magical clash sent a wave of smoke across the ballroom. Someone muttered, Is it over? As the smoke began to dissipate, everyone froze. A silhouette appeared, twisted, monstrous. Jackie stood revealed, her lower body transformed into a grotesque spider. She looked directly at Flame. Do you hate me being happy that much? Some students gasped. One even vomited from the horror. Jackie's voice wavered with pain and fury. Why won't you leave me alone? Just why? Flame shouted. Jackie, it's not like that. Snap out of it, please. Shut up. Jackie screamed, her voice layered with madness. She began channeling a high-level spell, one classified as risk level 5. Flame's heart pounded. Just what can we do? Then she heard it, a subtle noise from above. This sound, Acel murmured, Beck Uziel? Suddenly, Jackie let out a cry of pain. Humbayan narrowed her eyes. What's going on? Flame watched Jackie clutch her head, writhing. I think Beck Uziel's fight with the leader knife blade spider is affecting her. She thought to herself, did he already know this gimmick? Did he stay behind to fight the risk level 4 boss alone, just to help us in this fight? Jackie's screams intensified. Humbayan recognized the chance. Now, Flame, Humbayan, and Acel launched a coordinated attack. Their magic collided with Jackie, who screamed under the impact, but still stood, growling, You dare! Suddenly, a massive crash shook the ballroom as the knife blade spider fell from the ceiling. Humbayan gasped. What's going on? Flame stared in disbelief. I'm not sure. Is that the leader knife blade spider? Is it dead? A student, trembling, muttered in no way. A level 4 risk monster. Hunted by a single first year. Beck Uziel lay unconscious nearby. Jackie, crumpled on the ground, glared with rage. To interrupt me? I won't forgive you, Flame. Ha! You couldn't beat me with dance, so now you're using tricks? She glared with manic intensity. You can't dance more beautifully than I, can you? Flame stepped closer. Jackie continued, her voice shrill. How pathetic. You'd get jealous too if someone more beautiful appeared. What a relief. It's not just me. You just like. But Flame didn't answer. Jackie faltered. Why? Are you staring at me with those eyes? Flame turned to Acel. Can you summon an ice mirror? Acel nodded. Yes. Jackie shouted. No matter what nonsense you pull, I'm more beautiful than you. The mirror appeared in front of her. Jackie looked at her reflection and froze. What? This? Huh? This is me? You're lying. This isn't a mirror. You're trying to trick me. Disgusting. She repeated the word again and again, breaking down. Disgusting. Disgusting. Kayak, please get rid of this mirror. From around the ballroom, the illusory voices changed. The Duchess isn't beautiful anymore. Jackie screamed. No, no, that isn't me. She reached toward Flame, trembling. Flame, please. You could do anything. Please help me. Save me. Then her tone shifted to venom. Or was that what you thought I'd say? The reason I'd become like this is because of you two. Jackie raised her hand to strike. Die, Flame. But before the blow landed, Flame delivered a final, sorrowful attack. Jackie's last word echoed faintly. Hey, One Riang. Then she vanished in flame and ash. The ballroom fell silent as the students lowered their heads. Flame whispered, Sorry, Jackie. I'm so sorry. A notification appeared before their eyes. This is how the story of Duchess Iharan, who wished to obtain the world's greatest beauty and popularity, comes to an end. You have completed Ball of Temptation. Congratulations! Back at Stella Academy, Group A, 6, and Group B, 3 emerged from their gates, completing their practical exams. Lee Hanwall directed the staff. Hurry and evacuate them. All that's left is Group C7. Suddenly, the red gate trembled. Lee Hanwall watched as the wavelength shifted. The red glow turned to blue. A slow smile formed on his lips. The ant has defeated the tiger. Group C7 walked out of the gate, Beck Uziel at the lead. Whispers rippled through the crowd. They really managed to raid a risk level 5 persona gate by themselves? Even veterans struggle with that. Is that child in front the leader? Commander Arian Blackswan observed quietly. Let's withdraw. Beck Uziel approached Lee Hanwall and bowed slightly. I'm here to report the successful completion of the Persona Gate mission. Out of a total of 16, there was 1 casualty. 15 of us have returned. Lee Hanwall's expression grew somber. So there was a casualty. Good job. I'll call the medic mages. Rest for now. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the training hall. What's going on? Something interesting seems to have happened while I was away. Care to fill me in? It was Principal Eltman Eltwin, eyes twinkling with curiosity. At Stella Academy's first main tower, Beck Uziel and a renowned Archmage Eltman Eltwin were seen walking together toward Eltman's private office. Beck Uziel, visibly uneasy, muttered to himself that he was nervous about a private meeting. This was exactly the kind of situation he had hoped to avoid when he had protested becoming the group leader. Earlier, just before leaving the Persona Gate, Hong Baiyan had proposed that someone be selected to report the incident. Still groggy from having just regained consciousness, Beck Uziel had weakly pointed at Acel and suggested she take the lead. However, Hong Baiyan had immediately rejected the idea with disdain, firmly asserting that she would not hand over her achievements so easily while she was still conscious. Flame had also disagreed, calling him old and casually dismissing the idea, and even Acel had humbly declined the responsibility. Thus, despite his objections, Beck Uziel had been assigned the leader's role by default. Now walking beside Eltman, Beck Uziel reflected on the situation with quiet resignation. Maybe this too was destiny. His thoughts were interrupted when Eltman suddenly spoke, noting with a gentle smile that this was their 3rd meeting. He commented on how much Beck Uziel had grown and remarked on his fascinating nature. Beck Uziel, confused by the familiarity, muttered to himself in puzzlement. That's when a memory flashed in his mind. He remembered a snowy day, the ground blanketed in white. A much younger Beck Uziel was struggling to catch his breath after relentlessly practicing blink magic. Out of nowhere, a voice had praised his talent, and when he turned, it was none other than Eltman Eltwin. The Archmage had said he'd write a recommendation letter for Beck Uziel, encouraging him to take the entrance exam for his school's Stella Academy, and even promising him bonus points. Snapping back to the present, Beck Uziel was pulled from his thoughts as Eltman thanked him sincerely for preventing what could have been a major incident. He said he had no intention of making the incident public, since the damage to students had not been severe. Then, Eltman's tone turned grim. He had one thing to confirm. Eltman's gaze darkened as he asked if there had been an insect inside the gate. Beck Uziel shivered slightly. He muttered inwardly about Eltman's fearsome reputation as the dark demonic human decimator, unnerved by the intense scrutiny. Still, he answered clearly yes. The late student Jackie had shown signs of dark demonic erosion. Eltman responded with a solemn, "I see. What a shame," though Beck Uziel couldn't help but think that the Archmage didn't seem particularly saddened by it. Suddenly, Eltman's demeanor lightened again. With a welcoming smile, he offered Beck Uziel something to drink: coffee, tea, or perhaps a carbonated beverage. Beck Uziel paused before replying that he would like tea, and then hesitated before adding a specific request. "Did you have any little tea by any chance?" Eltman was visibly surprised, but smiled warmly. "Yes," he said he did. He stepped away briefly and returned with a cup of lilt tea, remarking that it was a rare drink known by few and enjoyed by even fewer. Beck Uziel accepted the cup and gave a polite thank you, taking a cautious sip. As expected, it tasted unpleasant. He muttered to himself that it was a relief it still had that same strong, polarizing flavor. He reflected on his choice. Lilt tea had a strange addictiveness, similar to durian or fermented scape from earth. Some hated it for its overpowering smell, while others were deeply addicted. But for Beck Uziel, the reason he had chosen this particular tea went beyond personal preference. He knew that private meetings with Eltman often came with opportunities. Flame had received a promise of magical instruction after choosing coffee. Acel had gained magical insight after selecting a carbonated drink. Lilt tea, however, was Eltman's personal favorite. Beck Uziel had chosen it with a purpose. Before he could finish his train of thought, Eltman began speaking again. He explained that lilt tea originated from a Western tribe known as the Lilt, who had once cherished the beverage. However, after sharing the tea with humans, disaster followed. The tribe was wiped out, and the recipe vanished with them. The tea they were now drinking was one of the few remaining samples in the world. Eltman lamented the loss, blaming human greed. Beck Uziel responded with quiet irony. If it had vanished, then how was he still drinking it? Eltman, startled and intrigued, asked if that meant more remained. Beck Uziel quickly denied it. But then, without warning, he added that he did, in fact, know the recipe. Eltman was stunned and pressed for confirmation. Beck Uziel hesitated. He couldn't exactly say he learned it from a video game. Instead, he lied and said his late mother had taught him. At that, Eltman backed off and apologized for prying. Beck Uziel waved it off, inwardly relieved that the topic had shifted. With a slightly awkward smile, Eltman asked if Beck Uziel planned to sell the recipe. He'd be willing to pay handsomely for it. Beck Uziel's heart raced the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. He declined the offer of money and instead made a request. He asked for Eltman's help with his magic engineering enchantment, just once. Eltman was surprised and tried to dissuade him. The lilt tea recipe, now lost to the world, was extremely valuable. In contrast, his magic engineering wasn't practical enough to match its worth, or so he believed. But Beck Uziel had already calculated everything. With Eltman's magic engineering, Altalicia's alchemic expertise, and the pose vessel he had acquired from defeating a necromancer, Beck Uziel could create a highly advanced magical tool, a pocket dimension, or inventory. Normally, only mages skilled in 8th class spatial magic could use such a thing. But with the help of a 9th class mage like Eltman, it was possible to create the finest quality version. Beck Uziel sincerely told Eltman that receiving the essence of his magic would be more valuable than any amount of money. After a brief pause, Eltman finally smiled and nodded. "All right, if that's your wish, let's make a deal," he said. Beck Uziel could barely contain his excitement, and muttered with a grin, "Let's go."